Salmon Podcast มันสดอร่อย
In the Name of Work Podcast Getting your work to really work with Parit
in collaboration with Rise.
Hi everyone and welcome to episode 0 of In the Name of Work podcast, and this is your host Parit. For those who don't know me, just a bit of self-introduction. I'm currently the CEO and founder of an edtech startup called StartD. We basically develop an application that allows students across the country in Thailand to be able to access high-quality learning content across kind of primary and secondary grades, be it kind of videos, quizzes, or infographics. Before kind of getting into this startup, I had about 2 years working as a consultant at McKinsey & Company before leaving to enter politics and run unsuccessfully as a member of candidate for parliament in Thailand before stepping out to undertake and start my own startup. So that's kind of a bit of background for me. Now, when we talk about work, I think it's undeniable that work is an important part of everyone's life. If you do a quick calculation, and I actually tried this, right? So if you calculate the number of hours you spend working and you assume that you work kind of 8 hours per day from when you're 20 years old to when you're 60, it actually means that your work comprises about 10 to 20% of your total life. Now, that is a relatively significant number given that you obviously spend a lot of the time kind of sleeping, right? But I think different people view work very differently, right? To some, work is something that is a bit of a burden. It's kind of 8 hours per day you have to get through just so that you can make enough kind of income to support your expenses. But to others, on the other extreme end, work can be something that gives your life meaning, right? Some people almost say that if they don't work, they're not quite sure what their true meaning is, or they can't quite find kind of their purpose to life. So I think a lot of people view work in kind of very different perspectives across these two extremes. Now, in theory, there is a saying that if you want to find the perfect work, or what they call ikigai, I-K-I-G-A-I, then your perfect work consists of 4 conditions. 1 is doing something that you love. 2 is doing something you're good at. 3 is doing something you can be paid for, so then it generates income. And then 4 is doing something that the world needs, right? They say that if you kind of think about your job that you're doing at the moment, and if your job or your current work satisfy these 4 conditions, then that's basically the perfect work. Now, anyone listening can try and think about their current work and see how many of these 4 conditions are met. But I think what is going to be more complicated going to the future is that the future of work itself is changing fast, especially what the world needs from kind of the labor force, or what type of jobs the world needs will look very different in 10 years' time compared to what it looks like now, right? I think the future of work is going to be different across 2 perspectives. Number 1 is the rising technology is going to come in and replace huge amount of existing work. There was actually a report by McKinsey which said that in about 10 years' time, technology has the potential to replace 45% of existing paid activities. Right? That's almost like half the total number of jobs that are currently out there at the moment. And if you kind of look at categories of jobs, they say that 60% of jobs will see more than 30% of its activities being automated. So I think it's undeniable the first trend, which is that technology is going to come in and replace a lot of the work that we currently do. But I think the second equally important trend is that the type of work it's going to replace is going to be very different to what we've seen in the past. I think in the past, we've seen that technology has come in to replace kind of traditional jobs or routine jobs, right? Jobs in the factories, which we kind of from the outset, we can see that it can be quite easily automated. But if you look at kind of the advancing nature of technologies like artificial intelligence, you realize that actually at the moment, robots or technology can do a lot of the work that you would never have expected technology to be able to do in the past. We're seeing robots that can write kind of the next version of Harry Potter or the next chapter of Harry Potter. You're seeing robots in Estonia that can act as judges in the judicial system. And you're seeing robots even in China that have been kind of incorporated into the foreign policy decision-making process. So I think as you can see, right, not only is technology going to replace a huge amount of work, but it's also going to replace a very different type of jobs that we've seen in the past. Now, in this podcast that we call In the Name of Work, what we're going to be doing is looking ahead to see what the future of work looks like and what type of skills would we need in order to make sure that our work remains relevant and effective in light of this changing technology. And the skills we're talking about here are not skills that are specific to certain jobs or certain professions, but they're skills that I believe can be applied to any work that you're currently doing, whether it is skill sets regarding how to design your product or service to better fit your customer needs, how to get your organization to focus more on digital transformation, how to think visually and solve problems visually, how to engage in a good conversation with your colleagues or business partners, or how to make your employees happy, right? These are skill sets that apply to every type of job that you're currently doing. And I'm not going to be talking about these skill sets just on my own, but I'm going to be joined by business leaders across the globe who are going to be sharing their perspectives and expertise on these issues. And the way it's going to work is that I will first interview them in English for about an hour or so before summarizing the key points in Thai for our local audiences here in Thailand. So do stay tuned in. I'm sure you'll get to learn many great tips and tricks on how to make your work more efficient, more effective, and more fun. Or as we like to say on this podcast, how to get your work to really work.
Salmon Podcast มันสดอร่อย
In the Name of Work Podcast, getting your work to really work with Parit
In collaboration with Rise.
Hello everyone and welcome to In the Name of Work Podcast. This is Parit, your host, and in this podcast, I will be taking you through a conversation with 8 different guest speakers across 8 very different and exciting areas of work. Hopefully, we'll be able to get to share with you some tips and tricks about how to work more efficiently, how to work more effectively, or how to make your work more fun. Or as we say, how to get your work to really work out for you. In this episode, I'm joined by a very special guest, Mr. Dan Rome. He is a visual thinking expert. He is an author of the best-selling book, The Back of the Napkin, and he is also founder and president of Digital Rome that consults companies across the world on how to structure their thinking visually. Welcome, Dan.
Kun Parit, thank you. It's nice to be here.
Thank you very much for joining us. I think just to shoot off with the first question, can you explain a little bit to us about what visual thinking actually is? Is it just a matter of kind of thinking in shapes, thinking in pictures, or is there more to it than that?
Well, Kun Parit, that's exactly where it begins. There's also more to it than that. When I think about visual thinking, what I mean is intentionally using our entire visual processing system. So what I mean is our eyes, our optic nerve, our visual neocortex, the entire visual processing capacity that we have in our brain, which is giant, to use all of that to help us think more clearly about the world around us, see problems and solutions more clearly. And I really like what you said a moment ago in your introduction, and use the power of our visual mind, pictures and visuals, to make our work more effective, more efficient, and more fun. So part of it is drawing simple shapes. Part of it is being able to understand some of the science of visual processing so that we can really take advantage of the incredible ability that we have as humans to process information visually in order to help us see things that normally would have been invisible and be able to solve problems, sell ideas, and have fun at work in a way that we would never have been able to do with our eyes closed.
So if I think back to a very common day example of when we start to think visually, I think back to when I was a student, and when we try to process new information, one of the kind of the key tricks that you would do as a student is to draw a mind map. Right? So whenever you learn a new chapter or a new topic in class, to try and kind of put all your ideas in one place, you would try and draw out like a mind map to structure your ideas. Is that where it all begins? Is that essentially kind of basic version of what you would do as a visual thinker?
Yeah, Kun Parit, that's a good way to begin. A mind map is one example of using our visual mind to help us think through a really complicated situation. And I really like your example. And I'm delighted to hear that in school you were using mind maps, because it is a way to be able to unpack all of the ideas that are in a book or in our own mind onto a sheet of paper where we can really begin to see the connections. So to answer your question, I would say that is a really good place to start and see the power of visual thinking And from that basis, let's expand that out to think through how might we use similar types of pictures, whether they're maps or charts, which are visual displays of data, or timelines, which are visual displays of sequences, or flowcharts, which are visual displays of complicated decisions or processes, how we can apply the kind of idea of mind mapping, make it really big, and apply similar types of visual tools to all aspects of learning, thinking, work, and problem solving. So to answer your question, yes, we can start with mind maps, take that same principle and philosophy, and then begin to apply it to everything that we start to think about in the world and in work.
So why is this visual thinking so important in your opinion?
Oh, yeah.
Is it a method for capturing and summarizing information? Is it a matter of prioritizing different types of information? Or does actually thinking visually and structuring your thoughts visually actually enable you to solve an actual problem that you would otherwise not solve if you weren't doing it visually?
Well, you've just said the question so well. It's all of those. Yeah. To use the power of our visual mind. So think about this, Parit. Let me put it this way. If you think about your own mind, the human brain, the hundreds of billions of neurons that each one of us has in our brain, and all of the things that we do every day, all the things that we think about, all the things that we experience, the feelings that we have, the situations that we live through, all of those are being processed by our brain, of course. Now, here's what's really interesting. It's estimated by cognitive and neuroscientists that roughly half of all of the processing power that you have in your brain, roughly half of that, in one way or another, is dedicated towards processing visual information. In fact, it turns out that in our brains, more of our brain is dedicated to processing visual images than any other thing that we do. And so what I've been trying to emphasize to my clients and colleagues and business partners for the last many years is think of how much more clearly we will be able to see the world. Think how much more effectively we can capture new ideas. We can prioritize those ideas. And to your question, we can begin to solve problems when we really intentionally take advantage of this incredible visual processing that we have in our brain that normally we don't think about at all. And so that really is the basis of all of my work and all of my books, is being thoughtful and intentional about taking advantage of what our brain wants to do anyway that we never think about.
Can you share with us kind of one example, one real life example, just so that the audience can get a clearer picture of what you mean by using visual thinking to solve a problem? It could be like a personal example, could be a business example.
Certainly, Kumpar. Yes. So as you mentioned in the introduction, I've had a chance to consult with a number of organizations around the world. And when I do that consulting, typically what will happen is someone in the business will say, we have this really complicated situation or this really complicated problem. Is there some way that we can help work through it more effectively and efficiently than we have in the past? And let me give you an example. So several years ago, two gentlemen I'm in the United States. I'm here in San Francisco. So I'm going to tell you beginning a story that took place here in the United States. Two guys were sitting in a bar, and there was a napkin on the bar between them, and they were probably having some beer. And these were two very seasoned senior business executives. And they were thinking about starting an airline. And one of them took a pen, and on that napkin on the bar, he drew 3 dots in the form of a kind of a triangle. Imagine 3 dots that represent 3 major cities in Texas, in the United States. And Texas is a huge state in the United States, and there are 3 major cities: Dallas and Houston, and a city called San Antonio. And they're all very, very far apart. I mean, Texas is an enormous state. It could take 3 to 4 to 5 hours to drive from one of those cities to the next. And those 3 cities represent the 3 major business hubs of Texas. So the 2 guys are sitting there at the bar, and they take the pen and they draw the 3 dots, and then they connect them in a very simple triangle and say, why hasn't anyone ever made an airline that just connects these three cities? What a genius idea that would be. And that was the beginning. That little drawing, a triangle connecting these three dots, was the original beginning of what has ended up becoming the most successful airline in American history. An airline called Southwest Airlines was literally started with a simple drawing on the back of a napkin. So that's one example, not from my own experience, but kind of in the great fables of businesses that have started with a drawing. And Kun Parit, as I've done this work over these last many years, every time I go into a new business, someone will say to me, oh my gosh, you're right. So many of our businesses or our companies were started with a simple drawing like that. And I can give you another example. It's a great story. If I can share one more, there's a very big software company, and I know that your listeners in Thailand are familiar with this company, many of them. The company is called Salesforce, and it is the largest provider of cloud-based CRM, customer relationship management software in the world. They're headquartered here in San Francisco. And the reason that I suspect many of your listeners in Thailand might be familiar with Salesforce is Salesforce has done a very, very good job of, in particular in the Thai financial services industry, a lot of Thai banks use Salesforce for customer relationship management and cloud-based business services. So there's a lot of familiarity there. But the story I like to share is that literally the founder and CEO of Salesforce, a gentleman named Mark Benioff, was meeting with the CEO of a large fashion company. You may have heard of the London-based fashion company Burberry. Burberry has been known for over 100 years for making the most fashion-oriented trench coats, outerwear, scarves. Everybody's familiar with this very famous Burberry plaid. Now, the reason I tell you this story is Mark Benioff, who's the founder and CEO of this huge software company, is sitting down at the table with a woman named Angela Ahrendts, who was the CEO of Burberry Fashion Company. And the two of them were trying to think through, technically, how might it be possible to help Burberry become a more social media, internet-based fashion leader? Because traditionally it had been a very conservative organization, not a lot of technology in the past. And they took a piece of paper and the two of them simply started drawing. And Kun Parit, to your question, some circles. And the first circle was, let's say, this is the customer of Burberry. And then another circle over here that says, what kind of data are we able to collect about that customer? And then another circle over here, just like a mind map. What can we do with that data to help improve our fashion trends? And the two of them together, these two very, very wealthy, very, very powerful senior executives sitting there with this piece of paper ended up drawing this incredible diagram that became literally the technical architecture for the new version, the new online forward version of Burberry, which was incredibly successful for the company. And both of those CEOs credited later the clarity of their conversation came down to the fact that they were both drawing the picture, and therefore they could see exactly what the other one meant. So, Kun Parit, those are just two stories. I have many, many more, but what do you think of those? Do those help clarify for you a little bit of what you're asking?
Yeah, that helps clarify a little bit. I was actually drawing the picture as you were speaking as well to get a better sense.
That's exactly what I do as well. And I have a big whiteboard behind me here in the office. And every time I'm on a video call now, and let's face it, we all live in this world of remote meetings, Zoom meetings, GoToWebinar, Google Hangouts, etc. What I'll do is to help clarify even any conversation is I wheel out this whiteboard that I have and just start drawing on it. And it's amazing the clarity that you can achieve with someone when you can look at the same idea together, these simple shapes and arrows and lines, and then react to each other. It becomes a very dynamic conversation and one which is very, very, I would say, very human and very authentic. And when you have that conversation, whether it's in a sale or a strategy session or a business planning session, the fact that you're sharing your ideas so quickly is really, really beneficial and powerful and makes it very human.
So I think just to elaborate on that point, right? I think so for people who are already kind of have the base of or people already thinking visually might see the value in terms of drawing it out and then kind of structuring their thoughts in a visual way. But what about, I mean, I understand that there are some people in the world who don't actually think visually. So they might think in terms of sounds, or when they learn new things, they learn better from audio rather than kind of seeing a picture, an image. Does visual thinking also help those people, or is it only for the people who are kind of better or more used to thinking visually? Essentially, is visual thinking for everyone?
Yes, and what an incredible question. And I have an easy answer for you. And the answer is absolutely, it helps everyone, because everyone to some degree or another does think visually. Certainly anyone who has the sense of sight, anyone at all, we know how powerful vision is to us. Just think about this, Kun Parit. You wake up in the morning and the first thing you do is, you open your eyes and you look outside and you see, is it dark out or is it light out? And that helps you determine, is it time for me to get up or not? And then you look outside and you see, what is the weather? And that helps you determine, am I going to wear warmer clothes today or am I going to wear cooler clothes today? And then you get out of your bed and you make your way, through to the kitchen or through the hallway. All of that time, your visual engine is guiding you. There's nobody telling you. There's no voice in your head that's saying, put your left foot in front of your right foot, walk 3 steps, turn right, go through the door, turn 90 degrees, turn to the kitchen. The reason I bring this up is because although some people skew more, to your point, towards being more auditory in their preference for learning information, which is true, and some people are more visual in their preference for learning information, to me, the baseline is that all of us are vastly visual to begin with. Now, of course, in my years of experience and travel to different countries and different businesses, of course, you're absolutely right. Some people by nature would much prefer to learn information by having it written for them or having it spoken to them sort of in bullet points, 1, 2, 3, 4. Many people do. But what I have found is that no matter what someone's preference is, the moment that you start to visualize what we're hearing, it becomes clearer for everyone. So I'm not going to say to people, everybody must draw more pictures. Nope, I would never say that. But what I would say is for most of us, even those who are very auditory or very verbal, something really powerful happens when we need to communicate our idea to someone else, when we try to draw a very, very simple picture of it. And Kun Parit, may I tell you one more story? It'll just take me a moment about a personal experience that I had.
Sure, go for it.
So one of the things that's really interesting for me, I love to come to Thailand. I love to come to Krung Thep. And the reason for that is many years ago when I was a student in the United States, I was selected to become an exchange student through a program called AFS. You might be familiar with this. I don't know. So I was selected to become an exchange student to go to Bangkok for a year. So I was 17 years old. This was many, many years ago. And so I left my home in Montana in the United States, and I got on a plane and I flew 18 hours along with a set of colleagues, other exchange students from the United States, and we arrived in Krung Thep, and I didn't speak a word of Thai. I'd never been to Thailand. At that time, I had a very difficult time even knowing on a map where you would find Thailand. So I had no experience whatsoever. And I ended up staying in Nonthaburi, in a little town called Bang Buatong, north Nonthaburi, and I lived with a Thai family for that year. And no one in that family really spoke English, and I didn't speak any Thai. So for the first couple of months, eventually I learned to speak Thai reasonably well, as you could, in a year of very intensive exchange program, living with the family. This was before the internet, of course. The family I lived with didn't even have a telephone in those days. So we spent hours and hours over weeks and weeks and months sitting around the kitchen table or sometimes sitting on the floor and take out a sheet of paper and just start drawing and talking. And I'd be speaking English. And of course, my Thai family would be speaking Thai. But on that piece of paper, imagine with me, Kun Parit, I would say something like this. My family has 5 people, and the family I would be talking about my American family, and my Thai family wouldn't know what I was saying because they didn't speak English. But then on the piece of paper, I would draw 5 circles, and I would add a little bit of hair to each of those circles. And then I would draw an arrow towards the first one, and I would say, this circle is my father. This is Kun Pa. And this circle is my mother. This is Kun Ma. And then this is my older brother. And this is my next brother. And this is me. And we would have conversations for hours where we were passing the pen back and forth, drawing maps, drawing pictures of our houses, our families. And it was the most incredible experience. And Kun Parit, is what really began to share with me that the true common language of all people is pictures. Because you could speak Thai, you could speak English, you could speak German, you could speak Chinese, and you wouldn't be able to talk to each other. But one thing, and this has been so true throughout my life, is one language all of us have in common is the language of drawing a simple picture, a couple of circles, a couple of squares, a couple of arrows. And what I've tried to do through my whole life is sometimes I have lived in other countries where I didn't speak the language. And of course, for that reason, the drawing is very, very important. But most of my life has lived in the United States where obviously I speak the same language as my colleagues. But here's the thing that I find interesting. You go into different businesses and different industries. Say, for example, you go into the financial services industry, and there's a very specific language that is spoken there, the language of financial services, where people talk about profit and loss, or they talk about margin, or they talk about any type of quantitative information around finances. And then maybe a week later, you go into the healthcare industry, and people there talk about healthcare metrics, or they talk about diseases, or they talk about oncology or cancer, a very different language they're speaking. Here's the point I want to make. In any one of these different industrial languages, the pictures are still universal. And I find this absolutely powerful. And this is why I've been able to be successful. And so many of my colleagues have been successful, because those of us that speak the language of pictures very well find that we can move between different industries, different jobs, different careers very easily, because again, it comes back to that common language. So Kun Parit, thank you for letting me answer your short question with a very, very long answer. But I believe the power of being able to communicate your idea through visuals and simple pictures is extraordinarily powerful, even if you are primarily a verbal person.
I see. So I think from your examples you just shared with us, I think we can see more clearly about how visual thinking can solve some of the problems, right? It can help you better kind of plan your airplane or airline routes. It can help you overcome the language barrier when you're in a foreign country. Kind of going a bit deeper into kind of examples from the business world. I know you've worked with businesses across many different sectors. The question that comes to my mind is how complex a problem can visual thinking solve, right? So can it solve kind of primarily, so the example of kind of airplane routes, for example, is a problem which I think we can all see that it can be solved kind of visually, because it's very much to do with kind of laying out the map, seeing kind of the origin, the destination of all the possible routes. Mm-hmm. But kind of for other kind of more complex, potentially word-based problems, right? So problems related to, let's say, profit and loss in the finance industry, or problems that are not necessarily you would associate automatically with it being solved visually. Mm-hmm. How do you turn those kind of problems into something more visual and solve them? Can you share with us some examples of the problems that you solve for your clients using this visual thinking technique?
Oh, absolutely. What an incredible question. And thank you for letting me share some thoughts on that. I typically find myself more often dealing with issues of strategy than probably any other single type of business issue. And here's what I find quite fascinating. As all of us who've ever been through any kind of business training know, it's very important for an organization, whether it's a business or a nonprofit or even a governmental organization, to have a sense of underlying vision, meaning what is the vision of our organization? What mission are we trying to serve? What change are we trying to bring about in the world? And I find it really fascinating that the word, at least in English, that's used to describe an organization's highest sense of purpose is the word vision. Isn't that funny that we use the word vision to describe our sense of purpose? Because again, strategy, we might frame it as a word problem. And you used the example a moment ago of something in financial services being a profit and loss problem, and let's talk our way through it. That's great. But if you actually work in financial services, you know that 90% of the work is done using charts, which are visual displays of number. And we have a tendency to talk about those charts a lot, but what we're really doing is we're looking at them. And so I find that you can kind of break almost all problems in the world that any organization or even individual is going to face into one of 6 fundamental types of problems. And what I mean by that is sometimes we have problems of quantity, which is typical where we are in financial services, meaning we don't have enough money or we don't have enough time. So when we face a problem of quantity, which is typically what you find in financial services, the pictures that you would want to draw are going to be charts. What is a chart? It's a visual display of number. What is our profitability? You can picture a chart. Last year, our profit was, let's say, 15%. This year, our profit is only 11%. Now, you can already see that in your mind that there's a trend line going down. So if we project that forward from 15% last year to 11% this year, well, what might it be next year? If we continue that trend line down, we're trending down, maybe we'll only be at 8%. So the point I'm making is that's still a picture. And as we look at that chart, we can see that trend and say, okay, so what should we do to bend that back up? Now, there's a separate type of problem, which might be a problem of location, meaning we have several factories in several countries, but let's say our customers are in other countries. So now we have a challenge of location. What picture would we draw to try to clarify that problem? Well, now we're not going to draw a chart anymore. Now we're actually going to draw a map, like we did with the airline. We'd say, here's where our factories are actually located, but here's where our customers are located. And we would notice in our map, they're not in the same place. So then here's the beauty of using visuals to solve the problem. Now that you've mapped out the problem as factories are far removed from customers, the picture lends itself towards a couple of solutions. Well, one would be, should I move the factory to be closer to my customer? That's a possibility. That is, on a map, becomes a potential solution. Another one is, could I move my customer closer to my factory? Well, that's going to be really hard. I don't have control over my customer normally. But what else could I do on this map? Well, I could increase the frequency of supply chain connections between these countries and these customers and sort of solve the geographic problem through more effective logistics. The point I'm trying to make is, for any type of problem that we can conceptualize with words, I believe there is a visual alternative that we can also craft, which it might not be better than the verbal description of the problem, but it's always going to give us another way of looking at that problem. And often that new way, by creating a pictorial representation of the problem, will also often give us an insight that would not have been discovered if we just continued to talk about it. Now, because I sound perhaps a little bit like a broken record, draw pictures, draw pictures, draw pictures, I think it's important that I clarify a little bit. I am a writer. I have written hundreds and hundreds of thousands of words, and I've written many word problems and word solutions, and I love it. I love to tell stories. I love to sit around as we're doing right now and just kind of talk things through. But what you cannot see is what helps me do that is all of the time that we are talking, I'm actually drawing on a piece of paper to collect my thoughts and clarify them, or I'm drawing on a whiteboard, or sometimes I'm just literally drawing shapes in the air as I'm talking to move from this point to this point. So, other examples, financial services, a picture often is what you need to look at to determine what is the right financial strategy to put in place to move those trends in the line that we want. Strategy, business strategy, tends to bring about pictures of two types. The first type is that kind of map that we talked about that says strategically, our business is located over here in this kind of market segment. And strategically, in order to continue to grow, we need to move to a different market segment. Well, that's a map. How might we clarify our strategy? By literally drawing it on a coordinate system and seeing where might we make the best moves. That's one type of picture for strategy. Another type of picture for strategy is after we've decided where we want to go, the next question is, what steps do we need to take strategically to get there? Meaning, what is the first thing we need to do, and then the second thing, and the third thing, and so on. And that lends itself to a third type of picture. We're going to call it the timeline or the sequence map, which is, as you can imagine, maybe starting over on the left, moving from left to right. What is the sequence of steps that we might want to go through to realize this strategy that we've articulated? So, Kun Parit, again, thank you for letting me go on at length. I hope my enthusiasm and passion is helping to clarify even further. How are my answers sitting with you? Is this making sense, or do I sound like a crazy man?
No, you don't. You don't sound like a crazy man. Actually, when you were going through the different kind of the different ways to visualize a business strategy, right? Starting from how you segment your market, kind of going on to how you could potentially switch your segments, and therefore ending up with a timeline of what you need to do when to get there. This all sounds very similar to the thinking process I do when I make, let's say, like a PowerPoint presentation, right? Thinking about how to kind of visualize kind of different stages or different messages that I'm trying to communicate. Is it related? Are these two fields kind of related? Kind of how we think visually, and then how we then kind of turn that into a presentation, which we then present to clients, to business partners?
Oh, such a great question. Yes. And in fact, I'm working on a sixth book right now. Kun Parit, I'm happy to tell you, I've just received the contract for my next book. And the next book is going to be about exactly the topic you just brought up. The shift from visual thinking to visual storytelling. I'm pretty sure this is common. Among business people that I talk to around the world, there's an enormous trend the last 2 years or so, whether it's in sales or strategic management or training, really problem solving, to be able to tell a good story. Because we all know that business is really complicated, strategies are complicated, market activity is really complicated, the things that we're trying to solve, the things that we're trying to sell, they're complicated. And by the way, everybody's life that we're trying to talk to is also really complicated. Everybody's so busy these days. The best way to convey an idea seems to be by just telling a story. So to your question, when you're working on a PowerPoint, and I'm so happy you said that because I do the same thing, I will draw the kind of pictures we talked about a moment ago as just the thinking process. But now when I need to share it with someone else, it's going to shift from visual thinking to visual storytelling. And that's where PowerPoint comes in, because you're going to take your slide, or some people use Google Documents, or whatever the mechanism is. What you need to do is convert these very lovely visual ideas you have into something that someone else can understand in kind of a linear fashion. And so what you do is you take those 6 pictures we were drawing a moment ago. Some of them are pictures about numbers. Some of them are pictures about segmentation or location. Some of them are pictures about sequence or timing. And you convert them into a seamless visual story that then becomes the pages of your PowerPoint. And what's really beautiful about this visual storytelling approach is if you've been effective in kind of unpacking the complexity of your thinking into these pictures, you now have really beautiful starting point for the building blocks of the story that you want to tell. So for example, I could even play one out with you right now, Parit, just for a second. Imagine that I wanted to, well, I have an idea. So I'm working on this new book, and it is a book about visual storytelling. I could tell you a visual story about visual storytelling, and it might go in my PowerPoint something like this. I might say, okay, Parit, you and I both have the same challenge. We need to convey a complex idea to a very distracted audience. And in particular, these days, through a remote meeting, a Zoom or a GoToMeeting. We can't even be in the same room as most of the people we want to talk to. So that's a problem that we have. That's slide number one. Slide number two is I then say, so how might we improve that problem? Well, improve that. Well, what things can we bring that help clarify complexity in a way which is engaging and efficient and kind of fun? Well, that would be slide two. What could we do? Slide three might be, hey, we could draw more pictures. Drawing these pictures would help clarify the complexity and make the presentation more engaging. So now we've gotten 3 slides done. The fourth slide would be, okay, so what pictures would we draw? And that's where I might share with you, well, Parit, I think there's 6 types of pictures we could draw, each one of which has a role in helping tell the story. And then our final slide would be, so which picture are we going to start with? So now what we've done is we've actually told a visual story about the subject, and it's become a beautiful 6-page PowerPoint that we could share with anyone else, and they would understand, they would be able to follow along the story with us. So I've gone on again. How does that sit with you? Can you kind of see in your mind's eye what I'm describing?
Yes. So I think we can see now some examples of how we can use pictures to either kind of summarize information, structure them in a better way, and then better communicate or tell a story about the point we're trying to make. I think one area that I just want to get kind of slightly clearer example for our audiences is, so apart from being able to summarize information, how can you use kind of pictures to find new solutions to a problem, right? So for example, can you share with us like a concrete example or a project you did with a client where the client was like found it very difficult. They had a problem that they couldn't solve. They had a problem that they couldn't find a solution to. And then once you kind of coach them to think visually, to map out their ideas visually, then they found a solution that they otherwise would not have found had they not gone through that process.
Oh,
do you have an example you can share on that?
Oh, absolutely. So I have many. And in fact, let me just pick kind of one that would be able to convey through words most effectively.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's going to be a challenge.
Yeah. So I was working recently with a large healthcare organization. Now, healthcare around the world, each country has its own setup. Here in the United States, we don't really have what we would call integrated healthcare, meaning that typically the hospital where you receive your care is one part of the healthcare system, and then another part of the healthcare system is actually the insurance company that's going to pay for it. So typically when in the United States you go to a hospital, you go in, they operate on you or they do the treatment, what have you, and then the billing is sent through your insurance company, and then the insurance company comes around the back and bills you later on, and then after that you go and you get any government assistance that may have been available. And I have to tell you, the process is extraordinarily complicated. And so I was working with a healthcare provider that was trying to imagine, how can we make the system more seamless for our customers? And for a healthcare organization, in this case, a large hospital, the customer has a different name. We call them a patient. So this is the person who's the customer of healthcare, is someone who's sick, and the product that they're actually purchasing is their health. So if you can think about it that way, now you could draw a picture that says, over here we have the hospital, and over here we have the customer. The customer is coming to the hospital and they're receiving the product, which is better health. That might be a surgery or an operation or an outpatient clinic or what have you. But then the payment part of it is way over here on a separate side of our whiteboard, completely disconnected. So no wonder the process is very complicated. What would happen as we look at this picture? How might we bring the payment system and the healthcare delivery system into the same world? So what would happen now, you can imagine this map where we have these disconnected pieces, all of which is very, very confusing to the patient, who, by the way, the patient is also ill. So the last thing they want to do is go through all of this crazy complexity of going one place to have their healthcare and going to another place to try to take care of paying for it. So on our map, what we said is, what would happen if you actually brought the payment system into the hospital and actually treated the hospital more like a retail store? What would that mean? Well, what that would mean is you'd have much more transparency and clarity around the price of care, which might help to make the care more efficient. Because if you separate the delivery of care way over on, say, the left side of our whiteboard from payment for care, which is way over on the right side of our whiteboard, there's no payment transparency between them. So the customer doesn't actually know what they're paying, which is why, in a large degree, healthcare costs in the United States have risen at an unsustainable rate because there's a separation of payment from actually delivery. So the picture that we drew, see if this makes sense, Kun Parit, in the case of this large hospital, in order to drive greater cost efficiency, why don't we charge the patient at the time of care, and in the same way that that patient, if they went to a restaurant, would be able to choose what they were going to buy according to their budget, or they went into a store and were able to choose what product they were going to buy. Let's make it completely clear to the patient what healthcare products are going to be delivered to them based on what they need, and then work through with them how the pricing works. And what we were able to find is you get vastly more efficient and transparent pricing structures, which actually drives the cost of healthcare down at the same time that it is improving healthcare outcomes. So that's one complicated example where if you had just tried to solve that problem by looking at spreadsheets and a report, you would never have seen the possibility of improving the clarification simply by moving these two disparate parts, payment and delivery, into the same. And now, what's interesting is the most successful in terms of healthcare outcomes and financial stability, the most successful healthcare organizations in the United States are those that have integrated the payment with care delivery. Does that make sense, what I've described? Can you kind of see how that works?
Yes, I can see that very clearly. And I'm actually trying to think ahead now about if there is actually any business problem that cannot be solved visually, right? So, for example, we talked about how we can lay out our business strategy more clearly using pictures. I think you've just shown us how we can improve like a certain process or a customer experience by mapping them out in kind of as a picture. I'm trying to now think about if there are any business problems that we cannot actually solve visually, right?
Well, Kun Parit, if I might, maybe let's reframe the thought just a little bit, because let's just be upfront. There are business and organizational problems that probably cannot be solved at all. There are, and we often refer to these as wicked problems. So the difference between, say, a wicked problem and a traditional problem is something like flying, let's take our airline example. Flying an airplane from point A to point B to point C and maximizing customer revenue per air mile, that is a solvable problem. That you can do that. It's math. It's math and a map. You can solve it. But something like, again, just from a healthcare perspective, here in the United States, the incidence of diabetes is going up radically. That's not really a solvable problem. That's a wicked problem because there are so many contributing factors to that. Such things as poor dietary habits, which can lead to obesity, which can lead to poor health which can lead to diabetes. And you can't just solve it by saying everybody eat better. It's a really complicated problem. But what you can do, you can't solve diabetes, but what you can do with our pictures is you can at least clarify the underlying reasons why this problem is growing. And you could do that in a written report, certainly, that would have, many, many data points behind it. But I still believe you could clarify that written report so that it could be more readily understood and perhaps even more valuable by creating a series of visual maps that explain all of the elements that are contributing. So what I wanted to do in reframing this is say, there are problems that are ahead of us that are not solvable. I think, for example, some of the global economic challenges that are faced right now by say COVID that's in front of us. I don't know that we're ever going to solve that because we will be able to fix certain parts of the problem, but just given how complex the world is, it's probably very likely that the kinds of problems that are coming around by COVID are just going to become increasingly we're going to have to develop new systems for thinking about dealing with global health. We're not going to solve it, but we'll make little fixes along the way. If a problem can be solved, a picture can help solve it. I believe that's true 100% of the time. If the problem is not solvable because it's too big or too complicated, I believe that the role of a picture is to help us at least understand what the pieces are so we can do the best job we can to fix those pieces that are fixable. Does that help clarify a little bit?
Yep. So I think if I understand you correctly, I think what you're saying that it's not the case that a picture can solve everything, right? But at least it can lay out the potential solutions and enable you to see solutions that you might otherwise not see if you don't draw it out.
Yeah. That's well said. Thank you. That's better. You said it better than I did. Yes. Thank you.
Do you see this technique as something which should substitute other techniques of solving a problem, or do you see it as complementary? So, for example, if a certain company, certain set of business leaders are so used to solving problems without kind of visual thinking, but solving through math only, solving through kind of listing out the problems in bullet points and brainstorming solutions in that way. Do you see this as something that should replace that, or do you see this as something which should go hand in hand with what they're already used to?
Oh, great question. Absolutely complementary. I'm not advocating that we replace any type of problem solving or clarification tool that we have. It's not a matter of competing models. It's a matter of trying to do the best we can and bring to bear every resource we have. And I think the reason that I'm so passionate about emphasizing the visual is because of all sort of training and teaching and thinking modalities. It's the one that has been the least supported through kind of traditional education over the last 100 years or so. And that sounds ironic, but the data are pretty clear. I can't speak to education in Thailand because I just don't know it well enough. I did spend my 1 year at Mosoha at Rongren Ratana Tibet, you Jangwat Nonthaburi nakap. So I have 1 year of experience many years ago of the Thai educational system, but I don't really know much about it. But here in the United States, we've moved increasingly in the last couple of decades towards a testing-based educational system, which I don't think is a good idea, because what it means is you're training students to learn the right answer instead of teaching students how to think. And there's a difference there between the right answer, because the big problems we face today do not have a right answer. They have typically, from many, many contributing complex elements, what I believe is the key element of education is to teach us not what to think, but to give us tools to help us in how to think. And so in that regard, of course, spoken language is baseline, absolutely critical. And I think we should amplify the amount of education we do around really effective verbal thinking and public speaking. I think that's important. But from a complementary perspective, to answer specifically your question, I absolutely believe that we would all benefit from applying more emphasis to simply understanding how do people process visual information and how come we're so good in our day-to-day life at making good decisions based simply on what we see, and what are the lessons there that we could apply in a more formal educational system. So to answer your question, a complement, as many tools as we can bring to bear, the more that we have that we understand, the better off we're going to be.
โปรโมชั่นพิเศษสำหรับคุณผู้ฟัง In the Name of Work Podcast ถ้าสนใจคอนเทนต์จากสปีกเกอร์ระดับโลกแบบนี้อีกสามารถใช้โค้ด Salmon SALMON เพื่อเป็นส่วนลด 10% เข้าชมงาน Corporate Innovation Summit หรือ CIS ปี 2020 Event Virtual Experiential Conference ที่จะจัดขึ้นในวันที่ 15-17 กันยายนนี้เปิดขายบัตรแล้ววันนี้ทางเว็บไซต์ cis.writeexcel.com ย้ำนะครับ cis.riseaccel.com แล้วเจอกันครับ
So do we, if we kind of get someone who's not used to this kind of technique of thinking visually, to start to think visually and to use that, as you mentioned, as an additional tool for solving a problem, do we run the risk of ever kind of overcomplicating the problem? So for example, if someone is trying to force fit a certain visual or a certain picture into a problem that they're trying to solve, do we run the risk of it kind of being a little bit too forced, or are there ways we can kind of prevent ourselves from doing that?
Gosh, what a fantastic question. And it kind of goes two directions, doesn't it, Kun Parit? Because on the one hand, by forcing a new tool, we might overcomplicate the solution approach. And on the other hand, it is also something to be cognizant of. Sometimes by forcing a simple picture into a complicated problem, let's be honest, we can actually make the problem worse if we draw a picture that misrepresents the underlying data or the underlying architecture of the problem. So, but this is true of all learning modalities. So I'm not worried about the idea of making problem solving more complex by bringing in a new tool set. As long as that tool set is understood, it's well clarified, it's well tested, and it works in complement to tool sets we already have, then it should not overcomplicate something. In fact, what it should do, this new visual thinking tool set, what it should do, if nothing else, is serve as a kind of a fact check, an alternative point of view on a more traditional method of problem solving. So before we commit to one course of action, this is always a good idea. I don't know how you would say this in Thai, but there's an old sort of English axiom that comes from the construction trade. So someone who builds furniture or builds houses, anybody who ever works with tools, you measure something twice and then you cut it once, because you only get to cut the material one time, but you can measure it a couple of times. So what I'm thinking here is, as we make a decision to take a course of action to help solve a problem, we really want to make sure that we're taking the best decision we can. So why don't we think it through from a verbal perspective and come up with an answer, and then think it through from a visual perspective and validate that we come up with the same answer. And if we come up with a different answer, then let's go back and reframe the problem to see why are we coming up with two different approaches? And I don't think that overcomplicates anything. I think that if we are thoughtful about it, it should actually give us a greater sense of comfort that we have really thought the problem through as best as we can. We've given it our full attention, both verbal and visual. If the two align and we come up with an answer, we're very certain that that is a good approach to go, because we've really run it through the full capability of our thinking process. I'm not sure that answers your question, but I think it sounds kind of right to me.
Yeah, so it's a method of kind of checking your answers, right? Seeing if different approaches lead you to the same recommended decision.
Right.
How related is all this to the field of data analytics and data visualization? Because I think currently kind of businesses will have loads and loads of data, right, that they can use to analyze. And I think being able to know which type of data to analyze, how to visualize the patterns that we're seeing can sometimes be quite helpful in terms of driving at a certain conclusion to a certain problem, right? So do you see this as being related to the fields of data visualization as well?
Absolutely. In fact, they're two sides of the same coin. Visual thinking is in my mind, is really the intentional use of all of our visual power to try to help us clarify whatever it is that we're looking at. That is the one side of the coin. The other side is, to your point, you're absolutely right. Your questions are fantastic. Given the amount of data that are being collected today by any business, by the robots, by online, all of that data, we've never had this kind of data available to us before. But we still face the fundamental problem of, what do we look at? What data is valuable to us? And then the deeper problem of, once we've identified which types of data are meaningful, how do they actually intersect? Because typically in the old world, the old days, we would all boot up Microsoft Excel, and let's say we're talking in any sort of quantitative data set. Let's just take a very simple, say, stock price. We have two pieces of data. We have time and we have value. And we can make a very simple XY plot where our x-axis is time and our y-axis is price, and we'll get a stock ticker, and we'll be able to look at that and we'll see it going up and down. That is such a simple data set, though, because imagine if we were able to now, and we can with the data we collect and the beginning of artificial intelligence, we can start to layer in there other dimensions of data, such as time of day, temperature, customer response time, customer location, product selection, product color, all of these things that in the past we would be forced to just work with maybe two different dimensions of data. Now we can have 20 dimensions of data, all of which are intersecting. And this is where true AI-driven data visualization comes in. And this is also a passion of mine because it, in the end, is going to use exactly the same tools we've been thinking about. In fact, some of my favorite examples are where, in working through a business strategy, we've been able to take 5, 6, 7 different dimensions of data that typically would have been analyzed independently. And by using really clever and thoughtful mapping, even before artificial intelligence or really complicated systems like Tableau or some of the other great data visualization business analytics tools, just with pen and paper, a whiteboard, try to think through, how would I map together 4, 5, 6 different dimensions of data? And if I could see them in parallel, what would that tell me? What would that show me that just looking at them independently I never would have seen? This is where really incredible breakthroughs are coming in. So again, forgive me for my long answer, but you've hit a point that's of real passion to me. Yes, Parit, the answer is data visualization, to me, is an element of visual thinking and visual processing, and it's a very specific element of it, and it's one that is critically important and will become even more difficult as we get more and more data, which is why, again, tools like, are you familiar with a tool called Tableau? Is that something?
Yes.
So Tableau, which now, by the way, is owned by Salesforce. Salesforce went and bought it a year ago. Why? Because Salesforce, we were talking earlier, giant company in the cloud collecting massive amounts of customer information, saw a need for that data to be displayed meaningfully to their customers so people could make good decisions about it. And so they bought Tableau as a very effective tool to help doing that. Now, there are many other types of tools as well, but that's just one that I'm familiar with. And what's beautiful about Tableau or other types of data visualization tools and think about where all these things we are talking about, Kun Parit, they intersect. From one of those data visualization tools, you have the ability to generate a geographic map. So that map might show you sales and price data based on geography. Well, that's the map we were talking about before. That's a where picture. You might also be able to create a time series. Well, that's the timeline we were talking about before. What I find so beautiful about this is once we get into pictorial information, all of these things we're talking about, they intersect in an almost beautiful way because they all give us the power to then look at this new chart or table or map or data visualization and suddenly see insights there that in the old world of a written report and bullet points, to be fair, were completely invisible.
I'm sure members of our audience can really relate to that. I mean, spending minutes and hours staring at an Excel, right? You can't really see what the numbers are telling us until you actually start drawing it out and turning them into kind of charts or 3D graphs, right? So I think that's a very powerful way to illustrate why visual thinking is so important, right? And I think we spent a lot today talking about the why, as in like why visual thinking is so important as a tool for solving a problem. I want to move a little bit to the how. So how does one become better at thinking visually? What kind of skill sets would they need to kind of develop? How early on in their life do they need to develop these skill sets? Any advice you have on how to become a better visual thinker?
Yeah, actually, and I think there's probably 2 or 3 parallel paths that one could take. And the first one, obviously, well, I hope it's obvious, is we should all become a little bit more comfortable and confident in our ability to just draw basic pictures. And that sounds a little bit childish, and that's just how it is. And think about this. Every one of us knows that as a child, before we could learn to read and write, the first few years in school, even at home before going to school, we drew all the time. I mean, if you take a pencil or a crayon and you put it in the hand of a child and you give them a sheet of paper, or sometimes they don't even need paper, they'll draw on the wall. As humans, we have this innate desire to try to make marks, to represent what we think and what we see. And early on, those are just in the forms of drawings. And, you know, we were all children at one time and we all drew terrible little stick figures and little houses and cars or whatever or birds, whatever we enjoyed. But then sometime, usually about the time we hit age 7 or 8, 9, about the time we really start to read more, unfortunately, we're told, you don't need to do those drawings anymore. You were never any good at the drawing anyway, so let's forget about that and let's just activate our verbal mind. And for most of us, that's the way we go all the way through high school, college, post-secondary, postgraduate work. Write your dissertation, write your report. Step number 1 is let's just take a little bit of time to practice and become comfortable in the idea of just simple drawing, because it's a really, really powerful tool. That's path number 1. Path number 2 is learn a little bit about what I call the frameworks of visual thinking. And again, it's basically there are really only 6 types of pictures that we're ever going to draw. And I can share those with you now. We've talked about them, but I can give you the full list right now. We can draw simple emojis or icons that represent the things that we're talking about. So we can draw stick figures or boxes or what have you, little emojis, a smiley face. That's one type of drawing, and it represents a physical object we're talking about. Then we can draw a map. We've talked about those. We can draw a timeline. We've talked about those. We can draw a chart, which again, back to our conversation about Tableau, which is really think about it as a data visualization, a picture that represents number. That's another picture we can draw. The 5th type of picture we could draw is a flow chart. And this is where things start to get a little more complicated because a flow chart really combines everything we've seen up to this point. In a flow chart, if you think about what's there, you have a box. Well, that's an icon, and that box might represent, say, a database, or that box might represent, or a triangle might represent a decision point. So we've got our kind of icons. Then we connect them with lines. We've added in a timeline function. Then we might add quantities into that. How big are each of those shapes? We're adding those in. So the fifth type of picture is our flowchart that pulls together most everything we've seen. And then the last type of picture, really the most elaborate of all, is what we're going to call kind of a multivariable plot. When that simply means, as we were talking about before, let's come up with an underlying coordinate system exercise, and then that allows us to map in multiple dimensions of information, data, in a visual way, which might include everything from time to quantity to location to impact, all in one picture that tries to represent a vast summary of knowledge in one visual. So as we go through from increasing order of complexity, those are really the 6 types of pictures that we can draw. So this is path 1, learn to draw and be comfortable. Path 2, learn those 6 separate visual frameworks because they're quite distinct. And each one serves a very specific purpose. And then the third path we could take to help us improve would be, now that we've drawn those pictures, can we learn a simple visual storytelling framework that allows us to then play those pictures back in order to show them to someone else so that they can see our thought process visually represented in exactly the order that we conveyed it, and that's where it becomes the visual story. So Kun Parit, I'd summarize by say, how to get better. Practice drawing. There's lots of ways you can do that. Learn the visual frameworks, and the best way to do that, I have this information available online. I can share with you the URL where people can see my visual frameworks, or they can go through the books that I have out there that describe this. And then the third item is learn to become a better visual storyteller. And that, again, is very prescriptive. There's a very specific way you can learn to do that. How does that sound to you?
So my follow-up question on that is, so can you be a good visual thinker without being good at drawing? And this is a very, very personal question because a lot of times when I'm at my work, I feel like I'm thinking visually. I feel like I have a visual representation of what my problem is like in my head. But whenever I try to draw that out and communicate to my team, one of the kind of challenges I have is that I'm not able to draw it out or draw what's in my head as accurately on paper. Or at least I think this could be to do with kind of my limited drawing skills as well. But I think I find it very difficult to translate what I'm thinking visually into kind of actual drawings on a piece of paper. So can you actually be a good visual thinker without being good at drawing? Or are you saying that being at least able to draw clearly and drawing kind of simple frameworks is a prerequisite for being a good visual thinker?
Well, again, wow, great question. And the two pieces go in parallel. So if I kind of take from your question, there's actually two questions in there. The first one is, can I be a good visual thinker if I don't know how to draw? And the answer to that is absolutely, because in the drawing that we're talking about, let's be clear, Kun Parit, we're not talking about an artistic process. I don't want you to be able to draw like Leonardo da Vinci did, or that's not important. In fact, it can also be a hindrance in some cases, because some people who are very, very talented at drawing spend so much time elaborating the picture that they're drawing that they kind of lose the bigger picture of what they were trying to achieve. So it's actually, you don't need to have great drawing skills technically to be able to be a good visual thinker, because we're not trying to create an artistic impression. All we're trying to do is clarify what's already in your mind anyway. And invariably, the simpler and clearer your picture is, the better that's probably going to be, even if the drawing is terrible. So that's point number one. Point number two is not so much about whether drawing is what enables us to think, but the real problem about the difficulty of articulating what you see in your mind's eye onto a piece of paper is we have not really been taught how to think very clearly. And this is why I really like these visual frameworks, because what they do is they give you a way to think, hold on a minute. You've got this idea rushing through your mind, and it's got all these moving pieces in it. And We struggle to talk about it, but we really struggle to draw it. So how about we stop for a moment? And let's unpack what we're seeing in our brain by forcing ourselves to draw these 4 or 5 or 6 different pictures of it. And we can do that in about 10 minutes. Take 2 minutes each. Draw me a set of icons that represent who and what you're talking about. Just the first 10 things that come to your mind when I ask you, who is involved in your problem and what is involved? Just a customer, a marketer, the CEO, the president, what have you. Just nail them. Take 2 minutes, then stop. Now, take 2 minutes to draw me some charts. What data do you have? And just give me a couple of charts. The point I'm trying to make is, by going through those 4 or 5 or 6 visual frameworks, this is what's so cool and why I get so enthusiastic, Kun Parit. It forces you to use your visual mind to clarify what's already in your head. And the magic isn't the beautiful drawing. The magic is simply trying to come up with a visual way to explain what's already in your head. And if you use these 5 or 6 frameworks that I'm talking about, you will be able to do it. You will clarify what is already in your mind. And it is actually a relief when you go through it, because then at the end you can say, look at what I've done. In 5 pictures, which took me 10 to 15 minutes to draw, I have discovered the essence of my own idea. It's actually a really, really great self-reflection exercise. It's almost like a kind of meditation to clarify the complexity that is always rolling through our head.
So it's not just the output that's important, but kind of the process of arriving at that output can also be important in clarifying your thoughts, right?
Really well said. Yes, I think that's true.
Do you see this skill set becoming more and more important going forward? So if you try to kind of analyze the trends of kind of what type of jobs will be there in 10, 20 years, do you feel that this is a skill set that everyone should learn, everyone should develop, regardless of kind of what professions you are in?
Absolutely, I do, and I've seen the evidence for it. And it parallels the rise of big data and the rise of artificial intelligence, the rise of complexity, technological and societal that we have. Let's put it this way. Throughout human history, the problems that people, individuals, and societies have faced have always been complicated, which is why, let's just admit the truth. There have been wars throughout history. There have been territorial disputes. There have been big problems, challenges. The problems that we humans face are really complicated. And guess what? As there are more of us and as technology is increasing, the scale of those problems is only going to increase in complexity. So there's this, again, a kind of an old adage, you've probably heard it. The thinking that got us here is not the thinking that's going to get us to the next step. So one of the reasons I'm such a strong advocate of this visual model as a complement to other, perhaps more well-established types of thinking, is we need to think more synthetically. We need to be able to see the world more in terms of systems and layers and less as linear ABC bullets. Because frankly, the world doesn't work A, B, C, D. That's not how the world actually operates. That's a limitation of language in a way. Us trying to apply the simple sort of sentence structure or grammatical structure of our language, we're trying to apply it, force it on to a really complicated world. And it works. It works up to the point where we can tell a story or think we understand something. But adding on the synthetic ability to see multiple pieces and combine them, which we can only do through pictures, is absolutely imperative as we really try to grapple with the increasingly complex problems that we face. So simple answer, yes.
So I mean, what can businesses do, right, to take advantage of this tool? So for example, if let's say a business buys into this idea, they truly believe that visual thinking is an essential tool for solving business problems. what can they actually do? So what can a CEO of a certain business actually do to incorporate this kind of thinking into kind of every employee's toolbox?
Yeah. Well, there are a couple of tactical answers. And of course, this is a little bit self-serving, is I would invite someone to read one of the books that I've written, or any one of my colleagues in the visual thinking world. There are many excellent books out there that just get you thinking about it. I would very strongly advocate that business leaders who appreciate this idea of empowering their teams with this new kind of synthetic, mind-opening toolkit. There are training programs available. In fact, I actually have a business partner in Bangkok who offers my training program, and they've been very successful training up many of the large businesses and organizations in Thailand. So look for training programs. Again, if someone's interested, you can look at danrome.com. That's my website online. So training is valuable because we're not getting this type of training in school yet. So for businesses that want to choose to go this direction, it's really advisable to bring in someone who's been trained on the visual frameworks, and start probably not necessarily at the executive level, but probably at the operations level, around sort of the senior manager level within an organization. Employees and teams who have the power to get things done and are listened to by the executives is a great level at which to start, because those levels can report effectively both up and down within the organization. And then the last one, which is more broad, is for anyone who finds what we're talking about inspiring, I strongly encourage you to look for ways to support schools and educational institutions that are adding in visual problem solving into their curriculum, because I think that educators that are seeing value here and are starting to apply this to students, whether it's at a college level or a high school level, should really be supported. And I can tell you, Kun Parit, here in the San Francisco Bay Area where I live, obviously this is Silicon Valley is here. A lot of the real technological companies that are really pushing the future are headquartered within a few miles of where I'm sitting right now, which means we have a lot of really thoughtful people who are thinking about the future and hopefully thinking about it intelligently, which means that we have a lot of schools here that are willing to try sort of more synthetic, open-minded, open-ended educational processes. So I've been able to share visual thinking in a number of curriculums with schools here in the Bay Area. And so I would encourage people who are interested in building their business out as a better visual thinking organization to actively look as well in recruiting for people who've either been trained or naturally have the ability of sort of synthetic visual communication. I hope that helps.
Yep. And just, I mean, if someone were to want to practice doing this, right? So taking a problem, trying to think visually, trying to map it out into a picture, and then see potential solutions that come up. Should this exercise be done individually, or should it be done in a group setting? What's more productive?
Gosh, a fabulous question. It's interesting because the answer is a hybrid. As you'll notice, many of my answers they're neither black nor white. They're a little bit in the middle. What I have found I've offered my training program thousands of times now, and everywhere from very, very large organizations to small startups to independent schools, where I've been asked to bring these tools into children that are maybe age 12 and with their teachers. And invariably, here's what we find. The exercises you're going to do are individual, but you're doing them in a room of other people that are doing the same thing. So you have the support of being in a room where you can ask a question and be inspired, because often what will happen is we're introducing, it's kind of like a new language. We're introducing a new way of thinking. And, that's tricky. That can be tricky because people haven't done it before. But what's great is we set it up so you have a series of very short exercises that start you out from very, very simple drawing up through then learning each of these frameworks and then applying them. And what we do is we ask people to do it individually, but in a room or at a table with other people that are doing the same thing. And we ask people to create each picture, believe it or not, this is going to sound crazy, in about 2 minutes. We give a very specific instruction. Here's the concept that we want you to explore. Here's the picture we want you to draw, the type of visual framework we want you to use. We start the clock and we give everyone 2 minutes on their own to just draw it on a piece of paper. And then we ask everyone around the table to share it. Because what happens then is you get inspired by the work of other people. And then the second time when you draw your next picture, you've now got all the inputs from everyone around you. So the best way to do it is individually in a group setting. And then if we're doing a more formal workshop or training seminar, by the time we get to the end, then you've got the whole team working together because now they all share this common language. And one person will say, wait, I'll draw the map. And another person over there will say, okay, I'll draw the timeline. And then this person over here will say, I'll take care of all the icons. And then the fourth person says, okay, I'll draw the charts. And they now know how to do it. And they're sharing back and forth. And each team then collectively is able to create a very beautiful visual story, explaining their problem and presenting their proposed solution.
So I think that we're coming towards the end of the episode. So I think just want to kind of finish this episode with a final question. What advice do you have to give to listeners, whether it's business leaders, whether it's individuals who have heard what you shared with us today and feel quite inspired about the importance of visual thinking? What final words or pieces of advice do you have for them here?
Oh, thank you for letting me share this. So yes, the next time you face a problem or a challenge or you don't know what to do and you're thinking it through, the simple advice is this: take a sheet of paper, not a computer. Leave your computer out of this. Just grab a plain old piece of paper or a notebook and a pencil or a pen and draw a circle on your piece of paper. And whatever you're thinking about your problem, whatever is the first thing that comes to mind, label that circle. And it will usually be me because we tend to see ourselves at the center of every problem that exists. So draw a little circle and label it me or my problem. And then draw another circle next to that and label it whatever is the next thing that comes to mind. And in this case, it might be you. The problem begins with me and then it goes to you. And then the third circle, and what would that be? And it would be, oh, we're running out of time. And then the fourth circle. And within a few moments, if you just kind of let your hand continue, don't edit, it's that creation, that mind map that we were starting out with from the beginning. But in this case, what will happen is after a few minutes, I guarantee you will begin to see things emerging that you didn't even know you were thinking about. And that's when the real problem solving begins. And it's as simple as that.
Oh, thank you very much, Dan, for sharing your thoughts with us today. I think hopefully all the listeners will agree with me that when we see the world becoming more and more complex, I think we see the importance of being able to think more clearly visually, being able to structure your problem more visually in order to find solutions that you never thought you could find. So thank you for sharing with us some tips and tricks on that today. Also for anyone out there who's been listening to this podcast, if you've had a go at visualizing this conversation, please do send in your visual representation of this conversation. It'll be interesting to hear and see what you guys make of this. And if you want to also listen in to other great conversations with other business leaders and business experts, please do tune into our podcast every Wednesday. It's called In the Name of Work with me, your host, Parit Watrasin. Thank you very much, Dan, for joining us today.
Kapil Kane, I really enjoyed it.
Salmon Podcast มันสดอร่อย
In the Name of Work Podcast, getting your work to really work with Parit Watrasin.
In collaboration with Rise.
Hi everybody, welcome back to In the Name of Work Podcast. This is Parit Watrasin, your host. In this podcast, I will be taking you through conversation with experts across very different areas of work. And hopefully we'll be getting tips and tricks on how to make your work more efficient, how to make your work more effective, and how to make it more fun. Or as we say in our program, how to get your work to really work for you. So in this episode of In the Name of Work, we are accompanied by a very special guest. He is Mr. Daniel Stillman, who is a conversation designer at the Conversation Factory. Hi, Daniel. Good to have you here.
Thanks so much for having me. I really appreciate making the time to talk about these topics. They're my favorite things to talk about.
Thank you for joining us. I think I have to say I was quite nervous preparing this conversation because when I was told that I have to prepare a conversation with a conversation expert per se, it was quite difficult for me to think about how to structure this interview. Perhaps I think my first question to you would be, can you tell us a little bit more about what you mean by conversation design?
Yeah, totally. Well, so first of all, as I like to say, I'm not an expert. I'm just a fan. I'm maybe a student of it. And yeah, what I mean when I say conversation design, first what I mean is I think our lives are made up of conversations, right? Like, I mean, we're having one right here, right now. This is a conversation. And all of us have dozens, even hundreds of conversations a day, depending on whether or not you count the ones in our heads. And I don't know if you count. And I assume I'm not the only person who has voices in my head and have, some dialogue with those various voices. Some of them are rooting for us. Some of them are not. And so when I say conversation design, there's a wide range of conversations we can consider designing. And I myself started in designing conversations as a design consultant. So I have a background in industrial design, and I was designing conversations for co-creation, product development, client and stakeholder management, user interviews, those sorts of things. But I also developed into working with more general facilitation. And so sometimes when I think of conversation design, when you see a new exercise or workshop, you're like, wow, that's a really good way to accomplish blank. And so it's an approach. It's a design for a conversation. Like you can just Google how to say you're sorry to somebody. All these books that say like, here's exactly what to say in this hard situation. Those are all ways to design a conversation. And when I started thinking about designing conversations in that way, this other type of conversation design wasn't as emergent. Human-computer conversation. So that's also designing conversations. A lot of really good conversation designers try to understand how human conversations work so that they can model them better. And so I've actually, in the process of understanding how to better design human conversations, have actually absorbed some of the work of really good human-computer conversation designers because they're studying the same problem. What are conversations made out of? And so if we can understand how they're made out of, what they're made out of, presumably we can design them better, right? And so we're not flying blind.
I see.
So that's a broad picture of like, when I say conversations, I mean all of them, any of them, whichever ones you're interested in making better than they are now.
I see. Do you remember the best conversation you've ever had? And what was the reason why that was the best conversation?
Where my mind really goes, this is so funny that this is where it's going, but I don't know if summer camp exists in your culture where you sort of...
It does.
Yeah. So you send the kids off with other kids, and the summer camp that I went to was particularly free-spirited. Over the month that we were there, each week there was what they called no curfew night, where you could literally just stay up as long as you wanted. And you could sleep in like the main hall or in any, like in the fields. Like, so there was just like, I think the kind of amazing conversations you have when you're literally have no intention of going to sleep, right? Where it's just a long, drawn out, non-ending conversation where you just talk about everything. Those sorts of conversations are really, I feel like they're a little more rare as adults because we usually have a limit. There's a time limit to most of our conversations. We're like, oh, I can't tell you how many times, Parit, in the last couple of weeks, I've gotten on a call with somebody and they're like, oh, I know we have this for 45 minutes, but I actually have to hop in 30. And I'm like, and they mentioned that 15 minutes in. I'm like, wow, okay. And so then I have to redesign the conversation very strongly to say, okay, well, then what are our real goals? How do we accomplish them? it's really interesting to have a conversation with somebody where there's just the goal is to keep talking.
I see.
That's a really different types of and that's not usually that usually doesn't happen in a business context, but it can.
So you're saying that one ingredient of a good conversation is not putting a limit on the time. So allowing it to naturally flow and then not putting a definite end to it. Is that what you're saying?
That's a great question. I think it depends. There's nothing wrong with having a good conversation in a short period of time. I think it's more about matching goals. It's great. I think maybe what's great about that midnight to 3 a.m. conversation is that it is fluid and flowing and boundless. That's my preference, right? So when I say designing a conversation, I mean, you and I design everything according to what we see and what we think. Before we got this conversation going, we were fumbling around with Zoom. And we're like, why is that interface like that? Why does the button make it so confusing for us to understand X, Y, and Z? Everything that is designed in the world is designed according to the perspectives and the mindsets of the people who designed them. And so my friend Rob Fabricant, who is one of the former heads of Frog Design, he wrote a book called User Friendly. He just wrote an amazing piece in Fast Company outlining the history of what you'd call group conversation UXs from the very, very beginning. And he was making the really, really awesome point that the interface for Zoom is pretty old and pretty hackneyed. Literally one of the first times anybody put this sort of Hollywood Squares thing together, it hasn't changed. It's been almost 30 years since the first little seed of this idea. And there have been other attempts to do something more interesting. Other attempts to make a more interesting interface are based on, or more interesting designs, are entirely based on the desires and the goals of the people designing it. And so the challenge for short conversations is you need clearer goals. You need more aligned goals, right? That's where you have to send an email ahead of time and say, okay, so we only have 30 minutes, so I'd like to talk about X, Y, and Z. There are some people who do not like long, drawn-out conversations. They would rather have quick exchanges with people that are data-based and efficient. And I'm not here to tell you that that's bad, right? That is a design according to the goals of the person designing it. There's less room for error. There's less room for mucking about. There's less room for finding something unexpected or surprising or innovative. It's really hard, and I've consulted to organizations like this, and this is a takeaway for everybody. It's really hard to be creative and innovative, generally speaking, in 30-minute back-to-back meetings all day. I'm just going to throw that out there. I do believe that you and I, as human beings, are designed in such a way that we do need time to marinate, to slow down, to dream, to think, to reflect. And so I don't think 30-minute conversations are bad. I don't think they're necessarily going to get you what you want if what you want is creativity or innovation. If what you want is efficiency and exchange, you can get it. You can also have a creative, innovative dream conversation for 30 minutes. Imagine showing up for a 30-minute conversation with somebody and say, okay, so for the next 30 minutes, I just want to dream with you about what's possible, right? But those aren't usually the way we design those 30-minute conversations. It's like it's an update, right?
Yeah, so we mentioned a lot about one of the kind of criteria for a good conversation is matching the objective that you previously kind of set beforehand, right?
Yeah.
Now, I'm guessing there are kind of two schools of thought on that. One is saying that an effective conversation is one that gets what you need. Another school of thought might say that a good conversation is one that unpacks or allows you to learn something unexpected, right? Something that you did not anticipate to hear in the conversation previously. Where do you lie across those two camps, or is it not a matter of either or? Maybe this is like a false dichotomy.
Yeah. Yeah, so just to make sure I heard you right, like this one where we get that there's one type of conversation we're talking about, which is where something truly unexpected or surprising happens. And another is where it goes according to your plan, right? And I think I say this in the book, I think if everything goes according to your plans, that is good, right? If your plans are good. So if your plans are good and you get what you planned for, then high five, good job. I think you need a balance. So it does depend, for sure, everything depends. But if you think about this from an organizational perspective, and you talk about organizational innovation and having an innovation portfolio, and innovation is totally 100% a conversation. It's a conversation between a group creating the innovation ideas. It's a conversation between the community that they are designing for or with. And it's a conversation between the other powers that be inside of the organization, deciding whether or not we're going to fund or go forward with some of these ideas. If you don't have any room in your portfolio for surprise, if you don't have any room in your portfolio for getting more than you expected, then there's no opportunity to harness these emergent moments. And so I think if we think about it from our own perspective, it's why we go to meetups and conferences and go to parties where we don't know anybody or we only know one person. It takes a lot of work. I don't know about you, Parit, but like going to a party where I don't know anybody is exhausting. Isn't it great that we can't have parties anymore here in the COVID time? But like this is what happens. Like some of the most amazing opportunities in our lives come from surprise, the unexpected, serendipity. And so it seems weird, but I think we almost need to plan in serendipity. We need to plan in surprise. Because if we pack everything in our lives, if we pack our whole innovation portfolio with sure bets or quick wins, then we're only going to get those things, right? So you have to have some moonshots. You have to have some guesses, some wild dreams. Otherwise, you're not going to have what I would call balance. A balanced portfolio in your life. And it seems weird to apply it to yourself. It's very clear that we should be applying that to teams and product design and innovation. You've got to have some wacky, weird, long shot bets. If you don't, maybe it's unfair to say that, but I think an organization ought to have some space for dreaming in the same way that a person needs to have places for dreaming. I don't know. Does that help? Because I think you're right. In a way, it is I don't want to say it's a false dichotomy. I think it's a spectrum, and we've got to like find out where we want to be along that spectrum at any one time.
So let me zoom in on kind of the business context, right? So let's say that you're working at a company and there's a conversation that you need to enter, right? Whether it's presenting your work to your manager, whether it's negotiating with a business partner.
Yeah.
Is there such a thing as over-preparing? Is there anything wrong with over-preparing, kind of preparing out all the scenarios, preparing all the information you might need? Does that kind of mentally prevent you from being spontaneous and being kind of attentive to what's going on in the actual conversation when it happens?
I think that's such an interesting question. I mean, I'm sure that the question behind that question is we've both experienced that can be the case, right? And I'm wondering where or how over preparation winds up messing us up. And what first came up for me is I think if we over prepare, we focus so much on what we want, and maybe it makes us nervous. I think that's one way that we can over prepare. Like if you rehearse what you're going to say down to the word, you can get really off your center. There's this classic, I don't know if you've ever watched 30 Rock, which is, it's a sitcom. It's fun. Jack Donaghy, who is this hilarious character played by Alec Baldwin, he's doing this video where he's like, what do I do with my hands? I've forgotten what to do with my hands. And he's like, can I have a mug? And so he's holding a mug in one hand. And he's like, actually, I need another mug. He's so confused about what to do with his hands that he's holding two mugs, which of course no person would ever do. So I think we can over prepare so much that we kill any sense of things being natural. Like any good actor, there's a script, you memorize your lines, but then you throw it away and you have to be in the present moment. So that's one way that I think over preparing can just kill you. But the other way I think over preparing can challenge us is that if in our preparation we forget about the other person, that can be problematic. So when maybe I talk about this too much in my interviews and my writing, but maybe it was 2016, I went to the Harvard Negotiation Institute for a 5-day intensive on negotiation. And if you want to learn more about it, I interviewed my professor at that retreat on my podcast, Bob Bordone, who's a professor of negotiation at Harvard. I learned so much from him. And one of the first things he taught me was that the average negotiator spends most of their time thinking about what they want and what they need. And they only spend a really, really, really short amount of time, like 7% of their time. No, that's wrong. I think it's actually 7% of negotiators take time to think about what the other person wants. It's absurd. Most of the time we're thinking, what do I want? What do I need? What's my agenda? What do I need to get out of this? And rarely do we say, okay, let's take the other side of this conversation. Let me look at this interview from Parit's perspective. What does he want and need? Am I giving him what he wants? And more than that, I should think about, well, what would I tell myself? What would I coach myself on? And what's my partner's coach telling them? And so with many dialogues, with many meetings, with many conversations that we design, we over-design on what we want, and then we under-design on what the other person wants. Some people also make the problem of it's like only thinking about what the other person wants and how to please them and not thinking about what they want and what they need. So I feel like a good conversation has a balance, right? And so that's why I think over preparation can get you down a rabbit hole instead of thinking like, well, what's the big picture?
So speaking of what I want to try and do with this conversation,
right?
I think
Meta.
one of the things that I want to illustrate to the audience that is listening is kind of how to actually plan out a very difficult conversation.
Yes.
Right. So let's take a scenario where manager or CEO has to go and tell his employees that the company has to lay off a certain number of workers. Right. I think that's a very difficult conversation to have. And I think it's a conversation that a lot of the business people at the moment with the whole coronavirus situation might have to converse in, right? So let's say if that's kind of an objective that your client has asked you to help coach, what's the kind of the step 1, step 2, step 3 towards getting to a well-planned conversation?
Yeah, that's a great question. In my book, Good Talk, How to Design Conversations That Matter, shameless plug, I outline 9 components to understand the fundamental elements of a conversation. And people is one of the most important ones. And we were just talking about that when we were talking about over designing versus under designing a conversation. Is like, well, what do I want and what does the other person want? Right? So the first thing you need to do, step 1, is who are the people and where are they at? Right? What are their wants and needs? What's their context? And this is not surprisingly, I come from a design thinking, human-centered design background. So of course I want to start with stakeholder mapping and empathy, right? Understanding who the people are that we're talking about can help us dial in what do we need to be talking about. What are their goals? What are their needs, right? What's the story you want them to be telling after this conversation is over, right? This is no conversation sort of exists in a vacuum. You always want to be thinking, what's the thing I want them to be leaving with? What's going to be happening next? So people is one element. Just do that inventory of like who they are and where they're at. What are my goals and what are their goals is another really important one to be thinking about. And the where is this going to be happening, right? So inside of the OS, at the center is the interface. Every conversation has a place and a space. And the place and space says a lot and does a lot for the conversation. I can't remember what the company was. Maybe it was Bird. Literally called up half the organization onto an unannounced, unplanned Zoom call and said, hey, everybody, we're letting you all go. Okay, bye. And then the call ended and then that was it. One of the challenges with digital conversations is that there's a level of control that we don't actually have in real life, right? If you and I were having a really, really difficult conversation in a meeting, and you were like, "I'm done with this conversation, Daniel. You're being totally uncommunicative and totally uncollaborative," and you'd start to get up and walk away, and I could be like, "Parit, don't you walk away. Get back here. Let's finish this," right? Like there's this moment where, and you'd be like, "No, Daniel, you are not ready for this conversation." Be like, no, don't walk out that door. And even if you walked out the door, I could still follow you down the hallway and be like, "Look, we've got to work this out." We could have a whole blowout conversation in front of the whole company. It'd be super embarrassing for everybody. And at some point you're like, "Daniel, just calm down. Let's go back in the room and just have this conversation quietly, not freak anybody else out, because we're freaking out the whole company. So can you just, okay, fine. I'll come back in the room and let's just, what do you really want?" And we could restart the conversation. On Zoom, I could just be like, "Leave." In one button, I can just leave, right? And that's terrible. That's not natural. Literally, it's not natural. And so when you're thinking about designing a difficult conversation, the question of where are you going to have it is important. If you're going to do it over the phone, that says one thing. That actually is like a little bit more intimate now, I think, somehow, than a Zoom call. A Zoom call has become strangely common and impersonal. So I'm thinking through, and not surprisingly, these are sort of the who, what, when, where, how, and why of the dialogue. You really just need to think about what's your real goal. And at the end of all that, I think it's possible to frame an invitation that is as clear and as straightforward as possible. I think inviting somebody to a conversation that says like, "Hey, we need to talk about your job," that makes people scared and that makes them freak out, right? I think finding an invitation that says like, "Hey, we need to talk about blank," or "I'd love to have a conversation with you in order to establish what's next for us in our collaboration together." So I think embedding the goals, embedding what you want to have happen next as much as possible is really helpful. And being honest and real. People can smell falseness. People can smell corporate speak. And so I think invitations work best when they are plain, simple, direct, and use human language. And speak in the language that whoever you're speaking to can and will understand. And I'm sure we've all seen. I think it was the CEO of Marriott who went on. This was very early on in the pandemic, but spoke very directly, very emotionally, and very concretely to his people, and connected with them. Right? He connected through being human, and the way he was able to do that is because he had thought about who he was talking to, where they were, what their mindset was, and what they wanted, and was very cognizant of the place and the way that he was talking with people. So that's, I don't know if that's proscriptive enough as a step 1, 2, and 3, but to me, empathy and clarity and understanding where you have it shifts the dialogue. All of that will determine the way you communicate with people. If you're interested and curious about how they're going to speak about the conversation afterwards. I don't know if the CEO of Bird really thought too much about what's next. I think he was probably thinking more about his own level of pain and discomfort, right? Because he wasn't even there. They just got the head of HR to just basically say, "Okay, you're fired, you're fired, you're fired. Click, leave." It's terrible. That's pretty inhuman. But the problem is corporate America, at least, I don't know how the corporate world is about this. We don't like talking about difficult issues because we're afraid of what can happen. Certainly in America, workplace violence is surprisingly common. I actually consulted with one head of security. This didn't happen at his company. It happened at a nearby organization where somebody was fired. And they went back to basically when you're fired, you have to leave the office immediately. They escort you out of the building. And he went to his car and came back with a couple of guns and shot the 2 HR people who had just let him go and several other people. Minutes later, the police killed him. Showed up like 30 seconds later, which is amazing. But this gentleman who I was consulting with said, like, how can we make sure this never happens? And one of the reasons why this happens is because we don't want to have a difficult conversation at the beginning and say to somebody like, hey, your behavior is making people feel uncomfortable. Instead, we just put them on a performance improvement plan so that we can fire them, or we pretend that we can work it through and on our own. We don't want to bring other people in the organization in on the conversation. And so I think speaking directly and clearly as early as possible is always a good perspective in difficult conversations, as long as, your personal safety isn't at issue. I don't know, that's a long rant. I don't know what's in there that's helpful, do you think, what's the context, do you think, of the people who are listening to this? What are some of the difficult conversations that they need help designing? I don't know if they're going to be firing mass numbers of people inside of their organization.
Well, we hope not, but I think it's quite clear from what you mentioned that I think the key common themes, regardless of what difficult situation they're placed in, are empathy.
Yes.
So trying to understand how the people, like what the other people are going through. Clarity, so being very clear about what you're trying to communicate.
Yeah. And
then honesty as well. And I think what we saw during the pandemic is not just business leaders, but even global world leaders, right?
Yeah.
State leaders, the more honest they are with the situation, the more kind of receptive, a more positive reception they would get from their people.
Well, yeah, just one thing about, because I loved the way you summarized that, empathy, clarity, and directness. It's really awesome. Empathy is actually really hard to do. I was just running a session about this where it's actually hard to be empathic, especially if somebody thinks very differently from you. But it is possible to be curious. Curiosity is a little bit easier to do than empathy. And as we discovered in the session, curiosity smells a lot like empathy. People can't really tell the difference. It may be hard to really empathize with somebody or to really feel what they're feeling, especially if you disagree with them. But and I'm also just coming at this from my old user researcher hat. I can be as curious as possible to understand what somebody is seeing and thinking and believing and what they think their facts are. And so empathy is this big thing. How do I empathize with somebody? Just be curious. Ask them valuable, thoughtful, probing questions and follow-up questions to try and understand their context. The more curious you can be, the more empathic you will wind up being. And then I think you can do those other parts, which is about speaking with clarity and honesty and hopefully with some kindness. But I'll give you one other, and then we'll go to your question. My dad used to tell me that you should always speak what's true and kind whenever you can. And it's definitely a bad idea to speak what's untrue and unkind. We do that when we're in pain. When we're hurt, we want to hurt someone else. And so speaking what's true and kind is always good. It's generally not a good idea to speak what's true but unkind. Right? And so it's finding a way to speak what's true but challenging for others to hear means that we have to find a way to reframe it. And that's a dangerous territory to be in because you don't want to bright side people. If you've ever seen the movie Up in the Air with George Clooney, it's an amazing movie. And he's like, this is where you're sitting is where everyone who's accomplished anything great has sat. He is taking this terrible situation somebody's in and reversing it so that they can start to think about, hey, maybe this is the beginning of something great. And I think that worked because he had extreme personal magnetism and he really connected with people. It's harder to do that with a group of people. If you tried to do that while firing 50 or 100 people, they would just be like, whatever. This guy is just trying to feed us a load, a line, and wants us to feel better, but this isn't real. And you can really see this when you think about what happens after that difficult conversation. There are some companies that are doing an amazing job of saying, hey, we have these amazing people, you should hire them. They make a whole website of here's all the people we let go. We let go of them because they're not because they're not talented, just because we had to. Some bosses do an amazing job of trying to find a home for people that they're letting go. Make a real plan for helping them in their next stage. Others just hand them a packet or a binder or outsource that, which is fine, but it doesn't feel like real care. We ask people inside of companies to treat us like a family, to feel like they belong. I interviewed Casper ter Kuile, who just wrote an amazing book called The Power of Ritual. He was interviewed recently by someone else, a friend of mine, and he said, "Oh, how can we be in real community? How can we be a real family if I can fire you anytime?" Right? So I'm supposed to feel like I belong, but you can kick me to the curb anytime you want. And so real care, real love doesn't look like you're fired unless it's like you're fired and here's our commitment to helping you with the next stage of your life because we're in this together. That's really different. And so that's not just thinking about the conversation as from beginning to when I hang up, but the ongoing relationship, which is different and much more human.
So I think just want to dive deeper into some of the elements of your conversation canvas.
Yeah.
Right. Let's start with people. I think you touched on this a little bit just now, but how important is it? So, for example, if you're communicating a difficult message, such as kind of laying off workers, how important is it to conduct it in a one-on-one basis? Because, of course, when you talk about trying to understand kind of the starting position of each person in the room before you communicate something, the starting position of each person might be very different.
Yeah.
So it's going to be very challenging to communicate a message that kind of strikes the right chord with everyone in that room. So is it worth kind of the manager's time and the CEO's time to conduct these conversations on a one-on-one basis? Or is there a trick to be able to communicate a single message to multiple people at different starting positions?
Yeah, that's a really great question. And having not fired hundreds of people before, thank God, I can't give you a formulaic answer. But what I can tell you is your question has the answer in it. And it's a really good question. If you are having a one-on-one conversation, you can be more agile and responsive, right? You can really focus on one person and you can really respond to what's going on for them. One-on-one conversations are also scarier. There's no place to hide. They can ask you questions and really hold you accountable to giving them good answers. Right? If we're having an all hands where there's hundreds of people on the call and everybody can only submit questions via chat, I don't have to take those questions if I don't want to, right? I can have somebody just be like, "Oh, we don't have time for all those questions. Sorry, everybody." Click. So if you want to communicate well with a larger group of people, you have to spend more time getting your message right. Finding a message that works for everybody is hard. And this is true about marketing. Right? When we talk about product marketing and product positioning, the idea that we can make one single message for an entire mass market is becoming less and less true. And we know we've all seen that to be the case in so many situations. So the smaller the conversation, the more specific it can be, the more intimate it can be, the more human it can be. To do that at a large scale requires tremendous skill. Bill Clinton is an amazing example of this. When he was president of the United States, people always would talk about how it just felt like he really was talking to them. And he was really great at doing that in person. My brother described meeting him at some event, and like 1 minute where he would just shake your hand and look in your eyes and bite his lip, you'd be like, "Oh my God, Bill Clinton's amazing." But he could still connect to a crowd. It's an amazing skill. It's not a given to be able to say, "Look, I feel your pain," and to have America believe that, right? And so I think the smaller the conversation, the more human, more direct it is for free. For larger conversations, it requires skill and attentionality.
Is it a skill that you can practice?
Yeah, sure.
What would it take, for example?
Well, but that's the problem, because like, how do you practice anything, right? Right? You need opportunities to do it. And that's one of the challenges with these big conversations. Like, they don't happen as often. This is why people go to like Toastmasters, which is a group of people meeting and practicing giving speeches. And this is reflective practice. So they meet, every week or every other week or once a month, and they practice giving speeches of different types. And then they have a group of people who are focused, listening, and attentive and saying, hey, that worked, that didn't work. Right? And so that's why I do the same thing. I teach people facilitation, leadership training programs, and it's the same context. We take a small group of people and we simulate, right? We simulate the situation and then we reflect on how they showed up. I think practice, we talked about this with preparation, there's over preparation and under preparation. Simulation creates some muscle memory. Right? Simulation creates this opportunity to work out some of the kinks, to work out some of the easy fears to conquer. And it can give you a sense of like, okay, that didn't even feel right to me, right? And if it doesn't feel right to you, it's not going to feel right to someone else. So you get a chance to say, okay, here's what I'd like to say. And you don't just speak about it as theoretical. I want to talk about X, Y, Z, A, B, and C. You say, I speak to you as if you are the person, if you are the group of people. And I say, here's what's important for you to understand about the next phase of our growth as a company. Blank, this, and this. And you say, Daniel, you had me at the beginning, you lost me in the middle, and your ending needs to be clear. I'd be like, okay, cool. Let me try again. And I deliver the same thing, and you're like, you landed that one. I really felt that one. Now that you're maybe an approximate stand-in, right, for my audience. But hopefully if I can explain to you, Parit, this is the group that I'm working with. This is the purpose. This is the goal. This is how I want that conversation or the relationship to exist going forward. You can put on your hats, think empathically as that person and say, okay, I think I get it. That worked. It's all approximate, right? But it's better than going in blind. And I think it's also better than only practicing when it's the real thing, right? I've advised this to groups for years to like actually do a dry run of your deck before you get in front of your client, right? To do a dress rehearsal, to do a tech rehearsal. I do that with every agenda I have of every workshop. I just read it through step by step. And if it doesn't flow naturally and easy to me, I'm like, I just feel a tickle in the back of my head. I'm like, wait, what happens there? Why did I put that there? And you keep working it until it feels natural to you from the perspective of the person you're delivering it to. So yeah, practice, simulation, what I would call an empathic walkthrough. So putting on your empathy hat and then doing a walkthrough intentionally, either by yourself or with another person, can get you to like dial in and say, where's the gap here?
โปรโมชั่นพิเศษสำหรับคุณผู้ฟัง In the Name of Work Podcast ถ้าสนใจคอนเทนต์จากสปีกเกอร์ระดับโลกแบบนี้อีกสามารถใช้โค้ด Salmon SALMON เพื่อเป็นส่วนลด 10% เข้าชมงาน Corporate Innovation Summit หรือ CIS ปี 2020 Event Virtual Experiential Conference ที่จะจัดขึ้นในวันที่ 15-17 กันยายนนี้เปิดขายบัตรแล้ววันนี้ทางเว็บไซต์ cis.writeexcel.com ย้ำนะครับ cis.riseaccel.com แล้วเจอกันครับ
So far, we've talked about kind of preparing for a conversation in terms of preparing what you're going to say in that conversation. What about the other side of the coin, which is preparing about what you're going to be asked?
Yes.
Or preparing for what the others are going to say.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's a little bit more tricky because you have to kind of think about what are different types of questions that might come up and what are your kind of potential answers to them, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It should be somewhat easy to anticipate what some of the fundamental questions are, but you're right. There's always going to be a moment where somebody's going to ask you a question that you're not going to have an answer to. And what's really interesting, one of the reasons why I think conversation design is interesting to me is, and the way that I come at it is from the perspective of an industrial designer. If you understand your material, you can understand how to design with it. Designing something with plastic, metal, wood, glass is different. Right? They taught us this in our first semester. It's like if you're making something with roto-molded plastic, it's going to be different. Right? So you have to understand the material of the thing. Conversations have default settings, and they also have a certain quality to them. One of the things that's sort of evolved in most cultures is that a gap between you speaking and me speaking, if I wait too long, that gap, that silence creates an opportunity for you to guess what's happening, right? And so we have this all the time when we send somebody a message and they don't send us back a return response. The longer they wait, the more we wonder. We know this for absolutely sure if you're like trying to date someone, right? And you're like, hey, do you want to go on a third date? How about Tuesday? And then you don't hear from them for like a couple of days and they say, no, I can't make it Tuesday. And that says like, and then you don't say anything else. And then you wait a couple more hours. You're like, do they not want to see me at all? But if they say, hey, I can't make it Tuesday, how about Thursday or Friday? Then you're like, oh, thank God. They totally want to see me again. They can't make it Tuesday, but I know that they've replied with their goals of seeing me another time, right? And this happens in our conversations. So if you ask me a question, a really important question, and I have a gap, you'll be like, is Daniel like being calculated? Or does he not know? Is he not telling me what he really thinks? Is he holding something back? And so it's really hard to be put on your back foot with a question or an issue that you aren't expecting. And so it's always a good idea to say, that's a really great question. I want to, right? Like, just buy yourself some time. Hey, that's a great question. Can you tell me a little bit more about what you mean by X, Y, or Z? Just pull out 3 words that you're like, that freaked you out the most. Say like, wow, or just what I call just using the active listening script. Well, it sounds like you're saying this. Is that right? And they go, yes, or they go, no. And either way, they'll say like, oh, well, I meant this. Oh, can you tell me more? Okay, cool. I think I understand your question a lot better now. So what I would say is this, and right, you've bought yourself just oodles of time, and rather than just like waiting, being like, oh my God, what to say? I don't know how to respond to that question, all subliminally. Meanwhile, they're being like, why is Parit's sweat just dripping down his face? What is going on with him? Buy yourself some time and really understand what the question is. Because sometimes the question is totally much more innocent than you thought, right? And so pumping the brakes and being like, that's a great question. I don't have a good answer for that right now. Like, let me make sure I blah, blah, blah. When I'm doing a training, I'll say, hey, does anybody else have any perspectives on that? But I do that all the time. Even if I have an answer, I do that. So I always think slowing the conversation down, cadence is a really crucial element of dialogues. Slowing conversation down, like getting on a bike instead of on a motorcycle or a car or a plane. Like, you can just see more. You can feel more. You say like, that's a great question, but I want to slow this down for a second. Make your goal clear. Like, I want to slow this down for a second. So I want to make sure I understand your question really well. And that can be an invitation to a new pathway of the conversation. There's a lot of social pressure to respond immediately because a gap of more than 400 milliseconds is interpreted as rude. 400 milliseconds is like really, really short. I can't visualize it. It's like when you are at a race and you fire a gun and it goes bang and people can react and start running. That is short, but that's the length of time we expect in conversation between when we pause and somebody doesn't respond. We're like, they're being so over considered. Right? That's crazy. So we need to find ways to keep the flow of the conversation going without inserting incorrect information that's just based on assumptions. That would be, my suggestion.
So let's say we've done our homework, right? So
Yeah.
we've prepped for the conversation. We've gone through your 9 elements, right?
Right. Check.
Yeah, I always find that the most difficult bit of the conversation is how you start it, right?
Yeah.
So you might have all this great plan in your head, right? And then when you get to the actual event, starting a conversation can be quite awkward.
Yeah.
Do you have any tips and tricks about how you can kind of ease yourself into what you've been planning to say all along?
Yes. Well, so in the book, there's a whole chapter about invitation. Invitation is one of the core components of a conversation. And invitation is what initiates a conversation. And that invitation can be a push, a shove. It could be a hand outreaching to pull somebody in. There are ways to motivate people that are more motivating than others. And the framework that I stole for the book is from Lindsay McGregor's book, Primed to Perform. I saw her speak several years ago at a conference we were both working at. And she talks about play, purpose, and potential as these 3 sources of most authentic human motivation. So if you want to motivate somebody to engage with you, appealing to play, purpose, or potential will be the most motivating. So saying like, hey, I want to talk to you about this. Like, let's get together and just brainstorm. It's going to be really interesting. That's playful, right? Versus saying like, hey, I want to talk to you about your future at the company. That's having a conversation about purpose or potential, but that's also heavier, right? That's heavier. You're also in that invitation. You're not embedding your goal. If you say, I want to talk to you about your future at this company, my mind immediately goes to, I'm fired. If you say like, I want to talk to you about your future in this company because I want to find out the best way to help you grow here. Well, that's a very different invitation. That's setting the stage so that somebody can see to the end of the conversation. They know what your goals are. And so I think some of the elements of the OS can be squished together in an invitation, especially making your goals clear for people. Say like, here's what I want to talk about so that we can blank. And then somebody can breathe a sigh of relief and go, okay, cool. I can invest myself in that.
So let's say once you've kind of started the conversation, right, and you have it kind of planned beforehand, are there kind of common signs that you can take as implying that the conversation is going well? Or kind of on the flip side, are there signs that if XYZ happens, it probably means that your conversation is not going as well as you had planned it to?
Yeah, it's such an interesting question. I think we all have to find evidence, what we define as evidence. So in facilitation, for example, when we used to be able to do in-person facilitation, we would look for sounds from the room, motion, movement. Now, if people were shifting around too much or things are too loud, that tells us, oh, they're ready for the next activity. They're just chit-chatting. I had a professor in design school who used to say, if they're laughing, they're learning. Right? So that was for him a signal that the environment, the dynamic that he was interested in creating was happening. I remember recently, and the reason why I'm going down this blind alley, in a recent cohort of the facilitation masterclass that I run, this woman ran a session that was different for her. Remote facilitation is a little different, so we have to look for different signals. She had designed a session that was really about getting people to reflect and to self-discover. And so the group was silent for almost the whole session. Now, normally you would look at silence and be like, what's going on, right? What's happening in their heads? But because she had done the session design on mural, she had a canvas to see people writing and adding stuff, right? So she was looking for feedback loops. She was like, if people are writing in their sticky notes, that means that they are engaged. They should be silent, and I should be seeing writing. So there's no like, this is what good feedback is. You have to decide for yourself, what does good feedback mean for me in this context, and monitor the situation for that feedback. In normal everyday conversation, it's responsiveness. We're looking for facial expressions and emotion, right? We're reading somebody and saying, are they with me? Are they looking sideways, or are they looking at me? Are they hesitating or stuttering? Or are they speaking smoothly? Right? That's basic human responsiveness. But that's just feedback. We define for ourselves feedback, and then we look for it. The challenge is that if we're not getting it, to ask what it means rather than assume what it means. If people are quiet, you have to say like, oh, is everyone disengaged or bored? I'm doing a terrible job. Or say like, hey, everyone seems really quiet. What's going on? And people might say, oh, you asked us a really reflective question, so we're reflecting on it. So I think assuming is harder, is a nice reactive way of doing things, but asking is more productive. Saying like, am I getting the feedback I need? If not, ask. If yes, proceed. Right?
Yeah. I'm glad you mentioned facilitating workshops, because I think previously we focused a little bit on kind of one-on-one conversations, right? So let's switch gears a little bit to kind of multiple people, workshops involving multiple people. Can you share an example of a workshop that you did or your client did that when you kind of started the workshop, kind of the room wasn't as energetic or as engaged as you were hoping, and kind of what techniques or tips did you use to kind of overcome that?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think when that happens, it's because the design from the beginning is not necessarily appropriate. So one of the big challenges is if you're trying to have a really, really big conversation with a lot of people, it can be really hard to engage them all, or even to see if everybody's engaged, right? Because you can have some people who are very engaged and some people who are less engaged, but you'll never notice it because the chat is just filled with the people who are engaged. And so for me, I think the way that I always like to try and get conversations like that back on track is to ask people a really, really specific question that is rooted in their experience and get them into small groups to share it out and then come back and hear what they've heard. Right? So anytime the conversation is chaotic or messy, I'll just ask people to write down one or two things for themselves and get them into small groups and then come back. So if you think about the open, explore, and close of a conversation, if the conversation is just sort of like, where is it? What's going on? Is anybody, okay, everybody, hold on 1 second. Let's just pause. What does everyone think for themselves? Let's write down 2 things that you're taking out of this. Everyone write down 1 thing that you think we should all be thinking about. Everyone write down, like, just really just making it as pointed as possible to make a very, very clear close and have everyone own their own perspective, and then put them in small groups just to hear. And this is when you're having a larger group. If you're doing what we call breaking the 2 pizza rule, if you've got 10 or 15 people together, that's where you can get into the chaotic domain in conversations very easily. But even if you have a conversation where you have 5 or 6 people and the conversation is kind of ping-ponging around and it's kind of going nowhere, that's where I just say, okay, everyone, hold on 1 second. Write down 1 thing, pair up with somebody, and then let's hear from everybody what you think. That can get us centered in our own perspective and then also empathizing with other people's perspectives very, very quickly. And I think it's just a very powerful way to like pause and then restart the conversation from a really good point of what do I think and what does everyone else think? And that's a really good place to be in any group dialogue.
Can you share with us an example of, let's say, a conversation, a workshop that you designed and you thought would work so well, and then when you actually implemented it in practice, it didn't quite work out as planned? And kind of what are the learnings from it? Because I'm sure,
oh man, too many to.
Yeah, that secret sauce or that recipe evolves constantly.
It does, and it's hard because, last week I ran a session where I don't often do short, large workshops that are open to the public, but I was pushed by one of my old mentors to put some good energy out on this question of how do we talk with people who we truly disagree with. America certainly is very fractured politically. We're having a very hard time right now with, we've been having a hard time for the last 400 or 500 years with racial integration in America. And that's still a problem. Right now, America is having a very strange moment where some people are finding their voices to talk about how Black Lives Matter, and some people are still going on record saying that all lives matter and thinks that somehow is a thoughtful and empathic response to the point that, just saying Black Lives Matter. Not saying they matter more. We're just saying they matter, right? It's just putting a flag in the sand and saying they matter. It shouldn't be such a hard conversation, but somehow it is. And I was doing the session and I looked at the agenda and I thought, this is tight, but I thought I could do it. And we did, but I had to prune in very, very thoughtful ways while I was doing it. Instead of groups of 3 doing this particular exercise, I had to work in groups of 2. Groups of 2 could do the exercise in about 6 minutes less time, right? Because each round took about 5 or 6 minutes. So I was like, I have to cut for time. So let's do pairs. But one of the big challenges was, and this is so embarrassing to even talk about this, when you have a large group of people who are calling into a free workshop, you know that there's some people who are highly engaged and some people who are disengaged. And this can even happen if you have a large group of people who are calling in for a work conversation. Some people can have problems with their audio. Some people can be having problems with their video. I also gave people the option to opt out of the activity because it was an emotionally charged activity. And so pairing people up meant when one person had trouble with their audio or video or dropped out or wasn't engaged or wanted to opt out, like literally there was like a dozen pairs that broke, right? And they came back to the main group and I had to basically find ways of feeding them into other groups. So larger groups would have technically taken more time, but would have not broken. If I had just put 4 or 5 people together, if one person dropped out or one person wanted to opt out of the conversation or just be a wallflower in the dialogue, it would have still worked. And so one of the elements of the conversation OS is error and just anticipating errors. And I don't think I really thought about, well, what could break? What I thought about was, what's the best case scenario? What happens if everything goes smoothly? And in that case, not a lot went wrong, but enough to create some bumpiness. And I think as a facilitator of workshops, our general idea is to create smoothness. That's the word facilitator comes from this French word facile, which means easy. And while I don't think every conversation should be easy, it is generally our goal to design them to be as easy as they can be, or to make certain things that we want to become less hard, approachable. And so, finding failure points is something I failed to do in that particular short workshop. I don't know if that's a helpful or illustrative example for you. I'm sure I can think of others if you'd like some more.
No, I think that provides quite a clear picture. I mean, coming to the final bit of kind of any conversation or workshop, right, is how to end it. I mean, I always hear kind of people saying that the ending is almost the most important because it's what kind of the people remember you for.
Yes.
Right before they go off to kind of the outside world. Is that something you agree with, or do you feel that kind of putting too much focus on the ending is a bit overrated?
Yeah.
If it is so important, kind of what are the key kind of elements you need to be able to have a good ending to a conversation or a workshop?
Yeah. Well, so my mom loves to say, start as you mean to continue. So I'm going to let that marinate in. Start as you mean to continue. And so that's the open of the conversation embeds the close. When you think about this opening, exploring, and closing arc of dialogue, diverging, emerging, and converging, you want to start with at the beginning with the end in mind, right? And you build the whole conversation for the end you want. And I'll give you a really amazing example of this. I was watching a documentary from the 80s called Eyes on the Prize. It's about the American civil rights awakening of African Americans in the 50s and 60s and their fight for equality. They showed a clip of a 26-year-old Martin Luther King Jr. basically taking his first job being responsible for this bus boycott in Montgomery that went on for 9 months and was a huge victory for the civil rights movement. He's such a young man in this video, but fully formed in his ideas of nonviolence. And the reason Dr. King was so firmly believing in nonviolence is because he was thinking about the long-term conversation. He knew that if African Americans tried to win the fight through brutality or through animosity or enmity rather than through nonviolence, that the long game wouldn't work because there would be animosity, enmity, and violence. He really clearly said, we've already won. Like, let's imagine we've already won, and let's start from that perspective of that we're going to be living together with these people long term. Let's act that way. Let's start from the end and work our way back. And that's a really powerful way to design a conversation, that the whole thing is the end, right? Not only is the ending important, it's from Dr. King's perspective and my mother's perspective, the only thing. We're designing the open so that we can have the close we intend. And I think designing from that perspective is really powerful. I'll tell you a really weird example, and it's just terrible, but this couple, the other night, I was walking on the street with my fiance, and this couple was having an argument. This one wanted to break up with the other, and the other had stolen their keys and didn't want them to drive off. I kid you not, right? They had taken their keys so they couldn't drive off. And the other one was like, I just want to go. We're over. And the other one was like literally holding their keys hostage. And a whole group of people on the street got involved. It was terrible. It was so weird. But we've done this before. That is not a way to try and continue the conversation. That's not a way to stay together, to try and hold on so tightly. Letting it go gives you the opportunity to maybe get another bite at the apple. So I think the end is totally critically important. We need to design not for the end, but the next open, right? So we're not just designing at the open for the close. At the close is the next open of the next conversation. How do we want this to keep going? What's our relationship going to be like for the future? I've been fired before. I assume most people have been let go from jobs. And in that moment, we can either be like, flip over the table and walk out, or say like, I really want to understand this, and I really want to try and retain you as a friend. I have at least one good friend and mentor and advisor who fired me from his company. But the way I hope I comported myself in the dialogue and my interest in maintaining the relationship led me to design the arc of our conversation, which I wasn't expecting to be fired on that call, right? Talk about not expecting, and not even, there's no way to design for that, but to just use my empathy, to use my active listening skills, to dig into his perspective, and to really leave with a friend, right? That's designing not for a good ending, but for a good beginning. And so I think that's the mindset that we need to shift at, is that we're not just designing for a close, we're designing for an infinite open. And there's so many, like, personal examples of this, I think, are easier. When you think about divorcing somebody, we don't think about the fact, especially if you have kids, that there's a long period of time that you're going to be engaged with them, or have to be engaged with them, no pun intended. Right? We don't design the end with as much intentionality. Divorces don't have as much ceremony around them as marriages do, right? But they have just as much impact, if not more. And so I think designing the end for the next beginning is the mindset that people should be having. And so all of the things that we think about with understanding the person, designing an invitation, appealing to play, purpose, and potential, thinking about the worst it can go, and designing an intentional invitation, at the opening, making that your invitation, clearly designing your invitation to say that this is not just for this arc, but for the next arc, is very welcoming, very big invitation, and really pulls things back. And it goes back to the conversation we were talking about firing people, right? Firing people with the intention of helping them on their next arc or maintaining a professional relationship with them, not just designing for a clean, safe close so they don't shoot up the place, right? That's not designing with a human arc that we're all in this together, we're a family, and we can't end any relationship, right? Without thinking about what the long horizon is. But that's also just my setup, right? That's how I look at things. I think it's a nice way to do things, but I don't think it's required. I think some people just, my friend has a ring that it says, "May the bridges I burn light my way." And that's a very different way of saying, yeah, burn all the bridges and just keep going. And that's fine, right? That's a way to live your life too. But I have build all the bridges and keep repairing them all. That's the way I guess I'm set up.
No, I really like that. I think it's a very powerful way to think about designing conversation. Going back to what you said at the beginning as well, saying that always think about what people are going to be saying about that conversation once it has ended.
Yes.
Right? So I think with that in mind, kind of with our conversation at the moment, I think one of the things that we want our audience to feel after listening to this episode is to become more conscious of the importance of preparing for a conversation. So I guess having worked with so many companies across the world, how conscious and aware are the big companies, or at least the top management team in the big companies, about designing a good conversation?
That's a great question. I think it's hard to answer on the whole because we think that we can design some conversations and not others. So Steve Jobs has this great quote. I usually don't like to quote Steve Jobs because he was a terrible person by some regards. But he did point out, and this is really true, that everything in the world has been designed by somebody. And we can redesign it if we want to. So a lot of leaders are intentional about like, well, how do I design my one-on-ones well? Or, how do I design my all hands better? But very, very few people question some fundamental designs, like our meetings or how the board has a conversation. These all run on fairly default patterns where whoever speaks first is just sort of self-nominated. Whoever speaks first is the person who thinks the fastest or whose mouth is the most greased, right? Easiest to open. We don't change the default patterns in a lot of these conversations. And so a lot of leadership teams are running on broken default patterns, right? They don't have thoughtful ways of meeting and making sure that everybody's voice is heard. I've also worked with organizations where the very top of the organization, the CEO and the executive team, has one sort of experience because the CEO is like super intentional about being empowering and welcoming and listening. And for some reason, the people like one or two steps down in the organization have a very different experience. Somewhere along the line, the culture at the C-suite and the culture one or two levels down are not the same. And it can be really surprising for somebody who's like, well, wait a minute, I have amazing one-on-ones with the CEO, right? And somebody in the middle of the organization is like, well, I don't really feel like I'm heard. I don't really feel like this is working for me. There can be a gap. And so the conversations don't always, this is what we talk about designing a great culture. The culture should feel, I think, similar at all levels. Right? It should be consistent or intentionally different. But in this case, it's not, or it wasn't. And so I think the answer is no, because designing is hard and designing takes time. And most of us are time starved. A lot of organizations strive to do better. And we usually sort of do a spot check. We were like, okay, well, we'll redesign one particular conversation and then we leave the other one alone or fallow. Doing a wholesale redesign of your whole meeting systems is hard work, right? It's not for the faint of heart. It certainly is effective and helpful, but it's very easy to fall into the defaults, which I think most people do.
So I think I want to end kind of this episode by looking ahead to kind of the future of the workplace.
Yeah.
I think one of the trends that is undeniable is the potential replacement of certain jobs by technology going forward. So I think the question everyone's asking is, what skill set can humans have that can make them immune to being replaced by kind of artificial intelligence?
Yeah.
And one of the things that always come up is communication skills, right? Because at the end of the day, regardless of how accurate or how well-informed your Siri is, I'm pretty sure that most people would prefer to have a conversation with an actual human being rather than an AI-powered machine, right?
Yes.
So from your perspective as a conversation designer, as someone who is a fan of creating good conversations, how important are these kind of skill sets and what would your advice be to the people listening if they want to kind of practice being better at communicating, being better at listening, being better at having a good conversation?
Yeah, there's a couple of questions, like how would they get better at practice? Intentional practice is hard, right? You need I wouldn't say that. I'll take that back. It is helpful to have other partners as part of your intentional practice to be able to have reflective feedback on how you're showing up. So that is helpful. And so that means having a coach of some sort, and that coach can be a peer coach, right? So even just getting together with somebody and saying, my intention is to show up in this way. Tell me what you think or feel. That might feel weird. That's why people hire communication coaches and executive leadership coaches to talk about how they show up. So I think, yes, it's important to practice. The first question about basically the future of work, I write about this in my book, Good Talk. The future of work is conversational. Robots are already better at many, many things than us. A couple of examples I give in the book are logging trees. I don't know if there's this truly frightening video of a tree logging robot that literally just like eats an entire tree and just like chops it up in a second. And the head of logging at a major forestry service is like, logging is a tremendously dangerous job. I don't want our people getting hurt anymore. And so I'd like to find ways of getting these robots in there and doing this job more safely. But then you have all these people who are logging, and that's their whole job. What happens to them? That's a really big question. It's a hard conversation. But make no bones about it, in a lot of situations, a robot's going to be better at a repetitive, dangerous task. White Castle just came out with a burger flipping robot. Burger flipping is this like classic American summer job for like the slacker dude, like right out of high school. Like, you know, it requires no real skill at first to just do a bad job of flipping burgers. I don't want to insult anybody. Like, there's artistry in burger flipping for some people, but it's just this job. Well, what's good about having a robot flip burgers? Well, it learns. Also, it can't give you COVID. I don't know if you've looked inside of a kitchen and trying to be socially distant inside of a hot commercial kitchen, really hard, right? So a lot of benefits to having robots doing some of these hot, tight, hard, dangerous jobs. Robots are also better at being lawyers. Like, there's a whole part of the lawyer job, which is just like document review, right? Just finding prior precedent and other examples. What is a robot not good at? A robot will never be able to sit down. I say never, right? Never effectively be able to sit down with somebody and say, well, so what's really going on right now? What do you really want? Like, what's challenging for you? When you sit down with an estate planning lawyer, they're going to listen to your whole family history and what your goals are. And what they will have is a point of view. One of the first conversational robots was a robot called Eliza, and I'm blanking out of the name of the guy who designed it. Eliza, you could have a conversation with her, but it was all based on very, very basic natural language processing and active listening. And so people would get really engaged with talking with her because it felt like being heard and listened. But she had no perspective. She had no point of view. She wasn't able to make a recommendation. She wasn't able to like help you with your next step after having listened to all your problems. She wasn't able to help you figure out, of all the things you've talked about, what you really want to do. And I think a lawyer can be assisted by a legal robot, but the legal robot is not a replacement for the lawyer's intelligence. The future of work is conversational. The future of work is in things robots can't do, like wondering, dreaming, being curious, and also then having an opinion or a perspective. But it means that every job eventually will be altered by some kind of augmented or artificial intelligence. So I think if your job is, anything in your job is repetitive, find a way to get technology to start replacing it for you already, and then start focusing on the parts of your job that are the most human, and really practice your empathy skills. The more empathic you are, the better you are at listening and responding thoughtfully, the more effective you're going to be in whatever it is that you do.
So final question for today, Daniel, is I think we've seen how much time it takes to prepare for a good conversation, right? How many elements we need to think about before we enter that conversation. For people who are still not convinced,
yes,
can you give them a convincing speech as to why it's a good investment of their time, whether from a business perspective or from a personal situation, to spend that time preparing for a good conversation?
Yes. Well, so I'll say this. On one hand, I wouldn't say that every conversation has to be that the appropriate design for every conversation is a thorough and thoughtful design. Improv comedy is an amazing design for a conversation. Improvisation is a lightweight design. It's kind of all purpose. But great improvisers practice improvising, right? So even if your idea is to say, I want this design to be lightweight, I don't want to do all this ridiculousness that Daniel's talking about with that sounds like a lot of research. And I would say, yes, not every conversation requires abundant, thorough research, planning, and empathy beforehand. You can do it in the moment, but you have to practice your improvisational skills. And so I think what's at stake is that our lives are wholly comprised of conversations, right? Like that's the opening lines in the book. It's like our lives are defined by the conversations we can or can't have. Our lives are lived one conversation at a time. And so conversations definitely matter. And our ability to shape them well for ourselves and the other people in the conversation are basically the entire determinants of whether or not we have a successful life. That's what's at stake. I don't know if that's the end. That's the end of right. That's what's at stake. So either learn how to design them well ahead of time, get really great at improvising in the moment. But either way, your life is made out of dialogue. Your life is made out of conversations, small ones that are in your head, large ones like communities that you're part of, organizations, cultures, teams. All of those are conversations. And so either learn how to engage with designing them thoughtfully, co-creatively, improvisationally, or just live your life like a candle in the wind.
Okay, I think that's a good wrap up. Well, I have to say thank you to Daniel for sharing your wisdom today. I hope this was one of the better conversations you've had recently. And I think thank you everyone as well for listening to our conversation. If you want to hear more of these great conversations across other areas of work, please do stay tuned in every Wednesday with our podcast, In the Name of Work. Finally, just thank you very much, Daniel, for spending time with us today.
Parit, thank you so much for your thoughtful questions. This is a really in-depth and thoughtful interview. I would just say if people are interested in learning more, they can download a couple of free chapters of the book, Good Talk, at my website, theconversationfactory.com/goodtalk. And I'll also say if there's any wisdom in the book or any wisdom in this conversation, it's more that I've absorbed a lot of wisdom from other people. And my podcast, The Conversation Factory, that I've been having for the last couple of years, just trying to go as deep as I can on this important topic. So any wisdom that you've heard is borrowed from the universe. Definitely not my own. But thank you so much. I'm glad it landed with you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Only through conversations can wisdom be shared.
Yes.
So I think we can end on that note.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Salmon Podcast มันสดอร่อย
In the Name of Work Podcast, getting your work to really work with Parit Watrasin.
in collaboration with Rise.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to In the Name of Work Podcast. I am your host, Parit Watrasin, and as usual, I will be taking you through a conversation with some of the experts around the world across different areas of work related to the future of work. For this episode of In the Name of Work podcast, we will be talking to Mr. Kapil Kane. He is currently the Director of Innovation at Intel China, where he co-founded GrowthX, which is essentially Intel's corporate startup accelerator. He has also had previous experiences at many different companies, including being product design manager at Apple, probably one of the most innovative companies you can think of in the world. The topic that I will be discussing with Mr. Kapil today is how to work like a startup. So welcome to the show.
Thanks, Parit. Glad to be here.
Thank you for joining us. I think the first question I wanted to ask you is, since the topic is to do with how to work like a startup, let me first ask you, what do you feel are the defining characteristics of a good startup?
A good startup, before it goes on and launches its version 1 product, it goes and tests their idea with the market with the least amount of resources and gaining the most amount of knowledge and validation from the market. And they do it in an iterative and agile way. Whereas corporates try to do a lot of research, they take a lot of time on what they should build and spend even more time building it. And finally, when they launch it, they realize that they have created this beautiful thing that nobody wants. And startups do it exactly the opposite way and in an agile fashion.
How has it evolved this way? So when startups started, how come they were able to test their product in a much quicker and more efficient manner compared with corporates?
I think I would say, it's because of the limited resources they have at hand. So in fact, if you are given all the resources in the world, which corporates already have, right? They have lots of money in the bank. They have like huge teams. So you tend to make things very elaborate. You try to dream up and imagine the future even before it's the right thing to build. But for the startups, they lack money. They have very few people. So it's the survival instinct. Is it always thinking, am I spending my dollar in the best possible way or not? That's one thing. And second thing is getting creative in the way they're able to solve challenges or able to get insights about what they have to do. And I think it's that constraint in with the resources that makes them go fast, makes them do more experiments and not be wasteful in a way. Yeah.
So you're saying scarcity is kind of the bedrock of innovation and creativity, right?
Yeah, and and that's also what we have done with our corporate startups as well, is to give them less than what they are used to do in their normal corporate projects. That forces them to really think, is this the right thing to do? And also it focuses them on doing the right thing rather than doing many things.
Does that mean that corporates become more innovative when they face tougher times? Do you see a pattern with that?
I see that's the right thing to do. Actually, especially in the downturn, great companies will innovate their way out of it. They will use this time to sow the seeds of what is to come next once the economy picks back up. Whereas there are other corporates which get spooked by their earnings, the stocks during a downturn, and then they kind of go into a shell. And then you will see some, die out after this downturn, right? So So I believe the company that has the innovation in their DNA will really innovate during tough times. As you see, with Apple, they always rode the down wave and came out of it with some amazing new ideas and products.
So I think, for this podcast, I want to separate the conversation a little bit into two areas, right? I think the latter half will come to how kind of what your views are in terms of how corporates can behave more like a startup, or at least the good elements of a startup. But before we go into that, I think just given your experience having kind of coached and advised so many startups, right? Wanted to first get your thoughts on what are the key success factors for a startup, right? And let me first begin with a question about, is a good startup basically entirely to do with having a good idea? Or is there more to it than that?
Ideas are a dime a dozen. Just having a good idea means nothing. It's what you do with that idea, how much effort you have put into that idea, how much validation you have gained from working on this idea is that matters. Another thing that matters, I think the most critical thing is also the timing. Is it the right time to launch this idea? And the next is, are you the right people to bring this idea to the market? So these are the two key questions that determine the success or failure of a startup. And of course, then there are other things. For example, do you have traction? That means, that you really have a validation that this idea is needed. People are willing to pay for it, or you're able to bring in more partners, or you're able to create a pilot with someone. But I think the key is it the right time, and are you the right people to bring these ideas to the market? Yeah.
So let me dive a little bit deeper into your point about timing, right? Can you think of an example of a startup that wasn't so successful, that basically had the right idea, but potentially introduced that idea a little bit too soon for the market?
Think of all the MP3 players before iPod, right? I wouldn't say it's not just like they introduced early, but they relied on using existing hard drive to create these portable players where you could only put in a few songs. That's one thing. Secondly, it was not truly portable, because if you ran with the big Discman, you would skip songs, right? So the right timing was when you could, even the first iPod was based on hard drive, but it was very tiny hard drive. It could fit in your pocket. It could store 1,000 songs. But when you went to the next iPods, it was solid state memory. So no matter what you did with your iPod, that was the time when that technology was mature to be put into such a small form factor, which was portable. And that really, I believe, created like a huge market for portable music players. But you do need, if no one had developed the Walkman, if let's say Sony had not developed Walkman, maybe there would be no iPod and no iPhone, right? So there are some who go in early that inspire others to do a better version, to look at what are the key challenges or what are the key pain points, and go and have an opportunity to fix that and come up with a truly revolutionary product, right? Because, typically the first to market may not be the best to market. And we have seen this time and again, even let's say with Tesla, right? It was not the first electric car, but it was the first electric car that was desirable, just like how iPod was.
So it's not just a matter of being the first person to think of it, but also being able to execute at the right time, right?
Yes. When, it's like almost another thing I can talk about is iPad, right? So iPad came many years after iPod. But it was not, people were working on iPad much before iPhone. The reason it was not launched was because there was no ecosystem of apps, OS. We didn't even have the operating system back then. So just launching something because Microsoft had already created like a tablet was not the right strategy. So, there has to be other factors that also have to align for you to launch a successful new product as well.
So just to give us a better idea, right? So while at Growth X, you must have seen so many startups come in and pitch, right? Their ideas. Like, how many of those that turn out to be successful were ideas that when you heard it the first time, you were like, wow, like I've never heard of that idea before. It's like a very different business model of doing things or different way of doing things? And how many ideas on the flip side were ideas where you felt actually this is quite an obvious idea, but it was just so well executed and so well timed that it was able to grow and become successful?
Typically, the pitches, there are two kinds of innovators who come to GrowthX. One who are internal employees with their own ideas. And these are not necessarily to turn them into a startup of their own, but to create new product lines within Intel or create new business units within Intel. And then we have the external startups who we recently started to accelerate in our last two batches. We are in batch 10 now. So the first 8 batches were exclusively for internal startups. And in the recent 2 batches is when we brought in the external startups. So talking about the external startups, there are some of the startups, I think I'm not really amazed by the ideas. I'm always amazed by how much they have done in the short amount of time. Because I think, like I said earlier, ideas is not so important. It's I mean, of course it is important, but just an idea doesn't excite me. It's what they did with it, how much progress they have made, what they are able to deliver in this short amount of time is what excites me. And what I see, there are some of the startups that pitch, they have done amazing things. They have done so many things. They have had so many pilots, real life pilots. They have real life data, and I think that's a sign of a good startup, rather than someone painting a big picture of how big they are going to grow. So after the timing, the team, the next is the traction, I believe, and that's what excites me the most, because then you can actually extrapolate. Yeah.
Can you share with us one example of a startup that came to pitch, an external startup that came to pitch in your last 2 batches, and you felt, wow, like in such a short space of time, they've done so much, and what exactly did they do between them kind of coming up with an idea and actually getting this traction?
I can give you an idea. Give an example of a startup we accelerated in our last batch. It's a startup called Cloud Valley. It's founded by an ex-Intel employee along with employees from Huawei. And what they're doing is they are creating software framework on top of Intel's 5G edge servers. And when they came into our program, they had only an idea of what they're going to do. They had really no real traction. The reason, I think, what really attracted us is the solid team. They had Intel people, they had Huawei, they were experts in their field. They had connections in both the companies. So we were very confident that they'll be able to deliver. But that doesn't mean they will, right? They have the potential, they have the ability. And we kept impressing upon them that they need to talk to a lot of customers, a lot of partners, and not just hear the answer they want to hear, but really understand from their point of view, what is it that's troubling your users, and then adjust your products in a way that actually solves their needs, and not just, ask this question, if I build this, will you buy it? Right. And again, they're all engineers. And one problem we see with engineers is that they are very shy to go out and talk to people. And especially validation means risk of knowing that what you're building is not the right thing to build. So people are very protective of their idea as well. People get too much attached to their solution rather than the problem they're trying to solve. And over the last 3 months, we have a weekly call with these guys. And I remember the first few weeks, it's been like constantly, you need to talk to more people, you need to talk to more people, you need to do more, get more insights. And finally, in the last like a month or so, they've been like, boom, 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 boom. They've been like validating with almost like all the key players, the governments, the big companies, the robot companies. All those different check boxes are being filled, and they are already in pilot with 2 or 3 different types of players. For example, they are in talks with the government of Nanjing to pilot in the smart city, Tianjin. They are working with a smart factory. So I think they've been from 0 to 1 they've gone really fast and in an impressive way. And I think what that really shows us that given the right kind of coaching, guidance, you can change the mindset of the innovators or inventors to be more entrepreneurial and to be get them to not just understand but practice the lean startup methodology and be very nimble, be very like a customer centric rather than be centered on their idea or solution.
So given that the key to success is talking to as many customers as possible and then kind of refining your product, how often do you see startups changing their idea? So, for example, they might have come in with like a certain product that they proposed, and they ended up kind of talking to customers and realizing that actually this is a wrong path to go down, and they switch kind of midway through. Then does that happen before they come into your accelerator, or does that actually happen during that time at the accelerator?
It happens during the time. And typically, what happens is when they pitch, they will pick one vertical as an example and show us how big that is. And typically, what we also coach them to do is to use that one vertical or one market segment as their focus area. And if they're able to crack that, what other opportunities lie ahead? And typically what we also do is, it's not like the startups just come and pitch. We will shortlist the startups. We will bring them into a boot camp, help them develop their pitch so that they are in the best possible state to go and pitch to the jury. And we coach them on how to show that they're going to go from 0 to 1 and 1 to 100 and then scale up as well. But still keep the focus on what they want to build at hand. We have seen quite an examples of pivots. There was the recent startup in a batch. It's called In Cooling. It's a startup from the Netherlands that has it's a deep technology startup which uses technology from the Europe's largest particle accelerator to cool data centers. And they were developing this technology for data centers. And through our acceleration, now they found an opportunity to bring this technology into desktop computers. So, a lot of times you start with like one, basically what you're doing is you have an hypothesis of what your solution fixes. But as you talk to people, you realize that, okay, maybe it's not a big problem in this area, but there could be a problem here. There's a low-hanging fruit here that this solution can fix. And then you pivot and modify your solution and adapt it to something which is near and present, right? And I think that's how you can get traction. That's how you can start implementing your idea. And unless you implement your idea, you don't know what other problems are there with your solution, right? So I think the best thing is to get going, is to start building and building small and slowly scale from there.
I see. So we talked about how to kind of judge the right timing, how to get traction. You mentioned as well team, right? What do you look for in a startup team, right? What kind of characteristics, what kind of skill sets, what kind of attributes do you look for when innovators come in and pitch the idea to you?
Yeah. So since we are an accelerator, the number one quality we look for in a startup is that their founders are coachable. They're open to learning. They're open to experimenting. They're open to slightly different ideas they're flexible basically, because you may have an amazing startup and amazing founders, but if they don't have an open mind, if they don't want to learn, then it's useless. And it's not just the external founders, also the internal founders. Sometimes we have very senior people, technically senior, like, at Intel, we have like a technical ladder and a business ladder, and we have like principal engineers, senior principal engineers. They are like, higher than VPs. And when they come in, they are not super flexible in terms of how they, like learning, validation. No, I'm not saying not all, but, I'm just saying some of them. And that doesn't make for a good acceleration process, because the goal of acceleration is to make you very successful or orient you in the right direction in a very short amount of time. And in order for you to do that, you need to be extremely flexible. You should be extremely willing to go talk to a lot of people. It's like validation. And if you just want to sit in a lab and work on your code or build something, then acceleration is not the way. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Do you see any patterns in the background of people who come to your accelerator? So for example, if people have like an engineering or technical background, they tend to have like certain strengths or certain weaknesses, and then business background, other strengths and other weaknesses. Are there any patterns that you can spot?
Yes. I think one of the things we have spotted, is, or also, think of this as like a product market fit for our accelerator as well. Is what we have seen is the ideas that has the highest potential to be successful are the ones that come from customer-facing people. And that's one thing, okay? But almost like all our founders have technical background. They do have people in their team who has business background, but they are all led by technical people. So in the beginning, we are like I said, we are like batch 10. So like batch 1, 2, 3, most of the ideas came from R&D, research labs, and then slowly now it's moving towards more coming from sales and marketing engineers, like engineers that support sales and marketing functions who actually are sitting at the customers like Tencent, Alibaba, Baidu, who come back with the ideas of new opportunities for Intel to build products or ways to solve customer problems or identifying a new vertical that could bring us millions of dollars by doing like simple adjacent innovations. So that's one thing, is what we are seeing is customer facing people are more likely to land something into the market. And the second thing is very important is the kinds of innovation that we work on. And I would say there are 3 different kinds of innovations. One of them we call incremental innovation. And business units, R&D labs are very good at doing this, which is improving the product from one generation to the next generation, adding some features, making them faster, more power efficient, whatever it is. The next kind of innovation we call adjacent innovation is using what you have in a completely new way, but you're not creating something fundamentally different at the core, but you're putting another layer on top of it and making it useful to a different market segment which you never captured. And the third is we call breakthrough innovation. This is where you just think crazy. These are the moonshots. And what we realized is, of course we started with moonshots. We want to do breakthrough innovation. But what we realized is our people in China, they're very customer centric. This geography is very customer centric, and naturally we kind of started, we kind of converged to this adjacent innovations coming from the field people, and that's how we centered our program. That's what our product market fit. Our program is not the good fit for breakthrough innovations. For that, we have other programs, and we can refer them to the other programs. But that was also another thing, is that do what you're good at, or find your product market fit as well. So these are the 2 ways, we figured out, but it takes time.
So if you look at the trends in your past batches, right, and I'm sure as you assess each startup, you would have like certain criteria that you would assess them on. If you compare between 2 types, right, one type where you had no question marks at all about the idea, but you had some question marks about the coachability of the co-founders, versus the other type where you had no question mark on the co-founders' flexibility, but you were not too sure on the idea. Which turned out to be more successful in your experience?
The coachable founders. In the beginning, we went with the idea and we kind of paid. We learned from it, right? So it's always learning. It's so underrated how much learning you get by doing. A lot of people dismiss. For example, they're like, "Oh, accelerator, yeah, let's create a new accelerator. It's so easy, it's just easy to launch something, but it's not easy to make it successful, because you just learn so many things along the way about your own capabilities, the people, your ecosystem. So definitely, so there's one trick we do these days. When we shortlist the startups, when we bring them to the boot camp, we will give them an assignment to go and talk to n number of customers on the same day and see who are flexible enough to actually pick up a phone and call some real customers, users, and come back with their feedback. And that really tells us who are entrepreneurial, who are not. Yeah.
I see. So let's fast forward a little bit, right? So once you've shortlisted kind of startups to come into the accelerator program, like how do you position yourself? What type of support do you normally give these startups? Is it more of a is the most important support the mentoring, or is it the investment, or what kind of support is most important?
The mentoring. What we have is a very structured program, and what we are also changing right now for this the next batch. Until now, we used to have a very structured curriculum. It's a 16-week program, and we have 8 sprints. And each sprint tackles one like a concept or one methodology within Lean Startup. For example, the first sprint would be like business model canvas. The next sprint would be a validation. Then it would be building an MVP, financial modeling, gaining traction, pitching. Business plan, and finally the pitching. And what we are, and this is a good program if you are like very very early stage founder. But what we have realized now is that not everyone is early stage, and so we are moving it more towards mentoring. And even with the previous model of the program, we had these workshops. We call them action learning workshop, where they will learn a concept, we'll give them the tooling, and they will apply it to their problems at hand. And every 2 weeks, we'll also have something called Entrepreneur in Residence sessions, where we'll have a panel of experts who will look at their work that they have done for the 2 weeks. We will challenge them. We will orient them in the right direction. We'll give them the connections they need to get to the next step. They will also have support of an acceleration manager. So each startup will be paired with an acceleration manager who helps them apply these tools to their work. So it's like workshops, acceleration manager, entrepreneurs in residence, and mentoring. We also give them a budget to build an MVP. And this budget is only if they show that there is a value in building it. It's not a program where it's not an investment program. We don't take equity. Our goal is to build a business case where the startup and Intel can grow together. And for the internal teams, it's a business case to then bring to the business units to help take those ideas to the market. Yeah. So I would say it's a mentorship-driven program with a good enough budget for an MVP.
So just now you mentioned the different sprints, right? Whether it's like business model canvassing, whether it's kind of producing or creating your MVP or financial modeling. Which sprint or which stage do you see startups struggle with the most?
Validation, because they have to get out of their skin and go out. We have that sprint we call get out of the building. So we literally kick them out of the building and say, go out and here's your questionnaire, or get on the phone. We used to do, in the past, we've also done get out of the building hackathon. So what we did was we invited MBA students for a day to help our guys do cold calling. And at the end of the day, we get the validation results for each of the team. They come and present it. So I think that's the most challenging part. I think not just for internal employees, for anyone, for external founders as well, because you need to be very objective with how you ask questions. Your idea is to validate that there is a problem, not to validate that your solution fixes the problem. Because then you are back to square one. Then you don't need any of these things, right? Because this solution solves a problem, but is this problem worth solving? Is this problem people will pay you for finding a solution? And that's the thing you really need to figure out from validation. Because if you ask someone, I have a better iPhone, do you like it? They will say yes. Are you going to pay for it? Are you going to buy it? They're like, no, I think I'm fine with my phone. I can use it for another 2 years. And I don't really care about this new feature. So I think that's the toughest part I see. For the internal teams, I also see them struggle a bit with the financial modeling, market sizing. And so what we have done is we have partnered again with like MBA schools for hackathons. We have also in the past worked with MBA schools to bring on their students and make them part of the teams as well for like 3 months. So it gives real life use cases for MBA students to work on, and it also gives some help to our founders on the market sizing and things like that, which they are not super comfortable with or experts on.
I see. And then so after these kind of both internal and external startups go through the program, how do you kind of track the progress going forward? Do you track it closely? Do you monitor them closely? Do you still give them coaching?
So what we do is we help them in any way they need. So there are a lot of founders, after they've gone through the program, they will come, and usually they will come asking for some help on some introductions, or they will come back with some good news that, hey, we are able to get a new customer and we created so much revenue. And also many times, there was one project, I think it's batch 5 or 6, and it was a very simple idea. It was technically like very simple, but it had the potential to bring in millions of dollars of revenues. And it was so simple that the technical leads, they thought it was not cool enough to work on. But we got these guys to appeal to the business people to go and support this idea. And finally, about a month ago, he told me that he got $1 million investment from a business unit to take it to the market. So sometimes we get such unexpected great news. Sometimes, and there is an idea. There's a guy approached me this morning to build on top of what we had created a few batches ago. So a lot of times people come back, builds things on top of it, and many a times what happens is within the company, if they said they came through Growth X, it automatically gives them like a validation or like some sort of attraction as well. We do track. What we do is every batch we will have our finance team do an analysis of how much market that batch is driving and how much revenue, how much target revenue will be generated by projects from this batch over the next 3-4 years. But we don't really, it's not like a startup accelerator where we have like a community outreach and we constantly are in touch. We have some of the previous founders come and give talks into the new batch. So we do have engagement in that sense. Yeah.
You talked a bit about hearing unexpected good news. I'm sure you've also heard kind of bad news. Right? What's the most common cause of the bad news that you receive from certain startups that don't quite take off?
Recently, there was one startup we had spun off about a year ago. It was a really cool startup called Augmented Reality Pool. So imagine a pool table, and on top there is a projector, a camera, and there is a PC in the corner. So you can go in, you can scan a QR code, and it will start projecting images onto the table. You can pick between what you want to do. You can play against the table. You can do training. So it's a very immersive and interactive experience with sports. And we spun this idea out as a startup. So this guy, actually created a new company, and then he pivoted from that to ping pong, because what he realized that even the pool is cool, there is no real willingness from people to pay. And what he realized that the ping pong, there's a huge market, because Chinese parents love for their kids to play ping pong and get good at it. And a coach can only pay attention to so many kids. So if you have an augmented reality pool table that can track where the ball is, and there's a robotic arm. So he created that solution and brought to the market. And I spoke to him recently and I said, do you want to come and join our new batch as a new startup? And he told me that idea is over because of this COVID, right? No one is like playing sports right now, and he moved on to doing something else. But hopefully, maybe when things come back to normal, he can get started again. But a lot of common reasons for things to fail is a change in market. Also, a lot of times, not everything falls in place, right? Because there are many dependencies for the startup, and right now we are at the cutting edge of technologies, right? So there are so many moving parts, and even think of VR, for example, right? So far there is like not a killer app. So I think it's just like the whole tech industry is in a flux, and I think those are the biggest challenges. Is the timing again? Is the timing? Is everything falling in place or not? So I think the best idea is, if you keep it simple, go to market and move as you move, I think, along, be cognizant of the changes and pivot. I think that's the right way to do. Yeah.
โปรโมชั่นพิเศษสำหรับคุณผู้ฟัง In the Name of Work Podcast ถ้าสนใจคอนเทนต์จากสปีกเกอร์ระดับโลกแบบนี้อีกสามารถใช้โค้ด Salmon SALMON เพื่อเป็นส่วนลด 10% เข้าชมงาน Corporate Innovation Summit หรือ CIS ปี 2020 Event Virtual Experiential Conference ที่จะจัดขึ้นในวันที่ 15-17 กันยายนนี้เปิดขายบัตรแล้ววันนี้ทางเว็บไซต์ cis.riseexcel.com ย้ำนะครับ cis.riseexcel.com แล้วเจอกันครับ
So I think we talked a little bit so far about what it takes to create a startup, what type of mentality you should have, right? I think I want to kind of move a little bit to the corporate side of things, just to get us off on that point. Perhaps I want to ask you, working in a corporate like Intel, right? What inspired you to decide to launch this accelerator and start kind of working with external startups in your last couple of batches, as well as promoting innovation or promoting internal startups, right? What was the spark behind that decision?
Let me tell you, how I got into Intel first, right? So I did product design at Apple, and I think after working 8 years there, the last two products I launched was iPad and iPad 2. At that time, Intel had this product line called Classmate PC. This was inspired by one laptop per child, where kind of the vision from MIT's Media Lab to create an education device for like Africa or Latin America to make devices more affordable for kids in developing countries. And after the iPad launched, people wanted to move from PC to tablet, and they wanted to create a tablet version of education PC. And that's what I came to Intel to design. It was a new challenge. It was a completely different kind of design. And I also had more responsibilities, because at Apple, I was doing mostly mechanical design and manufacturing. And here it was product architecture, hardware design, software. services, entire thing. So that's what I came to do at Intel. And I was in this role for 3 to 4 years, but I felt, that it was a bit frustrating to bring new ideas into the market when I'm not in the headquarters. And I saw a lot of cool new innovations being created at Intel in China. We have about 10,000 employees. But there was no good mechanism there was, everyone could pitch to their business units, but it was like a very slow kind of a path to make things happen. And about 4 years, I think 3 years, into that role, I was a bit frustrated, that our ideas are not being heard because all the decision makers are in the headquarters. People tend to listen to those who are close to them, who are face to face with them, people, out of sight, out of mind, right? So that was a frustration. And, I think I was really, in my mind, I really wanted to find something else to do. And then I got a call from someone in the Intel China president's office saying they want to create this new position for innovation where they wanted to streamline innovation happening at Intel China. And they had they said, you have a clean slate. You can tell us what you want to do. And so I thought it was a great opportunity. And so I took up that position, and I soon realized that we were very good at coming up with technical ideas. We were really good at coming up with a technical proofs of concept, prototypes, but there was not real business sense behind how to productize it, how to commercialize it. And in my very early days, someone, sent me to some innovation roundtable. They said, "Hey, you're the new innovation guy, so why don't you go to this roundtable?" And I went to this roundtable and I met the guy. He's like a legend in China, William Baobin. He started the first startup accelerator in China. So he's the managing director of China Accelerator. And he told me what he did. And I'm like, wow, maybe we can do the same thing at Intel, where we can help all these guys turn their ideas into a real business by having a program which is mentorship led, which can give them the basic concepts of how to build a startup. And that's where I came up with this idea. Okay, let's start an accelerator. And so that's how this whole idea started. Because I had no idea until then, that there's something called an accelerator. Yeah.
And so what do you think are the biggest benefits that corporates like Intel get from having their own accelerator program? Now, I understand, of course, the different accelerators, some of them accept kind of external startups to begin with. Some of them, for example, like GrowthX, start from internal startups first. But what do you feel are the key benefits that Intel as a whole or corporates as a whole get from having their own accelerator?
I think there are the two main benefits. One is, of course, business growth, right? I think if you are to create an exponential growth or inorganic growth, you need to have some sort of a program where you allow people to experiment, you support them along the way, give them the right skills, the right tools, the right environment to test those ideas with the market, with the customers, and then launch new business lines. And there are some companies that do it organically. They don't call it an accelerator or anything. Like Google used to have that 15% free time. Even like in the 1970s, companies like 3M, they used to have a program called permitted bootlegging, where they would allow their managers to spend 15% of their time and resources on things they believed were the right things, right? So that Post-it notes came out of that program. And I think what we tried to do was we looked at what was lacking, because if you just also I think the first couple of batches we started, right, we just gave money to budget to the teams, and it didn't yield good results, because you do need to give them the right mindset, the right kind of tools. And that's the reason we created Accelerator. So having an accelerator does two things, is it creates a structure for innovation, creates a pipeline, and also it gives you the greater amount of success at the end. The second thing we realize is that it also transforms your employees. And the way we have seen the transformation is through their the progress. Even though they learn a lot of business things, it helps them also climb their corporate ladder. We have seen that employees who have gone through our program are 3 to 6 times more likely to get promoted to the next grade level compared to their peers, depending on what grade level they are, right? So that's why that range 3 to 6. And I think 1.5 to 5 times being repeat high performers. So it definitely helps them, become a well-rounded employee, a better employee, opens their mind. So the next time they work on things, they have a better stage to start from. And another thing is what we realize is once you have enough entrepreneurs inside, it's easy to engage with the startups, with the entrepreneurs. Because if you just engage with the entrepreneurs, and once they come and start working with the guys inside and they don't talk the same language, there's a problem as well. I think it doesn't mean that you have to start with internal first and then external, but it just helps, and the reason or the confidence for us to start accelerating external startup was that we knew that we have enough entrepreneurial folks inside who will go beyond their regular day job to work on these new ideas that the startups are coming with. So that was another thing that we saw having this accelerator helped us.
Yeah. So apart from having your own accelerator, apart from some of the initiatives that you mentioned with Google, the 15% policy, have you seen any other kind of recent policies or initiatives launched by big corporates that really helped kind of foster internal innovation or entrepreneurs, as you put it?
Entrepreneurship. What I see most corporates do is to work with external startups. That 90% of them, and the reason is one, it's easy, right? You just have to get a budget. You need to create some vision and let the startups work, right? Entrepreneurship takes a lot of effort. It's it's your own people. You feel more responsible. You feel like you need to deliver. You need to fight all the internal processes. So entrepreneurship is hard, but I have seen people do it. When we were getting started, Philips, one of the reasons I thought this was possible because I saw what Philips was doing with their breakthrough innovation program, which was creating internal startups, not necessarily to kick them out, but to give them the time and the resources to come up with new ideas, incubate them, create business plan, and then lead into a business center, just like what we do. So I saw them do it. BASF, the chemical company, they have something called a chemovator, which is again supporting internal innovators to come up with new business ideas. Covestro is again a plastic materials company. They do have internal programs as well for internal innovation. SAP has them. I think SAP does global pitching competitions. So they pick up winners from each geo, then they bring them, I think, to Germany, and then they pick the winner and then they fund their project. There are a lot of companies doing things, but I think, but the key thing is this, okay? I think you need to be consistent. You need to do it consistently, and you need to do it over a long period of time. Because a lot of times I see hackathon and then nothing happens, and then suddenly somewhere else, we are accelerating startups. So I think you need to have that consistency. Any good, let's say, accelerator, let's say Y Combinator has been there for years, right? Or China Accelerator, it's now batch I think 16 or 17. So you are doing it year over year and very in a consistent way and always improving the program. And I think so that's the key, if you're able to do it in a consistent way. And if you believe it's not the right thing to do, then again, you can stop. But I think that consistency, I think also is the key. A lot of corporates, are doing it. Yeah. And I think the question, but also I see a lot of innovation theater as well, where it's more of a PR and marketing and looking like you are innovative than actually being. So that's also something, to keep, I think, to keep in mind, that just because, someone is advertising that, hey, we have an accelerator, you need to see who is behind it and, what they have done, what is their track record. Yeah.
So relating to that point, right? How much is innovation within corporates driven top down by the direction set by the top management, and how much, or do you think that it's more important actually that it's driven bottom up, in the sense that you create a set of employees who really try and come up with new ideas and then propose improvements to what they're doing?
I think it's a bit of both, right? And it also depends on what kind of company, what kind of workforce you have. I remember at Apple, we innovated differently. We were basically given direction from the top on what is it that we have to achieve, and it was left to us how to achieve it, and that's where we innovated. At Intel, we are a technology ingredient company, right? We build things that go into other things that then are used by the end user. So at Intel, what I think there are two parts of Intel. One is the part that manufactures chips, and I think that's very top down. It's like, this is what we have to achieve, innovate in the process, how to make it happen. That's the factory side. But on the other side, the product side, we always have to imagine where could this new chip or new technology go in and explore what kind of market it has to go to. So that's why I believe more voice from bottoms up is needed to then figure out which are the right areas to invest in. So again, it depends on what kind of company it is, what you're making, and what your workforce can provide. And a lot of times there's also tech companies and non-tech companies. So tech company innovations are mostly in their technological innovations, but there are other companies like, let's say some company F&B, like company that makes beer. They have a lot of business ideas and they are in search for technology, right? So for them, maybe the best bet is to go work with a startup who can bring in those technologies as well. And that's one of the reasons why you would see a lot of non-tech companies creating startup programs, because they see a business need. They don't have the tech. There's a digital transformation going on. So yeah, it depends on where you are. But I think no matter what company, if you have to engage with the startups, you need to have entrepreneurial people within your companies. Otherwise, you can't go too far. Yeah, the best you would do is invest in a company and then hope that company grows. Yeah.
So all the initiatives that we talked so far about how to create entrepreneurs, right? It all involves taking some time of the employees away from their kind of day-to-day job, right? So I think that's a prerequisite for all this to happen. How do you convince large corporates who are kind of so used to doing things in a certain way to actually make that investment or make that sacrifice, right?
It's a great question. When we created the accelerator, after the first, I think the batch 3 or batch 4, around that time, we decided to get out of our corporate office and create an outpost inside of a co-working space. And the idea was to recruit a batch and physically move them there for the entire 4 months. Initially, there was agreement, but later, the managers got cold feet and they said, no, we cannot do that. We have all these guys have their day jobs. And so what we agreed to do was let them spend 1 complete day per week in our accelerator. And that was the agreement. Then, as we moved along, what we also did, and I mentioned it earlier, did I? No, maybe not. Yeah, is that what we now do is like adjacent innovations, right? We see where could this innovation land? What could be the landing zone? And which business unit would this benefit the most? And we would get the business unit to also chip in. And once they chip in, they also have the skin in the game, and they want their employees to work on it as well. And what we have seen over the years is now, if an employee gets into this program, they're almost, at least more than 50% of their time working on this. And most of the time, it's full time now. So we have found a way to pick up the ideas, to pick up the people who are quite aligned, or we have a pretty good idea of where they will land, and able to get the management also to support. But it took time. I think the first few batches, people were like, why should we let these guys work on things they want to work on? And then they realized, oh, they're doing this, for our own business group. Yeah. But it takes time. Yeah. And enrollment. Yeah.
So we talked about kind of the benefits that corporates get from promoting this kind of entrepreneurship spirit, right? What about the individual employees? Of course, if you have like employees who are like very excited, have a lot of ideas that they want to test out, and this is perfect. But oftentimes you might get, especially in large corporates, right, employees who are quite comfortable with just doing what they have been doing for many years, right? How do you energize them to get out of comfort zone to start thinking about innovating their processes or coming up with new products?
Basically what we have found is you cannot create an entrepreneur. You just have to find them. And what we have also seen is that it's a futile effort to get everyone to be innovative. You just have to focus on the ones who are. And you will see them, the ones who are really, really innovative, risk-taking, they come forward. Then what we have seen is they will recommend this to their friends or other employees. And it's like organically, it brings people together. I would say, let's say out of like 10,000 employees we have here in China, there's only like 300 or so who are very active. But I think that's good. You don't want everyone, because a corporate has to have like, a part that's exploratory and the part that's like exploitatory. I know it's exploitation and exploration, right? Someone has to exploit what the machinery we have put in place to like churn out products, but we need to also have a small group that looks at more like exploration. So it's okay. You don't have to get everyone to be innovative. And in each of our business groups, we do have this small pathfinding and innovation functions that try to improve the process, try to make the product a little better. That's what I call sustaining innovations. And what we're looking for is adjacent. So we need people who think slightly differently, ones who want to identify with the product that launches into the market, right? So he can say, that was my idea. This is the new business that I help create. And we don't need to have many of them.
So having looked at kind of your experiences, like you've been pretty much across the world, right? You've been in India, Silicon Valley, and now you're in China. Do you see any cultural differences to the way companies in each country approach this topic of creating innovation within corporates or working with startups?
Oh, absolutely. Let me tell you, so when I was still at Apple, right? So I used to work from the headquarters, Cupertino, designing things on like large screens. And we used to, once we finished designing a product, we would come to China for the build. And I think I remember traveling to China every other month. What I saw was, like, let's say when we were in Cupertino, you have a design in mind and you send it to the model shop and it will come back in a couple of weeks, right? Or a week if it's fast. But in China, you have something, it just arrives the next day or on the same day. So the pace of innovation is mind-boggling. And when I decided to like move permanently to China, I believe, I learned so much here in like 2 months that I didn't learn over the last 4 years being in the headquarters, right? So one of the thing I see the China is the work ethic. The work ethic. People like, if you ask for something, they'll immediately do it. What I've seen in the US is they are a little like, they're very, they deliver very high quality work, but they are very conscious that they're doing it right. They take their time to the right way. But in China, they will do first and then like think later. So it's more of testing. In India, people think even more than the than the people think in the US. And what I see in India is like there is a lot of social activities that people are involved in, like someone's birthday, like or there's a religious ceremony. There's a lot of things that happen in India other than the work, right? So in general, it's a bit slow, but again, it's there are quirks of different societies as well, and what people value the most there. Yeah, but I think another thing I see in China is the infrastructure, right? That makes it so easy to move products around, to move things around, to ship things around. And I think so. Which other two, like both US and India, are lacking a bit as well. Yeah, but in kinds of innovations, I see like US doing fundamental innovations, like fundamental technologies, and China is really good at taking that fundamental thing and building like use cases or applications on top. Another thing I see is to do with the ecosystem and users. Users in China are much more forgiving of the mistakes. So, if you screw up on the first product, they will still buy your second one as long as you correct those mistakes. But I think in the US, that's not tolerated. And India, I think India is. I only worked in India for about 6 months, entire life. So I don't really have like a deep understanding of how it is to work there, what's the culture. But in general, what I see is India is really good at building something once, like building something to specifications, right? That's why we have the largest software services companies, like Infosys, Tata Consultancy Services. And now there is a new breed of entrepreneurs coming up, and most of these are coming back from abroad to start their companies. So I think we will see more and more innovations coming from India as well. Yeah.
Okay, so I think I want to kind of move on to the last section of the podcast and talk a little bit about the interaction between corporates and startups, right? I think we spend a lot of time talking about how corporates should in some way behave more like a startup, in terms of kind of being agile, consistently validating your hypotheses, etc. Are there any aspects where a startup should behave more like a corporate? Or are there some aspects of a startup that corporates should not try to replicate?
I think definitely. I think startups could learn a lot from corporate. I think a few things is like discipline in, let's say, operations, financials, processes. I think as you scale up, if you don't have any processes, then you'll be completely like it would be chaos, right? So I think it's good to start learning those things and implementing as you scale up. Accountability, I think legal is another thing. I think when you're small, no one will come after you, but as you grow, you need to make sure that you are in the right in whatever you do. But again, all these problems are problems of scaling up. And I think that's where you can start looking at the corporate. But I think in the early stages, try not to, look too much at what corporate is doing. Otherwise, you will not even get off the ground.
When you talk about like internal processes involved with scaling, what specifically do you feel are the pitfalls of startups when they try to scale? What processes are missing?
I think one is the burn rate, right? You keep burning through your reserves just to grow, which is not sustainable. So sometimes it's better to grow slowly and leave something, and have like a longer runway. Sometimes it's better not to say no to some things that may not add value to where you're going to go. Hiring as well. I think hiring is key. So I think in the end, right, I think is the culture that determines how your processes are set up. So to be very, very thorough with the hiring as well, not to just bring people in, and not to just bring in someone because he or she is a big name but not a good fit. Yeah.
Okay. I think wanted to get your opinions on any advice you may have for, let's say, people. Let's start with people working in corporates who feel that they want to find more room to suggest new ideas, right? Whether it's suggesting new ideas for where they're currently working, or actually doing their own kind of side project, or to the most extreme, actually quitting their day-to-day job to start their own startup. What advice would you have for them to think about those opportunities?
I think first of all, don't quit your job to do your own startup. You can do it in your evenings and weekends, right? I think it's easier to build something when you're not worried how to feed you and your family. So definitely quit only when your jobs comes into the way of you building, or growing that startup, right? That's one. If you want to suggest a new idea internally, it's better to actually build something rather than just talk, because talk is very cheap. Get out of doing the PowerPoint engineering and doing some real mock-ups, doing something real, get some real insights, something you cannot do with the desk job. It's very, I see a lot of proposals by people who has not even left their seat. They just sit on their chair or whatever the seat is. It's all research, Google research. It's like Google and PowerPoint, right? Anyone can do that. I believe someone who comes with real insights from people. I believe someone who has spent time on turning the idea on the paper into something tangible, something real. That means two things. One is that he has real insights. Two, he has passion to grow this idea because he put in his own time and resources to take those first few steps. So I would say, don't just go try to sell your idea or ask people for money. You can ask people for advice, ask and show them what you have done. So they themselves will then suggest you what you could do next. And I think that's a better way of moving your idea forward than simply going and saying, I have an idea and I need money. Yeah.
Similar question is, what advice do you have for fresh graduates or people who are still kind of at universities and they're exploring a path in building their own startup? We see a trend recently as well with a lot of people quitting college to create their own startup. Is that too big of a risk to take? Or how should they kind of think about that decision a bit more carefully?
I think if you're like a college graduate or, I don't think it's a big risk. It's always, it's like a learning experience. Right. I think you need to think about it when you are, when you have a family to feed, when you have they're like wife and son and kids, But I think when you're young, I think you can explore a bit. But I would say, I think do it for the right reasons. I see some people having this delusion that I will create a company and I'll become rich. I think that's the wrong motivation to do a startup. People think, oh, entrepreneur is cool. I want to be an entrepreneur. I think that's also the wrong motivation. I think if you should create a startup, if you really are passionate to solve some challenge, and even if you don't know how to solve it, if you can articulate what the challenge is, if you can articulate why this challenge needs to be solved, then you can bring other people on board, right? And I would say you don't always have to quit. You can quit your school or you can quit your job only if it comes into the way of you doing what you really like to do. If you want to gain some experience, then, and if the policy allows for you to take a break from school, you can go join a growing startup where you can get different kinds of experiences, right? So that's also another path. I think the guys, like let's say the people who dropped out of school, like Mark Zuckerberg, I mean, they worked on that idea for a long time while they were still in school, and they left only when they were sure they couldn't handle both. Yeah, the reality is not what it seems like. That you drop out of school, you become entrepreneur, and then you become a billionaire. No, that's not what it is. Yeah.
And then similarly, what advice do you have for corporate leaders? Not to create entrepreneurs, as you mentioned, it's difficult to create one, but to find and empower the entrepreneurs within your corporates. What can they do in practice?
I think the first is to recognize that there's so much of innovation happening outside, driven by entrepreneurs. Right today, anyone with a few $1,000s in their pocket can launch an internet startup. Maybe 10, 20 years ago, you would have to have like a couple $1 million to create an internet startup. But today, anyone with a little savings can launch one. And I believe just in China, every day, there's like some 10,000 startups being registered every day. So at least a few of those startups, have the potential to like disrupt you, right? So you need to have a lot of such experiments being launched inside your own organization. It's better that you disrupt yourself than someone disrupts you. So once you have that realization, you need to create an environment that allows for this experimentation, risk-taking. I think risk-taking sounds very, weird. It's you don't take any risk. You're in a corporate. You have your job. You get your salary, right? Just allows basically create a framework for your employees to give them a little time to work on things which are not top-down. Give them resources. Put together programs in place where they could get the required resources to advance their ideas, and give them the psychological safety to do that. I think, and if they do that, I think you can. Here's what I say: if it's easier for corporates to scale an idea, the problem is going from 0 to 1. But if you come up with go from 0 to 1 in a corporate where what you're building is aligned with the strategy and long-term vision of that company, it's easy to scale once you do 0 to 1. But the startups, 0 to 1 is difficult. They have no money, they have no people. So I really believe that entrepreneurship can be a huge force for the corporates to innovate. And if the leaders realize that and are willing to put together, like, for example, simple things like setting the right KPIs, requiring the business units to launch innovative ideas as a percentage of their budget spending. So I think those are the things I would tell them, and the risk of not doing so is you can just point to them at the Kodak's case, right? Like Kodak, the camera company, like let's say in like 1970s, 1980s, we used to use the film cameras, right? And then you click the pictures on the film, print it on paper. And at that time, like the digital camera was already invented by Kodak, one of their engineers, and they just sat on it for 30 years and they finally got disrupted by the digital camera and went bankrupt. Had they taken that idea, try to build something, encourage those kind of innovations, they would still be in business. So I think the key is to be able to create an environment that encourages experimenting and giving them the psychological safety.
So with that in mind, what do you anticipate to see in the near future in terms of any shifts in the way that corporates work together with startups, given their different strengths and their different weaknesses?
I think that we already have open innovation now, right? Where startups corporates will work with startups, work with the ecosystems, the governments, the universities. I think that collaboration will I think go through some transformation, like 2.0. I would say like open innovation 2.0, where I think there's one like tough nut to crack. There is, how do you get corporates to corporates working with each other, trusting each other, competitors working with, I wouldn't say competitors, because like today you can see same corporates are competing in one area and they're partnering in other areas. So how do you really like become like a true open innovation? And I see such ideas in pockets. For example, in Netherlands, in Eindhoven, there are lots of consortiums of corporates getting together, working with the startups, investing in them, giving them the resources, the program setup. I think that the collaboration would be the name of the game, I guess, for like open innovation 2.0.
And I guess the final question from me today is, what do you anticipate to be the new set of startups that might emerge over the next kind of 3 or 5 years? Which sector, which industry, which type of functions do you foresee there being room for new ideas to take off?
What I truly want to see is people going more into sustainability, the food, the agriculture, going back to the basics. Because I feel a lot of, like, in the recent past or so far, people have been just looking through improving our productivity, right? Most of the startups is like connecting people, improving productivity, packing more things in our life, deliveries, food deliveries. But we have completely forgotten that there are other consequences of doing that, right? Like the pollution, the plastics ending up in the oceans, people's health and well-being. So I do think, especially after this pandemic, or after the troubles you see, let's say in the US, all the relationships, I think it's a good chance for us to take a step back and think, what are the real challenges that need to be solved? And I believe, that would be the next trend, to be like sustainable, to get like fix the food problem, the pollution problem, the trash problem, and more impact investment will also, I believe, will be happening in the next, like 5 years or so.
Okay. Thank you very much, Kapil. I think if we had held this podcast many years ago, I think a lot of people will see startups as being kind of a competitor or a disruptive force to large corporates. But I think after what we've learned from you today, I think we can all see that actually corporates and startups can work hand in hand in many areas to promote innovation both within and to kind of incorporate innovation from outside into large corporates as well. So I hope this is useful for everyone kind of listening out there, regardless of whether you're in a startup environment or in a large corporate. So thank you very much, Kapil, for coming to share your wisdom with us today.
Thanks for having me. It was my pleasure.
Thank you very much. And for anyone listening, you can always tune in to our podcast, In the Name of Work, every Wednesday via Salmon Podcast. Thank you very much for today.
Salmon Podcast มันสดอร่อย
In the Name of Work Podcast, getting your work to really work with Parit Watrasin.
In collaboration with Rise.
Hi everyone, welcome back to our podcast, In the Name of Work. This is Parit Watrasin, your host. As usual, this podcast, we're going to be talking to business experts across the world on very different areas or disciplines that will shape the future of our work, regardless of whatever sector you're in. Hopefully, from this podcast, you'll be able to gain some useful insights and tips on how to work more efficiently, how to work more effectively, and how to make it more fun, or as we like to say on our podcast, how to get your work to really work for you. So for those of you who've been listening to our podcast before, you'll notice that a common theme that's popped up in almost every single episode is that a crucial factor in determining a certain company's success, whether it's a corporate or a startup, is the company's ability to actually understand their users and their pain points. So in this episode, what we're going to be doing is going to be spending the whole episode talking about the art of what we call human-centered design. It's an approach which can supposedly transform how businesses can better ideate and design their products and services to better meet their user needs. Our guest speaker today is Ms. Sukhita Karthi, a specialist in human-centered design and someone who has certainly applied this art to a very wide range of products and services, especially in the healthcare sector. Hi, Sukhita. Welcome to our show.
Hi. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us. Let me start off with the first question. For people who are not so familiar with this concept of human-centered design, can you explain a little bit more about what that is? And as a human-centered designer, what do you do for companies and your clients?
Absolutely. So human-centered design, I guess, has been around for quite a while now in terms of how it's being used and implemented, and it's gaining a lot more prevalence, I think, worldwide currently. I think the kind of basic premise of human-centered design is really understanding the people that you're trying to serve. There's this common tenet of like, a lot of startups fail because they build something that customers don't actually want. And so the premise of like human-centered design is to eliminate that and to actually getting to know your users. And we do that through a process called empathy, and which involves basically talking to users, observing them, interacting with them in different settings to really understand a lot of aspects, their behaviors, the actions that they take, their feelings, and understanding really the root cause of why they do what they do. So we have this principle of like, often it's like an iceberg type situation where the highest layer or like the top layer that you can see is just kind of like the what they do. But we like to, in human-centered design, like dig deeper and truly understand kind of the why of what they're doing and what we're actually seeing. And oftentimes those insights that we obtain are very different from what we thought were initially the problem, which often leads to like a very different solution, which is where kind of there's a contrast and kind of the power of human-centered design in the first place. You're able to kind of go to those root causes, go to those underlying assumptions and underlying feelings and motivations in order to create products that improve those things or create behavior change or improve maybe a negative feeling in order to make it better. So that's kind of like, I guess, the first element of human-centered design that's really valuable. The other element is also, it comes in the aspect of prototyping and experimentation, which is very crucial to human-centered design, I would say. And it basically involves, we do, I guess, like if you go through the entire process, we start off with like interviewing and talking to users, whoever that might be based off of the problem. And that interview format could look at a variety of ways. And then we use those insights to come up to like really understand what's different and what's unique. And we use that to like ideate and come up with interesting solutions. And then we like test. Oftentimes like you think you know what the right answer is, or you think you know what the solution is, but without testing, you have no real sense of like, is this actually something that's going to solve the problem? Or is this some assumption that I had? And is this just coming from me and not from like the user side? So the other big aspect of human-centered design is prototyping and testing, which involves like taking an idea or taking an assumption, building it out in some fashion, and then like testing it with our users. Again, so I guess the core tenet is like it's human-centered. So we're always turning back to our users and the people that are using this. And so how do we prototype and test it so that, again, we're questioning our assumptions, we're making sure that our decisions are based off of like user behaviors and not our own biases. And so that's kind of the other element of it. And so obviously it's kind of like a very cyclical process. I think a lot of like visualizations of it have it like very linear, but it often is, you have to do it multiple times and multiple rounds, and it's not just a one-time thing and done. And so that's kind of the other aspect of human-centered design is the element of like iteration and being able to accept or like learn from failure, because inevitably you're going to fail in like a prototype or some form of test. But being able to learn from it, understand what worked, what didn't work, and then like going back to the drawing board and rethinking your assumptions or doing more interviews or like trying out a different prototype or like trying out a different problem statement is kind of the other element. And I think, the areas in which human-centered design is most valuable is when you have an ambiguous problem and you don't really know where to start or what to do. It could be like as broad as like redesigning an airport or like redesigning like travel in the world of COVID or something like that. And it's like so vague and so ambiguous. And so we have this principle of like navigating ambiguity, which is like what human-centered design is like really helpful for. It's like you don't even know where to start. And so why not start with like the actual people and the humans that are going to be interacting with this? And so that's kind of where it's really helpful. And I think human-centered design, when it comes to like companies and creating innovative products or features, it's most powerful when it's paired with the element of feasibility and viability. So feasibility being like how effective is your company or your team able to execute on a particular idea or solution? And do you have the capabilities to do that? And the viability aspect being the more kind of like business element where how sustainable is this model? Like you can make a product that maybe like solves the problem, but if no one's willing to buy it or if it's not going to be like sustainable and ultimately you're driving towards like starting a company, then that's not a great model as well. So I think that for this framework of like working at this intersection it comes from IDEO. So like you want to understand the human elements, obviously the biggest elements, but also like the business and technical elements.
So before we dive deeper into each step in that process, and thank you for laying out the framework so clearly, right? To kind of illustrate a little bit why human-centered design is so important, can you give kind of an example of, let's say, a product or a service that everyone is so familiar with, but you feel have not been designed in such a human-centric way?
It hasn't been human-centered.
Yes, it hasn't been.
I mean, there's kind of a typical Silicon Valley example that I can give. There's a juicing company called Juicera. I don't know if a lot of people are familiar with it, but they created this really amazing, I don't mean to call them out or anything, but they're kind of an example that we use. They created this really amazing juicer to like juice like fruits, vegetables, and everything. And it looks beautiful and it has like incredible, I guess, like usability and everything. And the principle is like they would ship like these little juice packets and you would put that in this juicer blender thing and it would give you like juice. I mean, that sounds like a great product in theory. But I think as people, they like made it, they shipped it. I don't really know in terms of like what their process was like in building this. But the eventual like end use case was that people realized that you could just drink the juice straight out of the packets that they came in because it was already like pre-blended and everything. So you didn't even need this like very expensive equipment to make the juice for you. The packets that they themselves provided, you could just drink that on its own. And so if you think about that, then it's kind of like there was no reason for this product. And it's almost like if you had tested this, then you would have realized that like you could just like drink the juice without using this like very expensive machine in and of itself. And so that's kind of like, I guess, maybe a typical example of something that potentially wasn't human-centered in terms of like, it was human-centered in terms of like the actual machine that they built and like the way that you could use it, but the actual like how people interact with it on a daily basis, it kind of failed there, I would say.
So let's take that example as kind of like a straw man, right? So what do you think happened in that process, right? So if someone designs a product or a service that did not involve kind of testing with users, what is normally the thought process that goes into those people, right? So what would be kind of the common pitfall that people make, or the common kind of assumptions that people make, which ended up with them not kind of testing it with users before they actually launched the product, right?
Yeah, I think there's probably a few, and I'm definitely like guilty of like making mistakes when it comes to thinking what the best solution is. A lot of it comes from your own biases and assumptions. You think that you know the best product or the best solution to address a particular problem. And especially like it can be so hard to realize that it may not be the best solution. Like when you're working in a team or when you're working by yourself and you're like, I have this really awesome idea. It's going to like change everything. It's going to change and like really affect a lot of aspects. You kind of like get sucked into this like vacuum of, yeah, I'm going to do this. Like, this is the best idea, which like, obviously like I've definitely done, like other people have done, without actually like understanding what the user's perspective is. And so, yeah, I think it comes down to just kind of like the types of, like if your team or if the people that you're working with also think that it's like a good idea, it's like hard to separate out what we think is good. Because ultimately, if I'm trying to create a product that's successful, then I'm like, I mean, obviously everyone will want this. Obviously, like I'm making this like really amazing juicing machine and it looks amazing. And it's like really, it's like we've thought this through. It's not like we haven't thought this through and we haven't like tested it internally, but I think it like it's born out of biases and assumptions to begin with, and so it's kind of like hard to go back after that with that if you don't test or prototype.
I see. So I think let's begin with kind of the first step that you would do, right, in terms of designing something in a human-centric way. And I want to take the example you mentioned about, let's say, redesigning an airport, right? So let's say that's the problem, right? You've been asked to kind of help redesign the process of people from when they get to the airport to when the plane takes off. Now, when you're tasked with that problem, how important is it for you to have kind of a hypothesis going in terms of what you want to do, what type of processes you want to eliminate or redesign? Or is it actually better for you to go in with kind of a blank slate and actually start talking to users without any pre-existing assumptions?
Yeah. I think the latter is definitely the ideal scenario where you go in without any pre-existing assumptions. You kind of talk to people along the way about various steps in the process, like from when they first start to when they first get to the airport to when they like you mentioned, like get on the plane and take off. But in like a real scenario, or if you're working at a company that's working on this, oftentimes you need a little bit more of like grounding, and you don't have the luxury of time and resources to be like, I'm going to start like completely blank and I'm going to just see where this takes us. And often you have to go in with the hypotheses. And I think that hypotheses can come from like a variety of other research that other people have already done. Like there's a lot of like secondary research available, and you can sort of like pinpoint areas where there's a lot of friction, right? So maybe that's like the check-in process, or that's the security process, or that's kind of like the waiting in the lounge, or like the gate time. So you can maybe like divvy up your efforts to focus on those specific areas, because I guess like end to end, it is a very large journey, and you can have hypotheses for those each individual sections and go in with maybe like an assumption or kind of like a question that you want answered in terms of like, how do we redesign the security line process to be like more delightful or more exciting or less just like less boring and like stressful. And so you can specify it in that aspect as well, which, I mean, if you go in with the specification, you'll probably like find unique insights in that regard. And you can question some of the assumptions that you've already had. So yeah, it's kind of like a balance you have to play between like just like going with everything and like just going with the completely blank slate, but also like kind of narrowing it down to a specific element where it's where you're able to tackle it easily, and kind of I guess like very quickly prove whether or not a hypothesis is right or wrong. So if I go in with the assumption that like, oh, the check-in process is like fine, and it doesn't need a lot of redesigning, and I find different insights from that, then I can either validate or invalidate it really quickly and potentially move on to a different part of the process.
I see. So let's say once you've kind of divided up that process and prioritized which area you're going to explore deeper in, and you're at a stage where you want to talk to users, right? So passengers that go through the airport. What would be your recommended kind of source or channel of getting customer information? Is it better to kind of just talk to them directly, conducting interviews, focus groups, surveys, or actually are there more subtle ways of understanding people's behavior beyond just talking directly with them?
Yeah, there's quite a few techniques, and I think all the ones you said definitely very much are inclusive of that. The biggest tool we have is like just direct interviews and talking to people. So if I'm thinking about interviewing someone at the airport, maybe I would approach them when they're in the waiting lounge and being like, draw out this like entire journey of when you first reached the airport to like where you are right now, and tell me like all of the steps you took, what happened, how you felt. And in that scenario, you can start to tell where there's like the most friction. So even if you don't have that pre-existing assumption, like the first few interviews or like pre-existing hypothesis, the first few interviews will like kind of highlight where there's a lot of like tension and stress or friction. And you can start to like dig deeper into that. So maybe that's kind of a better strategy. It's like the first few interviews, you keep it broad, and then you start to like narrow and specify in terms of what you're focusing on. So yeah, coming back to kind of like the best interview techniques, directly interviewing them. Oftentimes it's hard to do that in field. Like if I'm supposed to interview someone at the airport, there's already a lot of other stuff going on. So I won't be able to conduct like a very lengthy interview. So we often do like very short, quick, like 10-minute conversations or 15-minute conversations in the place of like wherever that in this situation being the airport. But we also like to do like a lot more in-depth, like 45-minute to an hour-long interviews with potential users, where we really understand kind of their thought processes, their experiences. And if it's like specific to redesigning the airport, kind of like we would talk about the best experience they've had or like the worst experience they've had and kind of like their feelings around that. So those longer interviews really give you a chance to dig deeper and kind of go into the why of things, which I mentioned a little bit earlier about certain elements. So maybe like we even talk about how they decided to go to the airport or why they had decided to like go on this trip, etc. So those are kind of like the two big techniques. And other ways of doing it, there is a lot of opportunity to do like observational interviews where we would just go to the airport in this situation and see what people are doing and like notice different behaviors, different people, and see how they're interacting at different points in the process. And so that's kind of like it's a subtle way, but you're able to pick up like a lot of behaviors and actions that you probably don't notice when you're like going through the process yourself. But if you're there deliberately to notice these things, you can start like noticing very different behaviors and tendencies, which can be really insightful because oftentimes what people say doesn't match what they do. So in a way, like having this like perspective into what they're actually doing is really valuable. Because I could like make up a bunch of stuff, not that like people make up a bunch of stuff like intentionally, but it's often like human nature to like embellish things or like kind of gloss over some elements. And so I think like reducing that. So if I were to be like, oh yeah, I love the check-in process, but in reality, like I'm really frustrated by it, which happens a lot. And there's like certain actions or like, I guess like facial expressions and things that you can notice about it. It kind of gives you like kind of this unbiased opinion into like how they actually felt during that process or how they felt and what they did during that process. I guess it's harder to understand how they felt without talking to them, obviously, because like I can't read expressions that well or anything. But you can definitely understand like what they actually did versus what they tell you they did, maybe at a later point in time. So that's kind of the other technique. And yeah, also like a little bit more. So those are kind of like qualitative techniques we would use. There's also like opportunities to do surveys, which can be more quantitative, where we would like survey a number of people on certain elements of the airport experience to get kind of a more quantitative approach to what we're looking at, which is, it's good to have like a good balance of both qualitative and quantitative insights so that we can kind of move forward with more confidence. So those are kind of like general tactics that I've used and continue to use.
And what type of biases should you be cautious of? Both bias from the people conducting the interviews and the observations, as well as the bias of the people you are interviewing and observing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we like to say that we have the principle of like check your biases at the door before you like talk to people or do any interviews and everything. But it's hard to. It's sometimes hard because sometimes you notice it's like it happens without you even noticing it. The most common biases, I'm kind of blanking on the the actual names of them, I would say. But it's projecting your own feelings about the problem. Like maybe you really hate, or like I really hate the airport experience. And so I'm like projecting that onto them and being like, oh, this part really sucks. Or like this part's fine, but this part is like the worst and I hate it. So we don't want to do that because obviously we're coloring their judgment when they're talking to us. And so kind of like making sure that we're just listening and we're not talking about any of our experiences or our like feelings towards a particular problem is really, really important. And that can often lead to like eliminate some of the bias. The other thing is also like when you're interviewing, it's super easy to be like to ask like yes or no questions or to ask questions that are leading. It's like, oh yeah, so you must really hate like the baggage pickup process, right? Because like you're just waiting around, like there's all these like bad, I don't know, and you just want to leave type of thing. So when you ask those types of leading questions, obviously you're not going to get like, you're going to get a colored answer again, because they're going to be like, they're going to try to like agree with you. It's kind of like human nature to want to like agree and please the person that's talking to you. Or that's kind of like another bias we talk about. And so, yeah, how do we avoid doing that so that we ask like the most broad questions and allow them to tell us what they truly felt? And so maybe someone really enjoys like the baggage pickup process or something. And if we kind of lead with our expectations, then that can be a biased result that we get. What other biases do we experience? Yeah, I think those are kind of the big ones. I'd have to like look up all the other names of the biases to remember.
Okay. I mean, I'm guessing one way to overcome biases is to look at a quantitative data, right? So in that respect, how closely do you guys work with kind of the data analytics team to kind of extract and collect information and analyze and try and analyze from the data what patterns of behavior you are seeing?
It varies, I think. I think different companies and different people have different approaches when it comes to quantitative and qualitative data. If you think about it, a lot of like market research and everything is based off of quantitative data. And so I think as a human-centered designer, I don't do as much of that. I use the quantitative data to kind of amplify and I guess kind of back some of the qualitative insights that I found, or like prove or disprove some of them. So I don't necessarily work with a lot of like a data scientist team. It's more kind of like I would analyze it myself. But I think when you do think about the massive amounts of data that you could potentially obtain, it's probably valuable to have that sort of team in order to sift through the data, like actually pull out insights and trends and see where there's interesting opportunities there. But yeah, I personally haven't done a lot of that, I would say.
So in your experience so far, have you discovered any surprising aspects of human behavior that you can share with us? Something that you didn't expect to see or you didn't expect to observe, but you actually ended up seeing, and then that kind of transformed the way you think about that product or that service?
Yeah, I think, generally speaking, a lot of people, I guess we'll say they lie, but not in like a harmful or malicious intent. I think it's more so the fact that it's more aspirational. And sometimes it can come off, and maybe lying is the bad word. Right? It's not a great word to use right there. But it's more kind of like, this is what I hope I could do, but I'm going to tell you that this is what I actually do. So if, for example, I'm like, how often do you eat breakfast every day? And I am like, every single day, like I have a healthy breakfast every single day. But in reality, like I don't eat breakfast any of the days. And so it's not really like, it's not like a lie necessarily, but it's just kind of like, it's not the reality of what actually happens. So that's kind of an interesting element that you have to like overcome, because it's like, how do I understand like what they're telling me is like actually what they're doing versus when it's not, because that can obviously like affect how we're designing the product. Because if you tell me that you have breakfast every single day, then I'm going to assume that's not a problem. Whereas if you don't, then it's like kind of, it could be an opportunity for something or whatever. And the other element is a lot of times people want to please you, especially when we're prototyping and testing. So I think I kind of mentioned this, like it's kind of human nature to want to like please people. And so especially if it's like a prototype and you've put in a lot of effort and you've like showed it to them, they often will just tell you that it looks good and that they would use it when in reality they won't. And so kind of overcoming that as well is kind of like an interesting human behavior. And I'm guilty of doing it as well. I'm like, oh yeah, look at all this like amazing work that they put in. Like, I don't want to tell them the truth of like, I probably won't use this. But instead I'm like, yeah, maybe. So we experience that a lot as well. So that's why we like to like try to make our prototypes actually not look that polished sometimes, because it gives you that honest feedback where they're like, okay, great. They didn't spend too much time on this. It's not like a completely refined and fully finished product. So I feel better about like providing critical feedback and telling them the truth of like whether or not I would use this versus like something that's like a final product. It's like so hard to like critique that and tell them that like, oh, this is really bad. And I would never use this. So that's kind of like, I guess, two elements of like human behavior and nature that you deal with when going through the process.
Are there any other techniques that you've used to get people to speak the truth more? Apart from, I mean, obviously the most direct, the most obvious answer would be kind of monitor if they actually have breakfast every day, right? But I think that's probably something that's too labor intensive and probably not too ethical either. What other tricks do you have in terms of persuading or designing experiments or interviews in such a way that it incentivizes them to speak the truth?
Yeah, that's a great question. And yeah, like you said, like observing is probably like one of the biggest ones, or like having them like surveying them on a daily basis, like, Mark, if you've had breakfast or not, type of thing. So that it's kind of like in the moment and not afterwards. So that's one thing. But another aspect is like during interviews itself, we like to potentially like give the person we're talking to a little bit more freedom. So we might ask them to do a certain activity. So maybe we ask them to like draw a journey map of their day. And so it doesn't put the focus on like breakfast necessarily, but it's like their entire day. And so they would tell us like, oh, what does your typical day look like? And maybe it's like, yeah, I don't really eat breakfast and this happens and then that happens and then like blah, 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 blah. And then the rest of their day goes on. And so it's kind of opening up the timeline and putting it in kind of their hands to tell us like really what happens during their day. So having an activity like that can be really helpful to understand what really happens. We also like to do extremes. It's like, tell me about the best like airport experience you've had or like the worst airport experience you've had. And that can also kind of help you gauge where they are and kind of their experiences in terms of like, like tell me about the best week you've ever had. And in that instance, you notice a pattern of like, oh yeah, they ate breakfast every single day. That could lead to something. What else do we do? We also do a lot of like association activities. So maybe it's like a bunch of printouts or like images, or it could be like images or words. And we would tell them to like match their words with either maybe like a positive feeling or a negative feeling, or like a certain word versus a certain word. And so those kinds of activities as well can help kind of get deeper, as well as getting into the why and the true nature of what happens.
Let's say if you move on to kind of the prototyping stage and you test your prototype with users. How do you prevent the risk of kind of a herd mentality kicking in, and then users kind of in the same group, when one person who's quite outspoken say that they like the product, then everyone likes the product. Or if you get one outspoken person who's quite critical, then everyone starts criticizing the product. How do you kind of prevent that from happening?
So we actually like to do prototypes in smaller groups or even just one-on-one. So I think ideally we would have one-on-one prototype experiences or we would have maybe like 2 to 3 people in a group, or if it's more people, we'll like segregate them out into smaller groups so that they're either interacting with just like maybe 1 or 2 more people. Because yes, like you said, it's like it could really color what they're going on. But another way to do that is to have individual focused activities so that they're not talking about the prototype together, but they're all focused on doing a certain activity or experience as part of the prototype. And so then it's kind of like, it's focused on them, and then you can like share out. And so they're talking about their own individual experiences with this particular experience, as opposed to kind of being like generally discussing what's happening or like what didn't work, in which case, yeah, like a few people could like dominate that conversation. And so, yeah, I guess the techniques would be like smaller groups and one-on-one if possible. And if not, like focused on individual activities or something, or maybe they experience something together, but you talk to them afterwards individually. So I think there's ways to kind of combat that and prevent that from like that herd mentality happening.
Is it more difficult to design a new product or service, or is it more difficult to actually redesign an existing product or service, both from the perspective of the team, right? Because once they've kind of launched a product, they might have a certain attachment to it. So there's a slightly more resistance towards editing or revising the product. And also from a user perspective, like once they're a bit accustomed to using that product or service, how open are they to a revision of that product?
Yeah, I think it's definitely harder to redesign an existing product. And I think you nailed kind of the reasons. One, within the team itself, there can be a lot of pushback. It's kind of like sunk cost approach mindset, where it's like, we've already put so much effort into this, like there's no point in redesigning this. Like we know that this works to a certain extent. What's the point in doing that? So kind of overcoming that initial hurdle. And then also like redesigning the actual product or service can be kind of hard, because there's already like certain things in place, certain things that have been developed, and kind of like starting over, like redoing all of that can prove to be a little bit difficult, especially when there are users already using this particular version of something. So you have to like think about that as well. It's like, how do we make sure that we're still serving them? Because obviously like you don't want to just like drop them off the bat. But how do we also make sure that our product is doing the best that it can? So I think it can be probably harder to redesign an existing product as opposed to like starting from scratch, because when you start from scratch, you have nothing really. And so you can like go in with completely blank slate and no assumptions, and you're not working off of like, oh, but we know that this element of this feature works, and so how do we include that as well? Or like, how do we like change an aspect that's not working and incorporate it into this like larger product? So you're already kind of like working within these constraints and boundaries. But that's not to say, I mean, oftentimes constraints can be a good thing, because otherwise if it's like too broad, and then it's just kind of like, it's often harder to be like creative in a way, and it's harder to like scope it to a way that's effective. So sometimes like having constraints can be helpful. But yeah, I think so finding a balance of that is really important, both when you're redesigning a new product where you want to like open as many constraints as possible, and when you're like designing a new product where you might want to implement a few constraints here and there so that it's not crazy.
Can you potentially share with us an example of a product that you designed from scratch or you redesigned that you're most proud of, and kind of take us along that journey of what steps you took and kind of what the resulting impact was?
Yeah. So I think I could talk about maybe my master's thesis project I did in grad school, and it'll be hard to talk about the impact because like we didn't actually launch it, but we'll talk about it anyways, I guess. The premise or like the problem statement we were going in with, or the topic area that we wanted to tackle, was kind of generally mental health, physical health, like social and emotional health amongst millennials, which is like a lot of things in one. And so we kind of like had this very broad problem statement. And we just wanted to like understand the these different elements and how people think about them, how they like rank them, which ones are most top of mind and why, that type of thing. So we did a lot of interviews with people that fit our user group of, I guess, like millennials. And we started to notice like a few trends or instances where certain elements were more pressing than others. And so we started to like identify, like narrow down our user group really. We were like, oh yes, we're looking for people that have like transitioned in some way recently. And so we are able to like use those as opportunities to redesign aspects that they are focused on. So like if someone's like, I want to improve my mental health, or if I want to improve my like exercise, it's really hard to do that when you're in like the same routine over and over again. So it's like, how do we create a break in that routine or use a break in that routine to inject and influence change? So we created, I think we created many, many prototypes for this. And it went through many rounds, excuse me. The first one was kind of more focused on like this daily like guided path type of thing, where each day you would have a different activity focused on like a different health aspect. So we tried that out. We realized that didn't really work because it's really hard to get people to like stick to a certain thing every single day. Like creating routine and creating like habits or like behavior changes is really, really, really hard. And so we kind of like pivoted a little bit. And then we were like, okay, so like a lot of other things we heard from our interviews was that like forming relationships is really hard. And so we went down the hole of like, what is it to like, kind of like online dating really. And to like, what is it like to be on an online dating app? Like, how do you create authentic connections over internet, like virtually? Because we kept hearing like a lot of things, because that's a big aspect of like, I guess, health, like mental health, like social health and emotional health that we heard about. And it kind of like kept tying back to like relationship stuff. So we were like, okay, so how do we like create and foster better connections? So we went down a lot of prototypes for that. I think, oh my God, there were so many. We like tried to create a dating app. We tried to like make a podcast also. We tried to like make this newsletter and everything. And we realized that ultimately, again, it's like really hard and it's not effective. And so again, like back to the drawing board, like re-questioning our assumptions, like the things that we found, and trying to figure out how we, I guess, like ultimately we realized that we need to broaden our scope, and not just focus on, I guess, like dating type relationships, but maybe just kind of like relationships in general. So how do we like foster for that? But how do we also create a way where people aren't just like online all the time? Because I think we heard a lot of problems with that as well. So how do we create this opportunity to use like an online platform, but actually push people to meet in person outside? And so we found a lot of interest in that prototype in terms of like, yeah, like people are like, I would love to meet someone and actually like go do an activity as opposed to just like chatting with them over like continuously over the phone or whatever computer. And so we kind of ran with that, and we realized that there was a lot of like supporting elements and research that like fit into that in terms of like social media being like very harmful for like mental health, like people wanting to try new things but not having anyone to try or do them with. And this element of like also like loneliness that kept popping up in like millennials. So there was a lot of like elements that pointed towards this kind of prototype. And so we tried this one out and it proved to be successful. But I mean, obviously there was a lot more work to be done in order to like actually make it a product. And then we graduated from school. So it's kind of like on the back burner in terms of what it is right now. But I think that's kind of like a general outline of the process, where it's very, very like iterative. Like it's not easy, like end to end. It's not like if you do the process, you're going to get results every single time. Like you have to do it, like understand it, go back to it and kind of like learn it. Because yeah, I think we started with like, yeah, how do we make like preventative care better? So like, how do we enable people to take charge of their health so that they're reducing like doctor visits and like overall health and well-being? And so that kind of like took a very large journey of very different paths, and ultimately led to like what the final product was, I would say.
So I think one consequence of that iterative process is that you will have to fail along the way, right? So there has to be some failures and some learnings that you take from it. How important is kind of, I mean, this touches on the mental health perspective as well. How important is it for someone who wants to go into kind of human-centered design to be able to deal with failure to a certain extent? And what tips do you have for them? Let's say for someone who's never failed in their life, reacts to failure very badly, and then having to do a job which basically requires them to fail consistently in order to eventually become successful.
It is super, super important, I would say, being able to embrace it and accept it. And I think viewing it as failure is probably not the right word, right? Because yes, you did fail at this like very specific prototype, but you also learned a lot. And so I think reframing it to being like, so what did we actually learn, as opposed to viewing it as like, oh, this failed, so I'm just going to stop this. Like, I'm not going to move forward with this. Isn't necessarily the right mindset. So I think that shift in mindset being like, all right, so this particular hypothesis didn't work. So what can we adjust? What can we change to learn something better next time? Or what kind of like other ideas can we come up with that might address this? So I think it is definitely important, and it can be like kind of shocking, especially when you're like driving towards a deadline, or you have like certain deliverables that you need to provide. It can be hard to embrace that effectively. But I think making the room for that and it's hard because it comes down to like almost like if you're in an organization, it can be hard to like have that failure and not have deliverables. So it comes down to like organizational culture also, where you need to be able to, as a team, as an organization, be able to like embrace the fact that a certain experiment or a certain idea might not work out, but you learned a lot along the way. And sometimes it's often more powerful to learn about what didn't work than it is to like what did work, because then you know that like a no can often be like more definitive than a yes, and you can realize that that's not a good path to go down. And so I think it's very important to understand that, to embrace that, and to use it as an opportunity to move forward. So we like to say like fail fast. So don't spend a lot of time. So it obviously really, I think the biggest barrier is when you spend a lot of time, a lot of effort or something, and then it fails. So we like to create low fidelity prototypes, like keep it quick. And so you're spending less time on it and you fail very quickly. But you don't have that much of like an emotional attachment to it yet. Because you didn't spend like 3 months or 4 months on it. So like thinking of it in the span of like a week or 2 weeks and creating something and then realizing that, okay, that didn't work. So it's easier to move on from that than it is when you spend like a year working on something and presenting like this very polished and refined product. Obviously, like I would have an emotional attachment to that. And so it would be harder to like embrace failure in that regard. So doing it quickly, so failing fast, and failing forward being, so this didn't work, but how do we move forward from this? What did we learn? How do we adjust it for the next time? So again, like redoing it really quickly and then learning continuously.
โปรโมชั่นพิเศษสำหรับคุณผู้ฟัง In the Name of Work Podcast ถ้าสนใจคอนเทนต์จากสปีกเกอร์ระดับโลกแบบนี้อีกสามารถใช้โค้ด Salmon SALMON เพื่อเป็นส่วนลด 10% เข้าชมงาน Corporate Innovation Summit หรือ CIS ปี 2020 Event Virtual Experiential Conference ที่จะจัดขึ้นในวันที่ 15-17 กันยายนนี้เปิดขายบัตรแล้ววันนี้ทางเว็บไซต์ cis.writeexcel.com ย้ำนะครับ cis.riseaccel.com แล้วเจอกันครับ
I want to switch gears a little bit now and go into a conversation about healthcare. So you mentioned that while at college, you were quite interested in this field, right? I'm guessing out of all the sectors that we talk about, healthcare is probably one of the most important sectors where you need to put humans at the center, right? So kind of from a broad perspective, when you look at the healthcare system, when you look at kind of the hospital experience for patients, do you feel that we've done enough in terms of designing healthcare processes to be in line with kind of the pain points and the needs of patients?
Well, my answer is we've never done enough, I guess, always. But yeah, the healthcare system, it's very, very like complicated and ambiguous and kind of like regulated system that exists. And the difficult part is you don't just have one user, you have multiple stakeholders because you have the patients, but you also have the physicians and doctors, you have the nurses, you have kind of all of the hospital staff, you have administrators. If you're thinking about like insurance, you have like the insurance companies, as well as like all the people involved in there. You have governments often playing a role in healthcare. So it soon becomes more than just the patient itself. And so there's all these like other stakeholders that you need to take into account, which is where it gets complicated, right? Because you need to not only redesign for the patient, but you need to like redesign for all these other elements as well. And so if you think about like the healthcare system in general, there's like so many things. You could have like the hospital experience, or you could have like which involves all these stakeholders, or you could simplify it a little bit by focusing on patient-focused products or services. So there's currently like a lot of at-home kits and tools that you can order as an individual. And so that design process could potentially be a little bit easier because you're like working with this individual person. But ultimately, if that has to connect to the larger hospital, like healthcare system through like, maybe I need to send this data to my healthcare provider, like maybe I need to like send this to my hospital or like my insurance, then you also have to like design for that, because it's like, how do we create data that's valuable to what a physician needs, but it's also valuable to like what a user or like a patient can understand and use on a daily basis. So there's like, I guess there's a lot of aspects to consider. And so it definitely is kind of a complicated space to be in. But I think it's also the most exciting because you have a lot of potential and opportunity to really redesign like a fundamental aspect of like being human, and that's your health. And so there's so many, I guess, like problems when it comes to healthcare. And so I really do love like putting the power back in the hands of patients or physicians, and like separating it from the regulatory system can be powerful and rewarding.
Are there any kind of healthcare innovations that you've seen recently which you thought did a really good job of redesigning the healthcare processes and our kind of healthcare experience?
Yeah, I think there's kind of this trend towards at-home care has been really interesting because truly, like, I mean, you visit the hospital a handful of times through the year if you're like a healthy individual. But there's still a lot of like recurring and chronic cases. And it comes down to like day-to-day activities and decisions that you make that affect your health. So instead of focusing on like whatever those like hospital visits, like how do we make your day-to-day like healthier and more sustainable? Especially if you're living with a pre-existing condition, then it can also be really hard to like take care of yourself and maintain yourself if like you have these very distant connections and like one-off connections with your physician. So there's like a handful of, or actually there's been a lot of at-home care kits. Like there's companies like Livongo, which focuses on like diabetes, and Amada Health, which send like at-home care and coaching to individual people. So I think I'm really intrigued by that element, where you're able to make decisions on a day-to-day basis that affect your health in the long run. And so whether that's kind of like, I don't know the specifics of like what they offer, but like whether that's like monitoring your diabetes on a regular basis and being able to track it, or knowing what your diet should be, or like how you've progressed, can one be like powerful motivators to like continue doing a thing, but also it's helpful to have that like everyday check-in. And I think all of those companies like provide coaching at a more personalized level that maybe you don't get from your doctor or physician, because obviously they're dealing with a lot of people and you don't interact with them every day. So you get like more personalized interactions, and you're able to like track progress a lot more. So I think a lot of like the preventive like healthcare companies are doing some really cool things, as well as like these at-home ones are doing some really cool things.
I guess one of the tricky aspects of healthcare is that, a lot of the times when people go through that hospital or that patient experience, they often they can be quite emotional in terms of being worried about what they're sick with, being worried for their loved ones. Does that mean that as kind of a designer of products and services, you need to have a good understanding of kind of people's emotional triggers?
Absolutely. Yeah, it is definitely, it can be obviously like very emotional when you're dealing with health related things. So definitely important to know where that boundary is because as much as I want to like truly understand like feelings and all of those stuff, it's important to recognize that I might never be able to like fully empathize or sympathize with this other person when they're going through something that's very personal and very, I guess, like emotional and stressful. So it can, I think it is important to like recognize where that lies and understanding when it's time to like kind of pull back from the conversation. I mean, that being said, a lot of people are like very open and honest, and I think that's kind of like another general human behavior. You tend to think that like people don't want to like talk to you about things, but I've found that a lot of people are willing to like open up when you take the time to listen, and so it can be very powerful tool as well. And it's kind of if it's helpful for them to like talk about it, then I'm just there to listen really. So it's kind of their story and they can lead it to wherever they want to take it. So if they want to go deeper and if they want to talk about more things, then I'm just here to listen really. But I don't think we would ever push as much if they're not comfortable or willing to talk about certain aspects. So kind of the power lies in whoever we're talking to. And so kind of, recognizing that and I guess being careful with it because ultimately we're just having a conversation. So,
I mean, I think one of the things about kind of anyone's hospital experience is that no one ever likes being in a hospital, right? And I think I saw one example just to share with you and see how you think about this. Is I saw a hospital once in the pediatric unit. They renovated the kind of the pediatric department to not look like a hospital, right? So they're renovated in such a way that it looks more like a playground for children who come in as patients. Is that something that you've seen kind of in kind of your field as a way of kind of redesigning and making the hospital experience a little bit more pleasant?
Yes, absolutely. I would love that. I think hospitals can be very dreary places and it's already kind of like an emotional like suck on yourself when you're going in. That reminds me, like there's a really good example of I'm blanking on his name. He was anyways, the general story is he redesigned MRI machines for children because the MRI machine is like very scary and intimidating. But he like redid that entire room to make it seem like they were going on this journey. So like one of them was like jungle themed. And they had to like go through the rainforest. And a part of that experience was like getting into the MRI machine and like going through that process. Or it was like being a pirate and like sailing the seas. And so even those like small elements where you're not actually like redesigning a lot, you're just like changing this room to have a little bit more of like a story, a little bit more of like an experience than it just being into like this kind of like cold, sterile box, especially when you're dealing with kids. And so you're able to like engage them a little bit more. And it's a little bit more of like a delightful experience for them to be able to like participate in it so that, they feel engrossed in the story. And it is also helpful for, I guess, like the healthcare practitioners who are doing the MRI if they're able to like work with the kids, because it can be hard to like get them to like stay still, et cetera, et cetera. And so, I think those elements of like redesign, even though they're like small, they like spark joy. And they're just like small bursts of, I guess, like delight in an overall experience that can really transform something.
Do you see any future trends in healthcare changing permanently as a result of this pandemic? Or do you think all the changes that we're seeing at the moment are going to be only temporary?
That's a great question. I think the pandemic has definitely shown like a growth in telehealth services and at-home services, I would say. I think a lot of hospitals started doing like virtual visits and all these sorts of things, which they had already been doing to a certain extent before, but now with COVID, they like kind of pushed all of their regular visits to virtual ones if you didn't have to see them in person, right? Obviously, there's certain elements where you need to be there in person. So I do think that in the future, we're probably going to see more of that happening when people realize that, yeah, you don't actually have to like be in the same room for like the doctor to be able to understand what's going on with you for certain aspects. So even though it might not be as high as it was during COVID, I think it'll be higher than it was before. So, which, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's necessarily like, it could be a good thing in terms of like more access with people who are potentially more remote in remote places because they don't have to travel like 3 hours to get to a hospital or a physician, especially if they're dealing with a specialist. And you're able to like get access quicker and easier. It could also help with, I guess, just like hospital administrative burden in terms of like being able to open the space and room for people who truly need to be there in person and eliminating kind of the like the primary checks that are more casual and etc. So it could I think it could be an interesting trend to see. Yeah, I think generally we're realizing that a lot of things can be done virtually now. So
Yeah, see, that brings me on to my next question, which is, are the techniques for designing a product or service different for online products and services versus offline products and services?
absolutely. I don't know if the techniques are different in terms of like how we would go about the process, but I think the ultimate outcome is super different. And I think especially now, like online services or like online things everyone's thinking about how do we redesign them to be more delightful, kind of like have more impact, because I mean, everyone's getting tired of Zoom, right? Like hanging out with people through Zoom, like you're doing work stuff with Zoom and then you're also doing like social things through Zoom. So it's like, how do you redesign those elements to it's hard to like say to replace like in-person interactions, because that's going to be like, that's never going to happen. But it's like, how do we make them more delightful or enjoyable or engaging, given the current situation of the world that we're in. So I think when you're designing online products and services, you're already kind of working, with the assumption that like maybe people don't want as much like online interaction stuff going on. So how do we overcome that barrier versus like in person, like the way we would go about redesigning that could look very different. And I think the assumptions, the problems that both of those situations face are very different. And so it could probably look very, very different, I think. And now we're generally seeing a lot of work towards redesigning like online services.
I think so far we've talked about kind of human-centered design from the perspective of designing products or services for customers, right? Can the same kind of technique or same process be used to design certain internal processes within a company?
Yeah.
So, for example, like how HR conducts performance management, how HR conducts their recruitment processes. Have you seen any good example of a company that's used this kind of thinking to redesign their own internal processes?
Yeah, I think design, like human-centered design for organizational strategy or like organizational culture is definitely like a big field, and there's a lot of Stanford research being done. It's like, how do teams work together? Like, how do you foster creativity within organizations? How do you foster collaboration and innovation? And how do you like, I guess, get like organizational strategies to like work, culture to like work better? And I think a lot of, I can use my own company as an example in terms of like how we've done this, where especially when we went remote, there was a lot of like differences in terms of how we were working together. So they sent out like a survey about how each individual's preferences about like how they prefer to work, especially in like an online setting and work from home setting where we're not interacting on a day-to-day basis. So even that small element of like asking the employees like their preferences and then using that to drive decisions later really helped out. So for example, like one of the things that came out of that was like there was a large trend towards like people preferring no meetings, like Tuesday mornings or Wednesday mornings or something. So we like had org-wide no meeting blocks. We realized that long Zoom meetings are really, really draining. So we've like agreed as a company to like have shorter ones or like have a strict agenda and following that. So these are like very small. There's nothing like super innovative about like any of these, right? But it's the element of like asking the employees and working with them, that's human-centered, to understand like where things can be moved. And so even if you think about elements of like how do we redesign the office space to like foster more collaboration, but also like understand that people need to like be productive and need heads downtime, like understanding how each individual person works in the organization can be really helpful in terms of driving towards shifts in culture. And for like HR and hiring as well, I think there could be a lot of opportunity there, just because I think we're starting to realize that a lot of hiring practices are not like as diverse or inclusive or equitable as they should be. And so how do we go about redesigning those elements in order to eliminate biases that everyone has, and create kind of like an equal playing ground for everybody? Or so I think I don't necessarily have an answer to this, and I don't know how other companies have done it well yet. And I think, but there's a lot of conversation about that going on in terms of like, how do we redesign these things? And so I can see a lot of that being human-centered, both internally within the company. It's like, how do we rethink our practices, our policies, to empower everybody, but also from externally, from people, by talking to like people who are trying to get jobs and asking them like, what are the biggest challenges you face? And obviously talking to like a very diverse set of people to understand the differences that inevitably like play a part when it comes to like job searching and hiring. And so kind of using human-centered like design techniques of like interviewing and everything to it's more of kind of like, even if you're not like prototyping, I guess you should probably prototype and test stuff, but it's more just to like understand the problems that exist, which probably like people knew but didn't necessarily know, or like know what to do about them. But so kind of like shedding light into that and questioning our current practices as they exist.
What about in your kind of personal life, right? Can you apply kind of this sort of thinking to I'm thinking out loud here, like redesigning certain personal events. So whether you're going on dates, whether you're planning your kind of family vacations.
Yeah.
Can you use this technique, or have you seen like a good example of how you can use this technique in a personal capacity?
Yeah, absolutely. It is funny because I mean, technically you could apply it to anything. It's potentially a little bit harder to do it for yourself. It's like, how do I redesign my dating life? Might be a little bit hard because I'm just going to like question my own assumptions. It kind of becomes like a reflection exercise, right? It's like, oh, this is what I like. This is what I don't like. How do I improve it? But I think it would be interesting, like if you were to talk to like friends and family and ask them about their like dating experiences or their travel experiences. And you can use that as kind of like a grounding point to understand kind of the differences that people have. To see like why certain things matter, why certain things don't matter. Like you said, if you wanted to redesign your like family vacation, then like talk to everybody about what they're looking to get out of it, why they want to go on this thing, and you could probably create a pretty amazing like travel experience that satisfies everybody instead of like causing fights. And I think there's a lot of opportunities to use it just to like design your like professional life as well as like your personal life. And it involves a lot more like introspection, obviously, but kind of the principle of like getting down to the why and what matters can be really powerful to like drive shifts in your career or personal life.
Yeah, I guess that could be kind of the test arena for you to try out this process, right? So for the people who are listening and starting to become interested in this field, right? What advice do you have for them in terms of what type of skills they should be developing, or what type of background or what type of kind of courses they should be learning?
So it's kind of interesting because human-centered design has kind of taken off. And so there's a lot of people doing like workshops and all these other like certifications things, which I think are valuable to a certain extent. But I mean, it's easy to like go to a workshop and say that you're an expert at it, but until you actually do it, it's hard to like really understand the power of it, the impact of it, as well as kind of like going through the process yourself is like a big learning experience. So even though I think like workshops and all of those like initial courses are good starting points, ultimately it comes down to like how do we think about a project that our company could do that's more human-centered focused, and how do we hire or like work with the appropriate facilitators to help us guide through that? Because obviously, like if you don't have the experience with it, like having someone external to like kind of work with you through the process is like a really great learning opportunity. And so once you've done it like once or two times that way, then you could probably like think about ways to implementing it within your organization itself. So yeah, I think doing it is probably the best learning method, and doing it on a project that has some impact, where you're able to, or like some importance, so you're able to like see the impact and understand like how this process was different from previously existing ones. So yeah, I think I would suggest, I mean, there's a lot of material to read. There's like a lot of books about it, just kind of like human-centered design as well as like user experience design things. But I think until you do it yourself, or like you are part of, or you're a part of someone that like part of a group that does it, it's hard to do that. So, but in terms of like courses or things you could be looking at, there's definitely like online material. I think it's important to also like take elements of like psychology and anthropology, because ultimately we're dealing with people and human behaviors and feelings. And so those fields they've been doing this for years. And so it's like a good way to really understand what drives and motivates people, when you think about like actions they're taking. So that's interesting. I mean, there's also elements of like being more quantitative approach, where you think about like how do we collect insights and analyze data to drive innovations within my company. So you could kind of take like the data analytics approach, and ultimately, like depending on the type of design you're interested in, that can kind of range from physical product design, where you have more kind of like an engineering and industrial design background, or you need expertise in that field, versus a digital design where you kind of need that user interface and user experience design fields. And there's like plenty of courses for all of those things. But that comes, I guess, a little bit later when you're trying to like prototype and implement things, when you need those design skills in terms of like being able to like actually create like a mock-up of an app or a website and showing that to people, or being able to like create a mock-up of like this physical product, and showing that to people. So you need kind of those skills as well for implementation ultimately.
And perhaps kind of as an inspiration to the people listening, can you share as well kind of your personal story of how you got into human-centered design in the first place?
Oh, yeah. So I did biomedical engineering in my undergrad, which involved a lot of medical device design and redesign. Examples of like redesigning a prosthetic leg, or like this breathing device for respiratory problems. And so a lot of that involved, because of the nature of like medical devices, like talking to users and talking to physicians to understand what the problem is. And so I was kind of like introduced to this element of like working with users and understanding their needs to drive the product, in undergrad. And then I became, I guess, kind of like more interested in doing that. So I wanted to pursue grad school. And so I applied to like a variety of grad programs. And ultimately I ended up choosing the Stanford Design Impact Program, which is very well known for like an intensive 2-year course in human-centered design with like practical applications of like really amazing professors to work, to learn from, like really awesome projects to work on, and kind of like a really amazing environment and community of people to do this with. And so that kind of really drew me to the Stanford Design Program. And I think that's kind of like where the biggest shift towards design happened for me, because previously I was focused on like medical devices, but the Stanford program is a little bit more broad and kind of general and applicable to multiple fields and industries and multiple problems. And so you can kind of choose the path that you want to take, and you can do physical products or digital products. So I guess that's kind of how that started. And then after that, I became like fully engrossed and like drank the Kool-Aid, as they say, in terms of like human-centered design and understanding the value and impact of it. And so I think that's kind of like a good technique as well, is to go to grad school that's focused on design, and it kind of gives you that playground to like learn and experiment and kind of work on projects, and then you're able to see how it's of value and use, and how that can be applied to industry later.
And then I think finally, before we wrap up this episode of the podcast, can you perhaps share kind of your up and coming plans? What are the projects you're working on at the moment? What is your dream project? So let's say if you set a goal of a certain product or service you want to design, what is that kind of next big thing that you want to work on?
Yeah. So currently I'm working at an education technology startup, so a little bit different from healthcare. But we work with social impact organizations around the world to help them educate and upskill themselves so that they're driving towards the impact that they want to make. So I'm currently working there, and I've been enjoying kind of my role in terms of like talking to various, doing a lot of user research with various social impact organizations and designing new features. I think in the future, I would definitely love to move into healthcare field a little bit more. I think ideally I would love to be in the space of working towards mental health progress. And so that element was really interesting to me, and as well as like preventive health. And I think that was part of my master's project, but just in terms of like physical health and mental health, but how do we foster better behaviors on a daily basis so that we reduce the risk of like chronic illnesses and diseases that happen. And because ultimately I think it happens like on every day. So how do we I guess kind of like put the power back in the hands of users and patients so that they can take charge of their own health? There's like a variety of companies already doing this, but I think it is the aspect that kind of interests me the most. And I'm particularly interested in kind of like the patient-focused products and services that I can make.
I think my final question to you is on that point regarding mental health. I think the world would benefit a lot if we were able to design a more pleasant or more empowering process for people suffering from mental health to be comfortable speaking up and asking for help, right? Do you have any kind of preliminary ideas about how to make that happen and how to get people to overcome that stigma and that fear of admitting that they have a mental health problem?
Yeah. I think it is such a big challenge because, like you said, there's so much stigma around it, and there's so much like hesitation towards it. I think we're starting to recognize the value of talking about these things and breaking down these kind of like walls that have been built up. So I think doing more of that is super valuable so that people feel comfortable like seeking care for mental health is a big deal. But I think also it happens. It's also, I think the other challenge is like it looks so different for different people. It's hard to like create this like one size fits all solution, especially when it comes to mental health. And so I think toying around with the idea of like how do we make it personalized and customized to what you need and what you feel is super, super valuable, but also extremely challenging to do. So you kind of have to harness powers of like user behaviors as well as like data in order to like create a solution that seems impactful to each person in and of like individually. So yeah, I think like ideas like mental health is so broad, like so specifying it to like a particular group of people or a particular type of behavior that I would want to like work on is super important. I think like off the top of my head, like college students, there's a lot of mental health issues there. And so like, how do we redesign for that? Also just, I guess, like working professionals and like millennials noticed a lot of or like young working professionals, there's a lot of stress and anxiety these days. So kind of like targeting the groups and identifying common themes to hopefully come up with a solution or product there.
Well, best of luck on your journey.
Thank you.
And I think, thank you very much, Sukhita, for joining us today and sharing, I think, not only giving us a clearer picture of what we mean by human-centered design, but actually giving out very practical tips and tricks as well about how to conduct each step of the process. So a big thank you to you for being part of this program.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. It was my pleasure.
Thank you very much. And for anyone listening in, if you want to hear more of these great conversations, please do tune in every Wednesday to our podcast, In the Name of Work, every Wednesday via Salmon Podcast. Thank you very much.
Salmon Podcast มันสดอร่อย
In the Name of Work podcast, getting your work to really work with Parit.
In collaboration with Rise.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our podcast, In the Name of Work. This is Parit, your host. In this podcast, as usual, we will be talking to business experts across the world on different areas or disciplines that will shape the future of all our work, regardless of which sector you are in. Hopefully, you'll be able to gain some useful insights or tips on how to work more efficiently, more effectively, and how to make it more fun. Or as we like to say here at our podcast, how to get your work to really work. In this episode of In the Name of Work, we're joined by our special guest speaker, Dror Shaked. Dror is currently the Senior Vice President in Business Development at website development platform Wix.com. He is also an expert in startup and tech investments. And apart from his own personal experiences, hopefully today he will also be able to share with us some success stories on how his home country, Israel, with a population of under 10 million, has been able to transform itself into a global hub for tech startups. Welcome to the show, Dror.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us. I understand you're dialing in from your hometown. Is that correct?
Yes, like most of the world, we are working from home. My hometown is in a small village that's called Kiryat Ono near Tel Aviv. Israel is small, so everything is small. And working from home, this is the new format.
Yes. In some ways, it brings us closer, even though we're in different countries.
Yeah.
So let me first kind of start off with a question regarding Israel, at least for our Thai listeners over here who may not be too familiar with the landscape there. Can you tell us a little bit more about kind of the startup ecosystem in Israel, and especially kind of how Israel has become so successful at being home to so many tech startups and so much tech talent?
Oh, it's a short question for a long answer. Where can I start? Maybe I will start a little bit about saying something about Israel. I don't know how many people are familiar with Israel, and even if they have the chance to visit our amazing country. As you said, Israel is less than 10 million population. The location is in the Middle East. 10 hours, more or less, 8 hours or 10 hours from Bangkok, 10 hours from New York, 5 hours from London. We are about 3 to 5 hours for any European country, and we are in the middle. It's a small country. The land is very, very small. I can give numbers, but you will not believe me that how small is the country. We have, even that we say about 10 million population, we are talking about 4 million power force, people that are working. We are talking about 4 million, and it's a very unique. I recommend you to visit us, to see the country, what I am talking, because it's very hard to explain. The country is without, I will give some fact about Israel that I think some of them will be very relevant to understand your question, how it's become a hub of high-tech. The country, not just we are talking about a small land that it cannot have a huge industry of agriculture like Thailand and countries that have a lot of space, or Australia that can have agriculture and grow some cow and things like that. We're talking about limited resource. We have a short of water. We don't have oil, we don't have copper or iron, so we don't have any mining industry. Since we are not just a small country, we have some limitation trading with our neighbors. So we are not, the market is also, as a consumer market, is very small. So we are not producing a lot of things. We are not producing car, we don't producing airplane, we are not producing a lot of, we are producing very few products, mainly food and some high-tech product. Another thing, we have a unique language. We have a language that's called Hebrew, that just we are speaking this language. Even the character are not the character that all the world is using. We are writing up with left and right to left, not like the US and the American and all the other countries. So we are find ourselves in a very unique situation to compete in the global economic and trading with the world, because we need to go through the gap of language, time different, even currency and more. But from the other side, it's an amazing country with a very good weather comparing to a lot of other countries. We are talking about a lot mix of culture. Israel is built from people that came from Ethiopia, from Japan, from Russia, from France, all over the world. So you go on the street, it's a multinational country. As a country, not like as a city, like you go to New York or Paris or London and you see a mix of culture. This is the people that are living in Israel that come from all over the world. And even I believe that we have, I don't have the number, but I believe about 20% of the population still not speaking the local language. There are people that come from Ethiopia, there are people that come from Russia. We have 20% Arabic population. That so the usual. It's a multi-language country. So if you go on the street, you see each sign in English, in Arabic, in Hebrew. And this is the culture that we are growing in. So this is pushing our startup companies to think globally from day one. If I was living in Bangkok and I want to develop, let's say, a CRM, I can say, okay, let's start with the local market. We built a company, we will grow, we have a few $1 million revenue. Then we will start going globally. We will translate to more language, we will support other countries, and we can grow. In Israel, if you want to build a company, a startup company, a successful one, you don't even think about the local company. You think about the minimum about the US market, but usually people think globally. How to be a multi-language, how to support multi-currency, how to give support 24/7. All the thinking coming from a global perspective because we don't have our local market. I can tell, I can speak just 5 hours just about Israel and how, but let's take it slowly.
I see. So you're saying that with the odds kind of heavily stacked against you, right? With a small consumer market, with a language barrier, with scarce resources, it kind of forces people in Israel to always think big and think globally, right? When did that all start, by the way? If you kind of, was it 10, 20 years ago, or when did businesses in Israel start thinking that whatever they do, whatever product or services they make, they need to expand globally?
I don't know. I don't think there is a year that I can mention, but I think at least for the last 40, 15 years, it started by a lot of a company that use military technology and use it for a civilic application, company like NICE and Checkpoint from the security industry. physical security and IT security. But today, it's not just one vertical. We are talking about all the vertical from agriculture, automotive, fintech, healthcare. So today, it's come from a lot of different vertical. So I think it was started about 15 years ago, but in the last 20 years, in the millennium, it was a boom.
I see. So it started from kind of military technology, and then kind of that is kind of converted into other sectors, right? Just want to dive deeper into two important inputs that you mentioned. The first one being language, right? I think one similarity between Thailand and Israel is that we both speak a language that's only spoken by people in our country. And it's proving to be quite a big challenge for Thailand because the level of English proficiency, at least compared to our neighboring countries in Southeast Asia, is not as good, right? So it does reduce kind of certain opportunities for Thai businesses or for Thai workers to go abroad or to expand abroad. How has Israel been able to overcome this? Or if I go to the kind of the basic fundamental question is, how good are people's English in Israel?
Since I am traveling around the world and I visited, I believe, more than 100 countries in the last decade, I can understand that there are some countries that if they want to be global, they must improve the English. The English of the Israeli is not perfect. We have our accent, we have our barrier with the language, but I believe that most of the Israeli can have conversation in English. We have a lot of people that about 20% the population speak Russian, 20% of the population speak Arabic. We have people that speak, you can find, for example, in Wix, we have support for about 20 language running from Israel, and we can find people that speak almost any language in Tel Aviv. I think this is a more interesting question than just the English. It led me to one of the most important issue in the successful of the Israel. It's about education, the education system. English is just one part of it. Invest in education. From day one, invest in the education. Give the young people the tools of becoming successful. And English is one of the important components. It's not the only one, but it's important. I don't remember in Thailand if you are doubling the movie or you keep the language in the movies. In Europe, for example, Germany, France, they are dubbing the movies.
We dub movies as well. So we show them both in kind of English with Thai subtitles and also the ones dubbed in Thai.
Okay. So we are never dubbing the movies. This is again, the pros and cons. Since we are a small country and small population, the content that we can, that makes sense for to invest, to produce a lot and high quality content in Hebrew, it's very limited. Most of the content that the kids are seeing and expose are in English. And we are not dubbing, just a subtitle. And we don't have a lot of Israeli movie. Most of the movies that we are seeing are in English. So I think in a regular home, the TV, at least I don't know to say percentage, but a lot of English you are hearing even as a kid. All the music is in English. Surfing the internet if you need information, because the country is small, the information in Hebrew is limited. So you must use English. In country like Thailand, that you are 10 times bigger, you can invest more in original content. You have a lot of information in your language. And this is the same for Vietnam and other Philippines. In Israel, since we so small community, we are more exposed to English.
I see.
You need to find a way for education.
I see. And in schools in Israel, do they teach lessons both in Hebrew and English, or is it only in Hebrew or only in English?
They start teaching English as must, as a second language. I think when the kid 7 or 8, I don't remember. I think when they are 7 years old, they start learning English at school.
I'm sure a good education system expands beyond just English skills, right? So what would you say are the strengths of the Israeli education system? Is it the curriculum is well designed and adapted to modern needs? Or is it the teaching techniques that are superior to, let's say, kind of other systems across the world? What do you feel are the strengths of the Israeli education system?
No, I don't think we have a better curriculum or better infrastructure. I think comparing, and I am not an expert with all the statistics, but the class are big, about 36 to 40 kids in a class. We have a lot of vacation. We have the summer vacation and all the Jewish holidays. So more or less, I don't think we are spending more time at school. I was in some countries that I was in shock, like example, Korea, how many hours the kids are get education. I think it's 3 times more than in Israel. I think what we try to do, we less pushing for knowledge or information. We are more pushing for giving the kids the tools. I can tell you that personally, what I care about my kids, it's not that they read another book or get more information, that they will have the tool how to go to the internet and learn a new subject, how to get information and filter it, to understand what is important and what is not important, how to work alone by himself from the internet, and how to do brainstorming with a group of friends. A lot of tools that can help him in the future. Less and pushing more information about history, about geographics. This is less interesting for me, and I think for most of the people. We are very sensitive to the fact that prepare them to the new agent that people can use I can tell you a story. First of all, my kid, the English come from my son from the Fortnite or from the online gaming, and my daughter from the music. She's dancing and listening. So this is a huge exposure to English. But I'm very proud. He needs some. When he was, I think, 10 or 12, he have some question about what I don't remember. Something. I think it was graphic card to his PC, and he ran a survey on Facebook. And I was very proud of him that he understood to use the tools. And get information by not just by reading, but also use other people that can help him. And this is something that changed in the last 20 years with the advance in the internet. People need to understand, it's about, even let's take WhatsApp as a tool. You have a lot of group, and you can see people don't understand how to use the tools. Someone asks question, if someone can have answer, contact him one-on-one and give him everybody in the group. Everybody is spamming with no relevant information. It's become no efficiency. What we need to do is education. Taught and teach the new generation how to use the new tool that are available those days. The internet, the communication, the video that we are having right now, and more.
You mentioned a lot about the education system being good at cultivating skills rather than just kind of feeding information, right? Now, having managed a large team or a large number of people in the startup environment, what are the most important skills that you would need in order to be successful in the tech world? Is it the hard skills, kind of the ability to code, to do engineering, or is it also those kind of soft skills that you mentioned, right? The ability to work as a team, the ability or the discipline you have in terms of self-learning and then picking up new knowledge on your own. What do you feel are the most important skills that you would want the children in a certain country to have in order to be successful in a tech startup?
Okay, it's a very good question, but I want to mention just one point for the previous question. In Israel, we have 3 big universities that are ranking top 100 university in the world. I just remind you, less than 10 million population in 10 billion population worldwide. Still, we have 3 universities that are in the top 100 university worldwide. So we have a good education system. The question that you ask is very interesting, and we are struggling this issue in a lot of the startups that I was involved, because when you are hiring people, personally, I think the soft skills are much more important, because to learn a new language, to have a technical question, it's always something that you can learn and you can get from consulting. To building a team, it's about a team player. It's about how to work together. The efficiency of the team, if you don't work, can drop down very easily. It can become even a damage, not just a positive. It can, if you have a bad team in a company, it can become even a negative added value. So I believe in skill, in soft skill, in about communication between the people, about humanity, about friendship. And also, I believe it's about, as a manager, about the mix of the team. You need someone that is a dreamer, someone that is more practical, someone that can organize. You cannot bring a team of football player just from one position in the ground. Even if you bring the most 11, the most successful, you need to have people in each place someone will to be at the back, someone will to be in the front. If you don't have the right mix, it's not about the individual, it's about the team together.
And I see. So soft skills are very important, right? And I think one of the kind of the pain points that a lot of businesses, at least in Thailand, mention is that these skills are not really taught at universities or at schools. So when they recruit in new talent from the top universities, there's a certain amount of time that companies have to spend in order to kind of train these new skills for the fresh graduates that have entered the company. Does Israel face the same problem, or is it almost like once you recruit the top talent from universities, they're almost ready to go, ready to work right from day one?
First of all, I'm happy to hear this question. Understanding the problem, it means that we are halfway to solving the problem. The understanding that the university as education institute is just one part of the game. We have also this issue about checking people, and we can take someone to work with us or decide not to go forward with someone, not because he's not a talent, not because he's not have the skill, because he's not fit to the company culture. Company culture is something that was very developed in the last 10, 12 years. Worldwide, a lot of companies have even VP culture, that his rule is to understand and build a company culture. I think it's super, super important. How to develop this culture, how to give those, it's very hard, and I can understand the issue, and I'm very happy that they understand the problem, because it's part of the culture of the country. It's not something that you have someone that you take 25 years old from the university with high rank, and you have a problem. He does not know how to share. He don't know how to communicate. It's very hard to start teaching someone this age about to speak openly, about sharing. It's something that need to be giving the basic element from the kindergarten. About the parents, about the culture. Parents need to have the time, sit with the kid, understand that solving problem is about sharing, about opening. It's not something a weakness, it's a strongness. It's a lot of education that is a soft skill that people need to grow with it. It's very hard to start teaching someone after 20 to become more sensitive, to become more sharing, understanding the team playing, about the benefit of working, not to try to, a lot of people try to save the information about job security. You need to give them the comfortability to share the information about to feel safe in the place that are, give them a vision, where they're going to be in 5 years from now. This is very hard, and it's something that takes time to build, even more than education for the art skill.
I see. I like that you mentioned that parents play a very important role in terms of developing skills of their children. So with that in mind, kind of what mindset or what attitude do Israeli parents normally have when it comes to raising their child? So one extreme is kind of having as much control as possible, trying to kind of plan every step for their children, or do they kind of let the children kind of discover the world on their own and then just only guide them with kind of limited interventions?
Okay, even that we are a small country, as I told you, you can find a variety. You can find people from all the other side of the equation, but I think most or the people that I know, that I met, a lot of them are very involved in comparing to our parents 20 or 40 years ago. The parents become more and more involved with the communication. Then it's not someone go to work and come in the evening. He don't see. He can call the kid for 10 minutes, 5 minutes even. They can have video even if you are traveling. You are 24/7 available to the kids on the chat, on the call, on the video call. All the information is much more easy to share, even if the mother is going to meet the teachers. After that, all the information is available online. You have a group of, I have about 25 group of the basketball team, the football team, the kindergarten, a lot of group of everything that sometimes it's too much information. There was a huge debate about putting camera in the kindergarten that will have streaming the video. I think sometimes we are taking this too far, and it's also very dangerous because you must give a trust to the system. It's not healthy to be too much on the kids. They need to grow. They need to give them independency. And this is something also that we didn't mention, but there are just few countries in the world, like Israel and Korea, that there is everybody must go to the army. And this is something that makes the kid much more, the maturity is like an accelerator for the maturity. You cannot stay at home until 22, 23, try to still be a kid, using your parents to make a living. 18, you go to the army, and then you start facing the big world. This is also some kind of, but when you know that in 18 you need to go to the army, so you start preparing in 16. So I think the kids have some kind of acceleration process to become more mature, more responsible. Someone in 19 years old can be a rank that is now managing 200 people or more, and is in charge of the life of those people. So I think it's something very, very unique that you can find in Israel, that support the culture.
That's very interesting because we in Thailand have a conscription system as well. But I don't know if the roles that conscripts in Thailand, conscripts in Israel do are similar or not. So regardless of how good the education system is for the children, right, before they graduate, another key component of ensuring that the talent is always reskilling and upskilling is kind of the structure in place for lifelong learning. So just wanted to ask, in Israel, once you've started working at a certain company or once you've started having a few jobs, how do people in the country train or learn new skills? Is there a government-assisted program, or is it all down to kind of the discipline of individuals?
We have both. We have a very good infrastructure that is supporting by the government. For example, now the government is giving a lot of free course for people that now in the corona it's become more critical because we talk about, let's go back to the number, we talked about less than 10 million people living in Israel, about 4 million people are working, and 10% is the high-tech. So all the high-tech, it's a secret, but all the Israeli high-tech, all the company that you heard about, Wix and Checkpoint and Amdocs and NICE, all this, including the pharmaceutical and all the industry, we are talking about more or less about 400,000 people. This is all the Israeli high-tech. So we must make this number bigger, and the government is investing a lot of money in education, in courses that help more people get into this small circle of the high-tech. But it's not enough. There is a private courses that also people are going to learn. And of course, in Wix, for example, we have a school, internally school. A lot of time we are taking people that we feel that they have the right culture, the right fit to our company, but they don't have the knowledge. And we are teaching internally. Sometimes it's on-job training, OJT, and sometimes we have a class, we have a week school, we are taking a group and we are teaching them, and we are spending a lot of effort about building. And I can tell you that even we know that we are spending sometimes a lot of resource, educate the people, and they can leave and go to some, it's okay. This is what I said, one of the elements is about sharing. Even if someone work for us 2-3 years, we spend a lot of resource for education and make him to become a much more value knowledge that he have, and he going to other company, it's okay. We prefer he will not, but if a lot of time people don't want to invest in the employees, because if he will leave, you know, and this is also remind me a story. Someone, the CEO want to invest a lot of money, or the VP R&D want to invest a lot of resource in bringing education to the team. So the CFO told him, but if we will invest and he will become much more value, and he will left. So the VP R&D asked him, what you prefer, that we will not invest in him, he will stay less advanced, and he will stay?
That's a good way to put that question. Okay, so I think want to move a little bit now from, of course, kind of talent and labor is a key factor of production, right? I think want to move a little bit to the other side of the equation, which is on the technology, right? So with the emergence of kind of tech startups in Israel, how much of that is down to the country having a good kind of infrastructure? So what for example is the kind of mobile penetration rate, Wi-Fi penetration rate in Israel, even across kind of the more rural areas of the country?
This is also a very good question. I don't think Israel it's one of the top country comparing to infrastructure. We have a very good penetration of mobile, but I think not less than Thailand, Vietnam, Brazil. Today mobile penetration is more than 90% worldwide. I don't think we have amazing internet infrastructure. I don't think we have a better. We still don't have 5G in Israel. A lot of countries have 5G. I don't think we have a better. We have a lot of regulation about the FCC, about RF, about bandwidth. Because of we are a small country and because of the military situation. So I don't think the infrastructure in Israel are something dramatically different from most of the country that I visited. So I don't think this is and we are trying as a high-tech sector, we are trying, of course, to push, to bring all the new technology that we can have exposure for them, that we can use them. We still cannot see a automatic car driving in the street. If you want to have a pilot of drone, it's very hard in Israel because of the small and the occupation of the air. So I don't think that the infrastructure is the reason that Israel is having this industry of the startup nation.
I see. So apart from what you mentioned before about kind of scarcity driving people to think globally, apart from kind of the basic foundations of a good education system, what do you think are the other key drivers or key factors that contributed to the growth of the startup ecosystem in Israel?
Again, it's something that we are trying internally, and of course, in most of the delegation and the meeting that I have, this is I don't want to be rude, but this is a old and used question. A lot of company and the delegation want to understand it, and I must say I don't have a bulletproof answer for this question. I think it's a mix about no natural resource, so about the smallest of the market and the limitation about trading with our neighbors. It's about we have our small markets unique language. People need to think globally. It's about the army that people need to have fast forward for maturity and become more get into the real time from the childhood. It's also the education system, also the mentality, also the mixed culture. We have a lot of people that come from a very educated country that bring a lot of knowledge and some process about learning, and from, like example, from Russia. We have people innovated. We have people with courage. We have people with the passion to succeed. We have a lot of history about we don't have a choice just to win. Israel as a country was from day one always was in a fight with one answer: we cannot lose. We must win. We must survive. And this is something that you can find in all the startup. The sharing, it's very important. Something very unique about sharing between the company, even if they have some competition, they're still, you can ask other startup about how to solve a problem, about networking, if it can make you introduction. So I think it's a mix about those and more that are generate startup nation.
Of course, another key ingredient for starting a startup is funding. How does the investment and the funding landscape in Israel look compared to the rest of the world? Is it any different? Is there a different model of funding that is available to Israeli startups compared to other countries that you've observed?
Yes, there is a small difference in the model, because I give you my perspective on this issue. First of all, investing, like any other decision, is a risk management. Any decision to cross the street is a risk calculation. Taking a flight, especially those days, it's a risk calculation. What is the risk and how much you need this flight? There is no different investing in a startup. It's also a risk calculation. Comparing to invest in Apple or Facebook, it's much more risky, but also you need to believe that this also can be much more profitable. If it's not more profitable, just more risky, it's not make sense to invest. First of all, we have amazing infrastructure of the supporting by the government, helping people to take the risk by giving some leverage and some risk, reduce the risk by the government that is supporting the investor. They are participating in the seed round in early stage and giving some benefit in tax issue and some other. So the government is very active from almost from day one by supporting the people. Of course, if you will read the news, people say they are not supporting enough, they need support more. They are right. Other people say they are supporting more than they need. They're also right. Everybody is always you can do more, but I think generally there is a good system to support startup in Israel. Anyone that have an idea can approach the government. He can get some money to write a patent, to build a demo as a grant, not as a loan, not as for equity. Just can get some money from the government if he show that he have something real to write a patent, to invest some a demo. I think this is amazing. I don't think a lot of countries have this. Second, we have, since it's not something that started just last year, it's running for a decade, we have generation. People that started startup 14 years ago, they already have exit, they make a lot of money, so they are coming back to the industry and they're supporting the young generation by investing as an angel. And of course, everybody wants to be in the winning side. So since there is a lot of success story that at the end of the day mentality, we didn't get into this area, but everything is about what people are thinking, not what really happened. But there is a lot of a good story about a company that was acquired and about and even us having this call, it's because the name that we have worldwide about the innovation, that it's true, it's a fact, but also it's not enough that it's a fact. It also need to be, it's not just good, it's not enough to have a good product. You need also to have a good marketing, that people know that you have a good product. And this brings to Israel a lot of investors. We have, I think, about more than almost 300 VC are active in Israel. Most of them are, or half of them are foreigner VC, a lot of American. In the last few, you see a lot of Chinese. You see all the big players from China, like Baidu and Alibaba, starting to operate in Israel in the last few years. And I really recommend also everybody that is exposed to this podcast to come and learn more and invest in Israel. I just have a call in the last few weeks with one of the biggest company in Thailand. He told me that his father was starting looking for Israeli technology more than 14 years ago. And now you want to come and get more knowledge and technology. So I think good story with happy and make people to have the appetite to come again, to invest. And this is something that comparing to other countries, without mentioning names, I see less appetite of people to invest in startup, less appetite of the young people to start a new company because of all the barrier. And it's something that we need, need to be done, not just by angel, not by VC, not just by government, all those players together. The government need to support the angel need to support the startup, the VC need to come after. So it's a cycle.
I see. So Would you say that the ability of a country to attract foreign investment is more down to the startups or the private sector's ability to generate success and then draw investors in kind of organically? Or is it also kind of largely down to how the government pushes this as a key strategy for the nation? So how big is the government's role in terms of attracting foreign investment into the country?
Again, I will give you my personal belief. First of all, it's very important, that, especially in the beginning, that the government help and share the risk with the people that willing to take the high risk with the high profitability. This is nice, but this is not the most important. The most important, I think, for government in country like I know, it's to provide the infrastructure. A good infrastructure for communication, good tax rules, good easy to come and fly, and the airport that will be easy to go. About the security, the personal security, when you come to a country, you can feel safe to go on the street. You have light. You don't need to go on the dark street in night. You need to have, if you have problem, you can have someone that can help you. They need to take. I believe that country don't need to get into the business. She need to support the infrastructure of the country with all the aspects. Education system, she need to support police that will be safety on the street, the road, the city facility, and the private sector can do the rest. If all these parameters will happen, business people will come and build hotel, they will come and build offices, startup, young people want to live in this city, they can build it. So all the other will generate itself if there will be the right infrastructure. Of course, if they also participate in investing and things like that, it's a bonus, a very important bonus. But first of all, take care of the infrastructure.
How easy is it to start a startup from a regulations point of view in Israel? Because that's also largely down to how the government.
Zero.
As in zero being very easy.
Zero. Now I talk to you and we talk and say, you have amazing pen. Why don't you have this? In an hour, I can open a company. I can start writing a patent. I can have tomorrow. We have a company.
I see. Okay, so that's something which I think governments across the world can take as an
This
example.
is government. The legal, the all the regulation. I can tell you that in Israel, to open a company, also in the US, it's a matter of days. You could know today. You can do it in an hour, but usually it's a matter of days or week. You need to go to a lawyer. You need to have accounting. There is a country that we strangle few months to open a company and a local entity with a bank. So this is something very important to reduce the barrier of open a company and start a business.
โปรโมชั่นพิเศษสำหรับคุณผู้ฟัง In the Name of Work Podcast ถ้าสนใจคอนเทนต์จากสปีกเกอร์ระดับโลกแบบนี้อีกสามารถใช้โค้ด Salmon SALMON เพื่อเป็นส่วนลด 10% เข้าชมงาน Corporate Innovation Summit หรือ CIS ปี 2020 Event Virtual Experiential Conference ที่จะจัดขึ้นในวันที่ 15-17 กันยายนนี้เปิดขายบัตรแล้ววันนี้ทางเว็บไซต์ cis.writeexcel.com ย้ำนะครับ cis.riseaccel.com แล้วเจอกันครับ
So let me kind of pick up on that point. Say, looking at other countries apart from Israel, have you seen any kind of government initiative done by any country in the world that you felt actually this makes a lot of sense and this is the support that the private sector really needs?
I am not aware about, of course, of all the activity, even in the countries that I traveling. I saw in the US few initiatives that come from the government or from the mayor office. I saw some a lot of activity that come in Brazil, amazing country that was developed very dramatically in the last few years. I visit Brazil a few times and you can see the change I believe that I don't know exactly what is the part of the government and what is the part of the private sector, but it's amazing what's happening in the startup industry in Brazil. Of course, China, everybody can see what's happening in China. That was 20 years ago, a lot of the house of manufacturing without innovation. Now you can see a lot of innovation coming from China, not just manufacturing. Even Thailand, I was visited few places that was very exciting about innovation. Japan, I was in Japan about 6-7 years ago. There was just one incubator. Someone called me if I can come to visit the incubator. I asked which one. He say, what which one? We have just one. And the last time that I was in Japan, there was a few. I don't know how many, but more than one. I think everybody understands today the importance of innovation, the importance about being the high-tech, the leader of the other industry in the country.
Okay, I want to switch gears a little bit and move away from kind of government support and more towards kind of private funding, right? And the funding environment that we're in right now. If you're a startup today that's looking for funding, what's the first place that you should go to?
Okay. To start a startup, and the Wix is a very good example because it's not just this is what we believe, this is what we believe, this is what we thought, and this is what we did when we were in the same place. You have vision to come with a new product, new service, and you need resource. You need money, you need to hire people, you need to have a place, you need to buy equipment. With all the option, first of all, you need to put some of your own resource, as much as you have. But the first cycle that you need to approach is a friend and family. And why? Because you're talking about something that is not exist, about product that you want to develop. And so people need to, first of all, to believe in your vision. So it's easy to talk to people that you know about a vision and see that you're not crazy. More people, not everybody, but enough people believe in the same vision. Second, the people that invest in your company need to believe in you, that you can deliver the vision. So if your friend is not believe that you can do it, why other people should trust you? So I really believe that the first cycle is friend and family, people that know you. It's easy to access to them. And a lot of time people ask me, can introduce me a friend and family? It's not someone you can introduce to. It's friend and your family. To bring someone else that don't know you, it's not friend and family. It's a second cycle. The first cycle need to be people that know you, understand your quality, believe in your honesty, and believe and can buy your vision. This need to be the first cycle, and this is what Wix did. When we started Wix, the first 1 million come from friends and family that we know from the past, believe in us, and this is how the founder raised the seed round. Then you need to get the second round. Second round can come from introduction by friends that can bring you to more professional. Probably you need more money in higher valuation. Maybe you need some more networking, people that help you go to the market, people that can help you raise the B round. So the A round need to be from the second cycle. And this is exactly what we did. One of the angel that was invested in the A round, in the seed round, help us to with the introduction to one of the VC that was the leader of the A round. And then we built relationship, and they was, of course, helping us with knowledge and understanding about process and building the company, and also helping us getting the second round from the B round from more investor. We have our network, but they also was part of the game. And this is how it should be. This is which is a very good example. I think something that a case study that need to be learned about building a company. 3 founder, seed round, from a friend and family. After a year, A round from VCs, B round, C round, IPO. 7 years, all from day one to the IPO, and 7 years after, the company make an amazing ROI for all the investor before the IPO, after the IPO. So it's a good to get in deep when you have time and learn how it's done.
I see. So that journey, right? That journey hinges a lot around building your network. As you mentioned, kind of the first set of people you need to approach, your friends and families, right? What advice do you have for people who are not born into a rich network, right? So they don't know too many people, or they don't know too many people who are able to invest a huge amount of money. What other alternatives do they have to try and get that initial first set of funding?
Good question. First of all, to build a network, the question is very simple. As much as you looking for fund, there is someone in the other place that interesting to invest. You don't come to someone that there is enough people that are looking, that have the money and looking for an alternative where to invest. First of all, you are a team. If no one in the team has the ability to build a network and connect, you have a problem. As I told you, I believe that a team of a startup need to be a mix of different. Someone that is technically genius, someone that is more operation, someone that is a visionary. So you need to have a team with all the function. It's very hard to find someone that have all of them. There is people that have more than one, but all of them, it's more complicated. There is some alternative, like we are sitting now and talking in one of the, if not the biggest incubator, accelerator, Thailand, but this is something that become very popular, accelerator, incubator, and some other vehicle with different name, but the main idea it's building a place that will make the process of starting easier. They give a place, they give a mentoring, they give some basic fund to start the startup. It's a very, very good option for people that don't have a rich uncle that can give you the money to start. And this is the case for a lot of... so some startups have their own money from home. Some of them have a good friend and family. People that don't have accelerator, incubator, it's a very good place to go, to get all the missing knowledge, missing networking, get the mentoring, and this is also a very good option for them.
So my last question touched on the problem of not being able to find investor, right? Let me present another problem on the other side, which is potentially a nice problem to have, which is, let's say you have a lot of people proposing to invest in your startup, right? Or you are presented with a choice of 2 or 3 incubators or accelerators to choose from. What advice do you have to them about what factors they should be considering when evaluating between different proposals?
There are a few parameters that you need to consider. Of course, monitoring of the institute, the incubator, about success story, about hearing other people that have some experience with this incubator, it's very important. But at the end of the day, I'm a person-to-person guy. So I need to have, at the end of the day, you come to a place, it can be accelerator in this case, there is a lot of people. If you don't find someone that you feel some chemistry, that you can work together, that you can become a friend, this is something very important in Israel. It's about if you don't feel that you can go for beer and meet as a friend, it will be hard to work together. We like to do a lot of meeting in the evening, in a restaurant, in bar, in the morning, on a coffee. So in Israel, it's a very informal infrastructure. So, and for me, and for a lot of people that in the high-tech industry, they are looking for the personal connection. So if you go to incubator, you need to check that this is a professional place, that you have a history about successful, you have people with honesty, with a professional team, and also you need to meet them. Even if you need another meeting, do another meeting. Feel that people that you can become a friend with. Because startup, it's a marathon. It's a marathon. It's a long process, a lot of obstacles, a lot of challenges. If you don't have a friend that you can feel, as I told you in the beginning, feel open to talk about the problem. No, he's the investor. I don't want to share the problem. He will not invest in the second round. It's become a cycle, a not healthy cycle. You need to be in a place that you can share the problem, the good thing, the bad thing. He will give you advance. He will be really your partner, not just shareholder.
And then on the flip side of that, right? What do investors look for when evaluating startups? Is it the idea? Is it the people? What are the most kind of...
No.
What are your priorities when you...
The priority as an investor, if you're a professional, is to make money. If not, you're not in the right business. You get money from people, you need to show ROI. This is the fair thing. Don't mix. Of course, they want to have fun. They want to work with funny people. They want to have unicorn. At the end of the day, they have amount of money. They need to invest in the startup, and they want to show ROI. This is the basic. This is the industry. And this is different between what is the size of the fund, what is the purpose of the fund, the structure, if it's as a private investor, if it's an investment company, or if it's a VC. VC need to have exit in 6-7 years. He cannot wait. Holding company can invest in company without exit that will become profitable and have dividend. So it's very different between investor. They have different perspective on the life cycle of the company. But at the end of the day, everybody wants to have a good team. Everybody wants to have innovation, a new technology, with a deep technology that will be a barrier, going to approaching a huge market. All this that you probably hear when you are interview people, investor, everybody. The most important is the team. The most important is the big market. I can tell you my perspective, how I'm looking on a new investment, but at the end of the day, it's about finding the right team that approaching a huge market with coming with an innovative idea. At the end of the day, you are meeting a team. They give you a story. You need to believe in the story, and you need to live in that. You need to believe in the team. That this team, not just you believe that this is a good story, that this team can execute this story. They come to you that in few years ago, all the delivery of food will be with drone. Okay, so you believe that in 5 years you come to Bangkok and you see drone in the air moving Japanese, Chinese, Indian food by a drone. Okay. And you decide to believe because it's about the future. You believe is this the team that can be part of the companies that make money out of this change in the how people are deliver food. So you need to believe that food will deliver by drone in the city, and this is the right team to be part of this game. This is the end, and then you can give them the money, and you can sit with the calculation, how much money, what valuation, and make the plan details.
With this pandemic, coronavirus pandemic, has that dampened the amount of investments that's being put in to tech startups? Or has it actually accelerated the amount of investment because of the higher, in a way, forced technological adoption across, especially developing countries?
This is an interesting question that I don't have the answer, unfortunately. We are in the beginning, in the end, or in between this period of the pandemic. So it's very hard to give some kind of report about the effect of the pandemic since we don't know in what phase we are. The first wave, the second wave, maybe there will be 6th wave, maybe just 2. So I can try to give you my point of view and what I can see from what happened in July 2020. 5 or 6 months in this crazy times. Of course, you can see all the high tech is growing. A company that support e-learning, video conference, e-commerce, delivery. It's amazing. A company, the one side is all the high tech that support the remote working and remote living. And from the other side, the traveling and this is growing dramatically. This is dropping dramatically. The travel, the hotels. So people that investing in startup see amazing ROI. Go to the Nasdaq, see it's unbelievable. The Nasdaq is growing. Company got it to amazing evaluation. So people that are having money in stock market can cash out a little bit and keep investing in the startup industry. Other industry, depending about your belief. If you believe that this, let's say that you want to start a new hotel. Let's say that you have a land and you're supposed to start in August to start to build a new hotel in Bangkok. What you are going to do? To stop, wait, cancel. Most of the thing that I see people are keep going because the assumption that I think is the most popular that we are talking about a year, more or less. People saying that we will have a cure end of the year, beginning of 2021. So everybody believe that mid 2021 we will go back to normal. So long project like building hotel and thing, I don't think people will stop. The high tech, of course, people are keep running. Maybe some of them are more careful, trying to make the round bigger, that they will have more money if it's going to stay longer. But I see the trend is keep running, and even a lot of new technology. This is a podcast, not a WebEx. I could show you a presentation that I got last week. Almost 200 startups in Israel are approaching the COVID-19 issue. From the cure to the new business opportunity, and this is something very interesting to see, the fast movement of the Israeli startup. There is a problem. The solution is amazing. Yesterday, I saw that, you know what is SodaStream?
What is what, sorry?
It's a very...
SodaStream.
It's a Israeli company that is public trade. It's a machine that you can take water and make them as sparkling water by click at home. And they have a huge factory here in Israel. Two people found out how to take the technology and make it for a medical device that needed in the COVID-19. So they built a line to take this product from making a sparkling water to a medical device. It makes me very exciting to see the way that Israeli startups are working.
So, personally, what do you believe will be the emerging sectors in tech? So we hear a lot of talk about fintech. We hear a lot of talk about kind of technology related to sustainability and energy. In your opinion, kind of putting the short-term pandemic effects aside, what do you feel in 5 or 10 years will be the up-and-coming emerging sectors?
Again, my personal point of view that the COVID-19 didn't brought a new industry or a new vertical. It's not something that changed the world. But what he did, he accelerate few in the industries. I can tell you that Wix is the leader worldwide of a solution for small business to go online with a website, with e-commerce, with everything that small business need to go online. And we was growing about 2 million users per month before the pandemic. What's happened in the pandemic? It's not that we come with a new product. in a month, you see a 50% growth and more than 3 million new users every month, and it's keep growing all the numbers with the same product. Maybe we had a feature like a Zoom integration for video conference, but most of the product is the same. And still the company is growing, and the company moved from about 5 billion to 15 billion in the market in less than 6 months, just because and you see company like Zoom and Amazon and Shopify, all of them was accelerated. So what I believe you will see that the COVID-19 push some industry to accelerate. Working from home, for example, is something that can solve a lot of traffic issue, pollution, time consumption, efficiency. So you will see those industries are getting fast forward, moving much faster to the online, to the e-commerce, to the e-learning, to the thing like that, remote medicine. You don't need to go to the doctor you come to the doctor, you sit 1 hour outside, you go to the doctor, he don't check you, you feel this, okay, this is, and write you description. Why? It can be on video. A lot of things going to a lot of offices to fill a forum. All of them in the next year, and with accelerate process, will understand they don't want people come to the office. All the government offices that was moving slowly. Still, I don't know what is the situation, but in Thailand, but in Israel, you call someone, send me a fax. Where the hell I can find a fax to send you? I can send you WhatsApp. No. You need to send us a fax. Email. No, fax. Yeah, and I'm talking about Israel. You talk about infrastructure. Israel last year. Today, I believe that people will understand they need to use more the internet. Internet security will become a bigger industry, remote medical, a lot of everything that is about the COVID will stay with us after the COVID will solve.
We're coming towards the end of our show. I think we've heard a lot from you today about the success stories of both kind of your country, Israel, and also Wix as a company during its kind of 7-year journey. So I guess I leave you with 2 final questions. Looking ahead into the future, my first question is, what's next for Wix? And then my second question is, what's next for Israel as it grows even further as a global hub for tech startups?
I feel very good with those questions. I look on the future with open eyes, and I see a huge success, also for Wix and also for Israel. Since Israel, the main industry and what is pushing the economic is the high-tech, and the high-tech will keep growing. It's a huge opportunity to Wix to grow and success and bring prosperity for the Israeli citizen. I feel that we are in a good position to be a leader, and also, as I told you, with all the share and the thing, we are happy to share our knowledge and our expertise with anyone that approach us from any country, with any industry. Personally, I have about 2 to 3 delegations before the corona from all over the world, from China, from Thailand, from Vietnam, from Mexico, Brazil, all over the world. I have a delegation that I'm hosting and meeting almost 3 to 4 times a week, depending on the weather, but also a good weather. So about Wix, I don't know who is listening, but I really push you to go to wix.com and try our product. I was in Thailand 2 times last year. I have planned to open an office in Thailand this year, in Bangkok. Unfortunately, this event was supposed to be in April, and I was supposed to come face-to-face meeting and not just talking to a mic. It's a huge opportunity for us. A lot of small business, a lot of small store, a lot of small hotels, entertainment that can use the internet to become more available and more service-oriented by the internet. Unfortunately, we didn't did enough. I used the opportunity last year to localize all Wix product to the Thai We have local language, local payment, and we are looking for partners. Partner for Wix can be anyone that have access to the small business community. It can be a telco like AIS or some other telco. It can be banks. It can be insurance. It can be association. Anyone that have access to small business that want to be supported, those clients, and give them the best product in the world that can help them to go online. And something that I can say for maybe to close this session is if as Wix before I have a presentation that the slogan was Wix your business to grow your business. The meaning is if you have a small store, you can go online, you can sell online, you can give CRM support. And I was really trying to explain why Wix your business to grow your business. And we saw during the last more than 10 years, a lot of business that was small using Wix and become bigger. In the last few months, I changed this slide. Now I'm saying everybody, Wix your business to save your business. Because people that will not go online will disappear because maybe the COVID just enhance or emphasize this, that everybody understand that if it's a lockdown and you don't sell online, the revenue go to zero, not to 10%, 20%. But it just give you a brief to the future. People that will not go online will not survive. If you have hotel and you cannot get ordering online, just people that come and knock on the door, you understand it's not going to survive. Because everybody will have the option to book online, so you will book online. Even if you come to Bangkok and you look for hotel, you don't start going door by door. You open the mobile, look for hotel. Oh, this is available. I will book it. You will not start knocking on the door. If you want food, you're not going from restaurant or everything will be. So I really have an open. You can publish my email. It's dror@wix.com. Everybody is invited to contact me. We are here. One of the things we didn't talk about my personal background. I was involved more than 100 startups as a consultant, as an investor, as a mentor. One of the most No, there is a lot. I don't know. The Wix is about family. We are working together. We have fun. We have a team that work together and know each other for many, many years. But one of the important issue that I want to mention, especially those days, Wix is doing good. It's a product that saves business, make people to make a living, start a business. You are at home now. You got fired from the work. You can start online business. The barrier is nothing. The cost is you can start with the free and then you can pay a few dollars per month, but you can start be a consultant. You can start be a yoga teacher. You can start being a translator from Thai to English. You can start being a graphic design. A lot of options that you can start doing from home and build your business just using Wix. So we are really doing good for the country, for the small business community, and the small business is the most important part of the GDP of countries. This is the most employees most of the people are working in small business and not in enterprise. And this is something that is very important as a government to support, very important as a country to support people that have the low the barrier to start a business. And one of the solution going online is what we are offering.
So on that inspirational note, I think just want to thank you, Dror, for a very informative session. I think we learned a lot about the kind of the success stories for both Wix as well as for Israel. So thank you very much for joining us here today.
Thank you for inviting me and host me. Of course, it was in 1 hour or 2 hours to talk about so many issues like Israel, ecosystem, the COVID. It's not enough. The best way is, first of all, to go to wix.com and see the product, read about Israel, and the most important, you are welcome to come and visit us in Israel. There is a direct flight. When the sky will open, I can give you my word. Personally, I will come at least another one of the top attractive in my list is to come back to Thailand. And I will be happy to meet you face to face and host anyone that need knowledge or information about Israeli, getting some business contact. Please feel free to contact me. Thank you again.
Hopefully we'll get to travel soon.
Yeah.
And thank you everyone as well for listening in. If you want to hear more of these great conversations, please do tune into our podcast. Every Wednesday it's called In the Name of Work, and you can reach us through any channel via Salmon Podcast. Thank you very much.
Salmon Podcast มันสดอร่อย
In the Name of Work podcast, getting your work to really work with Parit Watrasin.
in collaboration with Rise.
Hi everyone, welcome back to our podcast In the Name of Work. This is Parit Watrasin, your host. As usual in this podcast, we'll be talking to business experts across the world on very different areas or disciplines that will shape the future of all our work. Hopefully, from this podcast, you'll be able to gain some useful insights or tips on how to work more efficiently, more effectively, and how to make it more fun. Or as we like to say here on our podcast, how to get your work to really work. Now, I think you can all agree with me that being happy with your job is probably one of the most important components of living a happy life. With that in mind, in this episode, we're going to be talking and discussing the topic of well-being at work with our guest speaker, Rashmi Sharma. Now, Rashmi is currently the head of global learning and well-being for Unilever Southeast Asia, New Zealand. She has dedicated her work life to finding new ways to unlock people's potential and helping them to live fuller and more expansive lives. Hi, Rashmi. Welcome to our show.
Thank you, Parit. Very excited to be here.
Thank you for joining us. So let me start off with the first quick question. Since we're going to be talking about well-being at work, right? Let me ask you, how happy are you with your work life at the moment?
Oh, wow. What a great beginning of a podcast, right? So I really feel that this time has been one of the most fulfilling time for me in my work life. And the reason I say that, Parit, because of the global pandemic, people have started realizing, people always realize the importance of learning and well-being. But I think it's become really front and center. And the work I do in well-being and learning is something which people need most right now, which can add so much value, helping people through anxiety, helping people through learning, helping people adapt to new ways of working. So I'm very, very happy to say that I'm really very, very fulfilled right now at work.
I see. Do you mind sharing with us a little bit more about what you do? Kind of what are the objectives that you set for yourself in your role? What do you think about every time you wake up in the morning?
So in my role, yes, I do work with people. So there are about 8,000 odd people in this region. And it's one of our 8 clusters. It's one of the most diverse clusters of Unilever. What I do is I make sure that with my team, we enable processes, policies, initiatives, so that people can bring their best selves to work. Now, whether that's through finding purpose at their work, whether it's through feeling energized physically, mentally at work, whether it's through learning new skills at work and adapting to the way the future is being shaped up. So my work involves making sure we create future fit people, future fit leaders for Unilever to win in the business in the future.
And what drew you to this part of work or this field of work initially?
So I've been always very curious, Parit, on human potential. And, even when I was a kid, I've been extremely curious reading. Like, I know people used to make fun of me because I read management books and books about human science for fun, right? I've done all the quota of my fiction stuff, and then a switch clicked somewhere. And since then, I've been reading books about human behavior, books about human potential, and I just love it. I do it on a vacation. So I've always been interested in that, but having been fortunate enough to work across companies, across cultures, across countries, it intrigues me even more. So how can people live better lives? How can people learn more? How can people learn faster? And it made me realize that a lot of what we do or we don't do is not based on knowledge, So people think that, okay, if you know more, you're not aware of certain things. Once you become aware of certain things, you'll start doing those things, making new habits. But the more I grow, the more I learn, and the more I realize that that's only like maybe 10% or 20%. Knowledge is only 20% of what we do. 80% of it is mindsets. So I got interested in mindsets very early. And my whole purpose in life and my mission, if you might want to call it, is to figure out how to change people's mindsets so that they can take action. Action is not just about telling them what you need to do. I call myself somebody who can catalyze action, is because I think you can catalyze action by just presenting something in a manner which resonates with people, which makes them think differently, and then they'll take action on their own. So you just need to be that catalyst in changing the mindset. So that's a little bit background out of why I do what I do, and there are multiple things. And my TED Talk was also about this, right? Looking at leadership at a different level and all of those things. So it's all about mindsets for me.
Can you share kind of one example, or let's say your proudest achievement of being able to change someone's mindset for the better? It could be like a work example. It could be a personal example.
So I did mention my TED Talk, and I know it sounds cliche, but I'll take that example, and I'll tell you why it was personally an amazing thing for me. Because I've always been very reticent to share stories because I feel like, okay, what is the value in sharing my story? Because a lot of people have these stories and a lot of people have gone through similar things in life. But the TED Talk was a milestone for me personally, because I when I did that, I just wrote it as an article. I didn't intend it to have like 32,000 now views on YouTube and stuff like that. I didn't even think like that. I just wrote it in an article. And when I shared that story, the kind of messages and the response I received, which till date sometimes makes me very humble and very grateful, because people are telling me things like, you know what, I'm so glad you said that. I've always felt like I'm a follower, and I've always felt that that's a weakness. And you've made me realize that how following somebody is a strength. It requires a certain part of leadership, and you need to have both. So I feel like I'm a more holistic leader because I have those strengths. So there are so many messages I still receive for that. And one is, of course, I've helped people change their opinion of how they look at certain things in leadership. But more importantly, I feel like that has helped people more empowered to share their story of that. So I think that is one thing which I really feel, it feels close to my heart,
I see. Now, taking that to a business perspective, right? You mentioned that you're kind of overseeing or looking after over 8,000 people at Unilever at the moment. It must be very difficult to understand and try and guide the mindsets of 8,000 very different people. How do you go about doing that? Is it important that everyone at a company has the same or a similar mindset that's geared towards a certain culture you're trying to set? Or is it okay for a company to operate with many different people having very many different mindsets?
So great question, Parit. I think it's much more relevant to Southeast Asia, because if you look at our region, it is so diverse. You take religion, you take work cultures, you take language, So there is a Philippines, which is absolutely, English driven. There is Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, where local languages are much more a business language as well. So it is so diverse. And when I came into this role first, I'll admit it was tough. It was tough because I also come from a different culture. I come from South Asia. And it took me some time to understand nuances of the culture. Having said that, I've realized that as a company, we have certain ethos which run across these cultures well. And full credit to our senior leadership at Unilever, who have created such a safe space. And I talk a lot about psychological safety, that in the business, if you have a safe space where people feel free to show up as their authentic selves. So whether it's about the way their ideas, whether it's about the way they dress up, whether it's about the flexibility they have, I think if an organization can create that safety, it doesn't matter which culture, which country, or because how long can you start customizing a company, right? Now you have millennials, you have zillennials, you have, cross-generational, you have diversity of thought. So I think the best way for a company to operate is to create a safe space for people to be who they are, to show up with their unique strengths, to accept the humanness. So when you have that as a mindset, then it becomes much easier. So then when I work with a Philippines or a New Zealand or a Myanmar, which are completely different dichotomies in terms of how they like to work, I just have to operate from the mindset that, how can I listen more? And how can I make it safe for them to address and speak about their issues and solve for that? Not try to brush everybody with the same stroke. So then it becomes
I see. I like how you use the word safety, right? So let's unpack that a little bit as well. When you talk about safety and kind of looking at workplaces around the world, what are the potential dangers of a workplace not being safe?
There is a lot of research on this, and if we don't have psychologically safe workspaces, it affects our teamwork, collaboration, innovation, a lot of things. But let me land this with an example. So you might remember there was a big accident, Columbia's rocket launch. There was a big accident a few years back in which Kalpana Chawla died. She was one of our best astronauts in NASA, and it was a big disaster. It made news all over the world. And when they were doing the analysis of what went wrong in that disaster, and there is a quote where the manager is saying that, I just couldn't, and I'm quoting loosely, I just couldn't make myself speak up because I was here, pointing to a level lower, and she was here, and he's referring to his manager. And it just goes on to show that people know sometimes. So he knew what was wrong. He knew the risks which that aircraft had, but he could not speak up, and he did not feel safe enough because he thought he's going to lose his job, and he did not feel safe enough to speak that up, which probably could have prevented that disaster. So it's an extreme example, but we are all dealing with extreme situations right now. I don't think right now there's any company who says that, I have a simple business, I just do this and the customers come. It's not like that. I know in Unilever, we're trying to do complex things. So when we are doing complex things which require a lot of people to come together, which require collaboration, if people don't have psychological safety, they don't feel safe enough to come up with ideas. So that reduces your innovation. They don't safe enough to point out if you're doing something wrong. So that influences everything, your bottom line, top line, all of those things. So psychological safety is the basic tenet which we must have if we are wanting to do great things. If we are in a space where things are easy, hunky-dory, that's fine. But especially in startups, they are dealing with a lot of stress, anxiety, and all of those things. And if they don't have psychological safety, it's just going to be bad for business and bad for them personally.
Now, I imagine one barrier to psychological safety is the kind of the hierarchical nature of certain organizations or kind of the culture of seniority. Is that more prevalent in Southeast Asia at least in your experience, and how do we overcome that? I mean, I assume Unilever, being a global brand, challenges in each country might be different. Is this issue of seniority more prevalent in Southeast Asia?
I would hate to generalize, but from an anecdote, and I don't have sort of research in that, but if you look at anecdotal evidence and if you look at Hofstede's model, which is about culture, and he's done some great work on culturals across, yes, one would tend to think that in Southeast Asia, generally speaking, there is a lot more respect for hierarchy. There is a lot more, people think a lot more before speaking up, especially when you're speaking up to a person who's senior in age or in the designation. And I know people come to me and they said, especially managers, they're like, somebody who reports into me who's actually 10 years elder to me, and how do I manage that relationship? So yes, it's on people's mind a little bit more. But having said that, Parit, I do feel that leaders across the cultures, their actions get magnified a lot more than they think. So people observe leader a lot more across cultures. But yes, I would say in Southeast Asia, a little bit more hesitant to speak up.
Yeah, so I've had quite a few conversations with a few business leaders.
Yeah.
And whenever I ask this question, they all say that they are very open for people to speak freely. And they say they always communicate to the employees about how open they are to receiving feedback. But then the employees still, even after hearing that, never really dare to speak up, right? So obviously saying that you're open for feedback is not enough. What other things can you do as a business leader to make sure that people are more comfortable speaking up their mind?
I'm so glad you asked that. So going back to our point about psychological safety as well, right? If I tell people I'm open, it doesn't mean anything. In fact, I compare a lot of leadership with parenting, right? And they say we keep telling our kids to do something, but kids are not going to do that if you don't do that. So I think what leaders need to understand is their actions are way more important. And their actions, as I said, people observe leaders much more than leaders realize they do. So if you're saying, hey, I'm flexible, hey, I'm open, and you're saying, please feel free to not work on weekends, and then you are shooting out emails on a Saturday and Sunday without explicitly mentioning it, saying I'm doing it because of a certain reason and feel free to respond the way. It's just going to, you create the culture. Even if you're not trying to create a culture, you still create that culture, right? So I think one thing I would just tell leaders is to raise your hand and admit if you've made a mistake. If you want people to admit and feel safe, to admit they've made a mistake or they did an experiment which failed, then you have to do it first, period. So that's, I think if leaders do that, that's a big, if for example, in your thing, when you said, I'm open, but how are you showing that you're open? Are you sharing about what you did over the weekend? Are you sharing about what challenges you have? Are you sharing about how uncertain you feel? That's what creates the culture.
I see. I'm glad we're talking about culture here, because a question I always have on my mind is the culture of a certain organization set by the leaders? So in a way, it's kind of top down, because however the leader acts, however he or she behaves, that culture is kind of embedded across the whole organization. Or is it actually possible for the culture to kind of be created bottom up from kind of employees across the board?
In the case of what I've seen in the companies I've worked with and also startups, and I have been a part of it, I'm a failed startup founder in that sense. It does come from the person or the team who create the vision and who set the vision. So if you're looking at a startup or a small company where the founder is the leader, is the HR, sets the culture, so it's true for them. If you look at a large company like Unilever, we have our values. We have our values which govern our behaviors. We have our standards of leadership which govern how our leaders should behave. Now, was it done completely top down? Maybe not. we of course went through a process of understanding what our people feel, what they believe in, what inspires them. We looked at external things, what do we need to compete in the future? So it was not just top down, it was an amalgamation of external in, outside in perspective, bottoms up and tops down. But to sustain that culture, it is very important for the top leadership to walk that talk. So I would say it's not so important as to where the culture gets built, whether it's through the masses or through the top leadership. But if you want to sustain that culture, then top leadership has to be bought into that. And they have to be seen, living that culture.
So I think whenever we go to a company, we always see kind of these values, right? As you mentioned. So each company will have their values. Sometimes it's kind of these kind of very beautiful words that you see, like entrepreneurship, innovation, like ownership, etc. How do you make that as clear as possible to employees what that actually means, right? Because I'm sure if you ask employees to recite what the values of the company are, I'm guessing most of them probably can. But do they have the same understanding of that word? I'm not too sure, right? So do you have an example of how you've kind of translated an abstract concept into something that's more tangible and more action-based for the employees in the organization?
So values is something which has to be lived. And you're absolutely right. Different people might understand it differently. And some years back, actually, we were doing some work on growth mindset. So we were doing some work on empowerment, growth mindset, and collaboration. And the way we did, which worked really well, is through stories. So how can we tell stories of how that values has been in action? So we had exercises where people were sharing their experience of the value, and then we were publishing it. We were creating trees in the office, putting those postcards where they write stories. We were digitally doing that as well, so that people understand these stories and they get the nuances around those values. So that's one way. And we have, everybody, let's say if you talk about Unilever, everybody in Unilever knows that Lever Brothers came up with the soap Lifebuoy, and it helped in the Spanish flu. It helped people live. There were in India, for example, there is a lot of mortality rate of kids. They die before they reach 5 years of age because there are hygiene issues. So everybody in Unilever knows that story. They know that Lever Brothers came up with it, and that always inspires us, right? That always inspires, especially when this whole COVID thing is happening. People are working so hard, but they are happy and they're energized because they remember our values. They remember why we exist as a company, to serve our consumers, to live better lives. And those stories, they have a lot of memorability. So I think when you talk about values, if you say entrepreneurship, after a word gets thrown around so much, it loses its meaning. It doesn't mean anything, right? So you have to find out new ways to make it memorable. And stories is a great way to do that. And that's what we do in Unilever.
I see. Now, if we take kind of one step back, and I apologize for asking an intentionally provocative question, but why do companies need to have values, right? So why can't I, let's say, as a business leader, just come out and say, I only care about business performance. I will only look at kind of tangible facts and figures. Are we making profit? Are we growing enough each year? Why do I need to spend time or invest my time in creating a set of values for my employees?
So absolutely, let's break it down a little bit. So what is that? Even if you don't spend time creating values, the values are there. A family does not spend time creating like a chart of 5 values, but there is an unwritten rule in families as to what you value, whether it's having dinner together, whether it's taking 2 vacations in a year, whatever, right? So my first, and I'm thinking aloud right now, worst thing is that you already have a set of values, even if you don't create it. But the main point of your question, I understand, is that just look at bottom line, just look at the results, and you don't have to sort of do that. Now, values serve a purpose in the sense that they are guiding principles. in a business, you have, let's say, 8,000 people in the region, let's say, in a company. And at every point that each person is making decisions, we make like hundreds of decisions every day in business, in our work life. And any decision can, you have multiple options as to how to make that decision. Values provide a guiding principle, Parit. So, for example, I know if it's consumer first, it's a value. At every decision, it's easy for me to take that decision because I know that in one decision, I am putting profits first. In one decision, I'm putting consumer first. And in one decision, I'm putting my team first. So if I have a guidance from the company saying it's your team first, then it's your consumer first, and then it's your profit first, I exactly know how I need to decide on that business decision. And it takes me less time. Everybody's aligned to that. So it's just more efficient, I feel, to have those guiding principles. And of course, over long term, you want to stand for a brand. People join company for their values and their brand and what they stand for. I don't think now people join just for money or just for, you need to be able to resonate with what they stand for. So over a long time, of course, it's the brand power, which has helped.
I see. So what you're saying is setting values enable alignment across the organization, right? To make sure that when faced under the same situation.
Yeah. It's not I don't think it's a solution to every problem. It's a tool, and it's a very useful tool to align decisions.
So I think moving on exactly to what you mentioned just now, which is kind of the behavior of new generation of workers when they make choices about where to work at. Right.
Yeah.
In your experience so far, what are the most important factors that the current, let's say, the most recent set of fresh graduates use to make decisions on which company to join?
I think more and more I'm talking to young people, the more and more I realize that what they want in their life, more than money, more than hierarchical designations, is purpose. All of us, and I guess in a lot of ways, the Gen X, the baby boomers, and all of them were looking for purpose without explicitly saying that. But the younger generation is very clearly aware of how our world is doing, whether it's climate, whether it's sustainability, whether it's their ability to pursue their passions. They want purpose. So any company which has a clearly articulated purpose, and if they can demonstrate, like Unilever does that. So Unilever's purpose is to make sustainable living commonplace. And if you look at our advertisements, if you look at our products, if you look at the products which we are selling, the businesses which we are selling off, the businesses we are acquiring, you'll see a common thread about that. And I think apart, forget Unilever for a moment, but just generally, if I look at the audiences, if you can articulate them purpose, they'll get behind you.
So does that mean that the recruitment process is a very important process, both ways, right? One way is for candidates to understand what value or what the company stands for, and also vice versa for the company to assess what values the candidates stand for to make sure that they get the right type of candidates. So how do you go about kind of designing the recruitment process and the recruitment kind of advertisements to make sure that they match with the culture of the company?
So recruitment, I always believe, is half the battle won. If you get the right person, don't hire for skills, hire for the attitude, right? So if you get the right person, it's far easier to upskill them and to work with them. But if you get the wrong person, if you hire a wrong person, hiring costs are almost 2-3 months of their salaries, just the hiring cost. So if you hire the wrong person and they leave you within 6 months, it has a direct impact on your expenses. So hiring process is one of the most crucial things. And the way we do that is, one is that we make sure that we have a list of criteria where we say what are the kind of values and attitudes we want our leaders to have. And we test people on those kind of things. So for example, I talked about standards of leadership, where we talk about things like agility, things like sense of purpose, sense of service. Those things are very important for us. So when we hire, we make sure we look at those things. And now I think across the industry, that realization is there, that the cultural fit is sometimes far more important. I've heard of something like a coffee test or a beer test, right? Where you're saying, you would hire a person if you don't mind, going out for coffee with them after work, or you don't mind going out for a beer after work. And that I think is so true, because now more and more people are not attached to companies or work. They're attached to the purpose. They're attached to, and if you can't spend time with them, and if you don't respect them for who they are, it's very, very difficult to get the innovative ideas which we are going for. It's not just 9 to 5, you come and do your job and go. That's no longer how things work now. So absolutely, I think hiring for culture is super, super key.
Have you seen any good examples or case studies of how to design interviews or recruitment process for evaluating attitudes and culture? Because I think it's something that's very tricky for any organization to design that process, because it's quite abstract, right? It's very hard to quantify cultural fit. So have you seen any kind of
actually I would actually say that now we have tools to identify those things. Maybe I'll talk about 2 examples. So one is, of course, in Unilever, when we hire our new graduates, they go through games. So we have these games where they have digital games, and regardless of which function they want to aspire for, they go through those games, and that sort of gives them a little bit of self-awareness about where they are in different personality traits, which can help them decide which function or which kind of work would they enjoy the most doing. So that's an example of how technology can help people. And even if they don't get through the process, they still have that understanding of their personality traits. And these people are very young, so they really welcome that kind of gaming environment, which also helps them understand a little bit more about themselves. We are now doing another thing for more senior people, which is about their drivers and motivators and traits. So, for example, we have a psychometric test where I've taken that test, and it tells you, it just validates for you what are your key drivers are. So, for example, my driver is independence, in the sense I need independence in the way I work, in the way I operate, and those kind of things. So something like that tells a possible hiring manager saying, okay, this person values this, and it's not to mean that you can't do something else, but this person values collaboration, this person values independence. So if there are certain roles which specifically call for that, for example, my role specifically calls for that because I'm working across countries without being a part of those countries, right? So it helps the hiring manager to make better decisions as to whether, so one part is, of course, whether this person will be able to deliver that role or not. But the other thing is, will this person enjoy this role? Will this person be successful in this role? Will this person thrive in this role? So now there are tools which can help you identify those cultural traits.
I see. And once you know their personalities and their traits a little bit better, how much flexibility should organizations have in catering for that personality, right? So for example, let's say there's a role which normally would require you to work fully in a team, but then you realize that their personality and their traits does not fully cater for them, or it caters them more towards working independently. How much, should organizations just kind of say, well, I guess he or she is not suited for this role, and therefore, unfortunately, we say no to him or her, or how much flexibility can they give for that?
Interesting question. And here I'd like to introduce a concept of agility, Parit. Because, all of us, so there are 3 levels. Let's say there are 3 levels of a human being, right? Who you are when they are completely ideal situation, right? Sometimes when we do tests like MBTI, it asks us to imagine it in a completely comfortable situation. But guess what? You've not been in that ideal situation for years, right? Maybe when you were a baby, maybe even not, even if you're a baby, you're probably not in your most ideal situation. So so there are levels of that. Now, yes, I would love to be I would love to, I don't know, work through the night, let's say, not through the day. That's my natural style, if I were left to my own devices. But because of the combination of nature and nurture, I've adapted myself to a level where I can work across the day, right? So just because my natural style could be working through the night, it does not mean I can't do a good job working through the day, or it can't, So what I'm trying to introduce is then you have to go to the agility. What's the agility quotient? What is the adaptability quotient of this leader? And actually, we have tests to measure that route now. In fact, there is a competency called agility, a part of this. I think 10 years back, I used to be training senior leaders, and we used to train on something called versatility. And, it talks about people in 4 quadrants, and then every time the end of the program, there's one question is going to come up. People are going to say, so which style is the best? Who is the best style for leaders and all of those things, right? In every psychometric thing. But the whole thing is that there is no style which is best. What style is the best is how versatile you can be. So if as a leader, you can stretch like a rubber band in all directions, that's who you are a good leader. So if I see a candidate who has a preference for a certain style, I'm going to check about agility. Has he demonstrated, what has he demonstrated in his past work experience, rather than just kind of take that as a gospel truth saying, you're like this, so hence you can't do it. I think that's being a little bit short-sighted, yeah.
So if you're saying that agility is one of the most important attributes for a worker in the modern days, does that mean that we ought to be looking for all-rounders? Or does that not kind of necessarily go hand in hand?
I wouldn't say all-rounder to be the way to explain it. I would say people with ability to adapt. And I'm thinking of a better word, maybe a generalist, but, usually a lot of times we say that high performers are people who have a spike in one or two strengths, right? But they are average at a lot of other things as well. So I don't know if you want to call it, I haven't given it much thought. I don't know if the generalist is the right word and all-rounder is the right word. But the point is that they should be okay to pivot. They should be okay to be agile. They should be okay to adapt. And that quality is very important. I love the word anti-fragile for that reason. That's a skill of gaining from disorder. And I'll tell you a difference between being strong and being anti-fragile, right? So if I have a strong system, I hit that system and the system remains strong. But if I have an anti-fragile system, I hit that system, the system becomes stronger, right? So I think that's the skill which is more important than maybe knowing too many things. If the need be, you can pivot.
I see. I think that brings us nicely onto the next point, which is, so once you've kind of recruited the candidates in, right, their professional development is probably the next crucial stage of their time at the company. Going back to what you said earlier about kind of each person having 1 or 2 spikes, but also making sure that they cover their bases, right? So there's no like 1 or 2 major dips in a few areas. Where do you lie in kind of the 2 competing schools of thought, where at one extreme you have people saying, don't care too much about your weaknesses, you're just wasting your time, play to your strengths, make sure you're better at what you're good at. Whereas at the other extreme is saying that, okay, you need to spend most of the time kind of covering up your weaknesses, because if you're already strong at something, then you're fine on those fronts, right? So I know these are 2 very extreme examples, and maybe the optimal lies somewhere in the center, but I'm not sure how you view this issue.
I'm completely on the first bit, where saying play to your strengths, and the reason I say that, because world is becoming like a network. It's not a hierarchical organization. We are not in industrial age where everybody has to do an assembly line of manufacturing, right? The fourth industrial revolution is all about gig economy, collaboration, large teams, crowdsourcing. I mean, if you spend time just working on your weakness, how are you going to give your unique gift or your unique strength to help the team? The team needs your strengths. There is a team for a reason, because somebody else can do what you're weak on. Even if you work on your weakness, somebody else can do that better than you. So focus on what you can do the best and work with a team which is, which together will do great things. So I personally believe in that. But I also do feel that you can't be in a place where you say, for example, Google, when they first came up, they had this tagline, don't be evil. The entire ethos of the company was that do no evil, and I feel like if your weaknesses is actually resulting in something evil, then of course, please, work on that. Like, don't be a jerk. But, from a broad perspective, don't waste time on just working on your weaknesses, right? I feel like strength-based approach is a more robust development approach, and research backs that up. Research totally backs that up.
I see. And when we talk about kind of developing as a leader or leadership skills, what do you feel are the most important attributes of a good leader?
I feel that the leaders need to understand the main job of the leader is to make sure people are happy, people are inspired, people are being their best, and people are pushing forward, towards the purpose, right? We all agree, and that's the best job of the people, job of leader. And it's very clear what people need to be happy and to work towards success. They need autonomy, so they need independence in decision making, they need mastery, and they need purpose. So the job of the leader is to make sure how you can keep working to provide these three things to your team. Does your team have a clear purpose? Do they know on day-to-day basis what they do? How does it pan out to the bigger goal? Now, that bigger goal could be a team goal. That bigger goal could be changing the world. Whatever your bigger goal is, whatever your North Star is. And you'll be, some leaders believe that, okay, what, everybody knows that. No, they don't. Because everybody comes from a different background, different barriers, different mental mindsets. So you need to constantly repeat that. You need to drill them that this is how your work matters. Mastery, which is all about learning, all about development. If I am doing a job, Parit, which I believe I'm not doing well, am I going to be happy about that? Even if I'm getting paid loads of money. So mastery is very important. Do people believe they can do their job well? And if they think they can't do their job well, are you upskilling them enough to make them do better and better at their work? And the third is autonomy. Don't micromanage. Delegate where you need to be. Don't control people. Give them the empowerment. They're all intelligent people. That's why you hired them, right? So now don't go policing them. So I think if the leader just it's difficult to do all these three things, all due credit to the difficult job of leadership. But that would be the guiding principles, I would say.
Have you seen examples of someone who have excelled as a team member, but have found it very difficult to make that step up to a leadership role, whether it's like a management role or a manager role? And vice versa, have you seen someone who perhaps weren't one of the top performers as a team member, but were able to show incredible management and leadership skills?
Oh, yes. So the first example I would say, for the first case, is a lot happens in tech like that, right? Tech industry. Because a lot of people who go into tech and they build products is because they love to do that. And after a while, after some years of experience, when they are supposed to lead the team, and I've seen that example in IT companies I've consulted with. I've seen that example when I was trying to build a venture, and around me, I've seen that a lot of times. And in fact, my startup was about helping those people, who are making their transition to team lead, but they fail at that level. And so many people, when I interviewed people, so many of them say that, we have great engineers and they just fail to be great managers. and the gap is about social skills, about emotional quotient. It's about soft skills, about communication. So there are a lot of examples like that. On the other case, which is about people who are not good at team, see, our corporations are built to not let those people rise. So if somebody is not good at teamwork, but great at individual performer, typically they get weeded out, is my experience, in a corporate scenario, because you can't survive a large complex project if you're not a team worker. But I've seen those people do brilliantly well as independent consultants, as freelancers, because then they can focus on their craft without having to, it's again the whole thing we talked about, work on your strengths or manage for weakness. So, you can spend years trying to collaborate with a team which doesn't come naturally to you, or you can just be an independent consultant and work on your craft and work like that. So
I see.
Both are good, I guess.
and if we go back to the first case of someone who's a very good performer as a team member, but it's finding it difficult to make that step up, what kind of learning or developmental support do you feel kind of the HR department or the people department of corporates can provide to those people?
So, the biggest gap which I've seen in that transition, Parit, is about this mindset of me working versus me enabling my team to work on something, right? Because when you're not a manager, you're like, okay, your success depends solely on how long you work, how well you work, how you work with other people. It's solely dependent on you. But you become a manager and your success is in the hands of others now. So I think most people are not comfortable with that mindset shift. And hence they try to control. So they try to control work outputs. They try to control, then they try to do things. You won't imagine the number of managers I work with where they actually do their team members' work, because they just can't delegate, they can't let go, right? So that's a mindset shift which takes a little bit of effort. And HR has a huge role to play. Leadership has a huge role to play. So we have a lot of programs, and I'm right now in the middle of designing something and implementing something for Thailand especially, where we are giving them like bite-sized learnings on things which can help them. So it's in 3 things, and maybe that will help the viewers and the audience to understand. So one bucket is personal mastery. And this is purely about understanding yourself, understanding your time management preferences, understanding your personality traits, understanding your strengths and weaknesses. So that's the first bucket. How do you become a more effective individual before you start actually leading other individuals, right? The second bucket is how do you get that to that manager bit? So it has things like, how do I delegate? How do I make sure that I motivate people? How do I make sure I manage their performance? How do I monitor performance? How do I understand how much guidance to give? Some people like more guidance, some people like that. So understanding these basics of people management. And the third bucket is, of course, a little bit more advanced on, how do you make sure the team bonds and how do you inspire them and all of those things. So HR has a huge role, leaders have a huge role. And I would say this is a passion area, because this is where most good people, if they get the right guidance, they can really go to the next level. So if we get this transition right, it's a huge, huge benefit to the organization.
How much more challenging is it to plan for learning and development support for top leadership? I mean, one thing that I always hear people talk about is the job that like fewest people know the job description for is actually the CEO. So from your perspective, how much more challenging is it to kind of draw out and provide support for the learning and development of top leadership at organizations?
So, once my skip level manager, he told me something, and, he's a senior leader. He said, Rashmi, and we were discussing about a program for senior leadership about well-being, and we were discussing about, how should we give them the support needed, and how should we tell them that it's important and all of those things. And I was saying, okay, so let's tell them to do this, this, and this. And he said, Rashmi, I don't know about most of us, but I know I'm very bad at doing something which I'm told to do. But I'm very good at doing something which I want to do. So I think that was really profound because it captures how you could approach leadership development. You have to inspire them. You have to make them see how it can serve their business and their team better rather than tell. So the tell approach doesn't work. Tell approach maybe works very well for people who are starting out because they're hungry to learn. But as you become senior and senior and senior, you need to unlearn a lot of these things. And that's a specific nuance which one needs to get in leadership development. So you can't be prescriptive, you don't know their story. You don't know their challenges. So going in a way which helps them think about it themselves, creating a safe space where they can reflect, where they can think about their experiences, where they can think about their mistakes and figure out themselves what they need to do about it is the best approach. So your role should be of a facilitator. When I say your, I mean HR or the organizations, right? They're smart people, they'll figure it out. You just give them the supporting tools to help them do that.
โปรโมชั่นพิเศษสำหรับคุณผู้ฟัง In the Name of Work Podcast ถ้าสนใจคอนเทนต์จากสปีกเกอร์ระดับโลกแบบนี้อีกสามารถใช้โค้ด Salmon SALMON เพื่อเป็นส่วนลด 10% เข้าชมงาน Corporate Innovation Summit หรือ CIS ปี 2020 Event Virtual Experiential Conference ที่จะจัดขึ้นในวันที่ 15-17 กันยายนนี้เปิดขายบัตรแล้ววันนี้ทางเว็บไซต์ cis.riseexcel.com ย้ำนะครับ cis.riseexcel.com แล้วเจอกันครับ
I think one of the key trends in learning and development that we talk about nowadays is that what kind of coming out of schools and universities is never going to be enough for your career, right? So there is that need for lifelong learning.
Absolutely.
What role do you feel that corporates can play in this, right? Because I mean, the traditional expectation is that if let's say an employee wants to kind of upgrade his skill sets or learn new things, then he or she might kind of leave the company to do like a certain degree or go into a special course. But I don't think that's kind of the only option, right? What kind of alternatives can organizations do or provide support in this respect for their employees?
Okay, so I completely agree. I think the jobs which our kids will be doing, there's a lot of research which says that they don't exist right now. Like, 10 years back, nobody could have known some of the jobs of, which are being taken by robots and all of those things. And now you have restaurants where robots are cooking the food and serving it. And I just read about there's something already happening in US. So yeah, we really can't predict the future. So there's no use teaching our kids or our employees things just for today. And when we started on this whole lifelong journey 3 years back, Parit, I'll walk you through what we did, which I think worked well for us. First step was to create awareness, because most people, they grow up with this whole thing that if I need to learn something, that it's a bad thing, right? So like, I don't know something which I need to know for my job, and that's why I have to learn. So it's more like remedial learning. So first of all, we have to bust that whole myth, right? So learning is not because there's something lacking. Learning is because you don't want to become a dinosaur. You want to stay relevant. So you constantly need to adapt. So letting people just know that was a huge thing, Parit, in the company, where for a year we were constantly doing communication, constantly talking about stories, constantly telling about how, 50,000 jobs are going to go away in 3 years, and how we need to upskill for us. So that mindset is the most difficult thing. So once that mindset was worked on or shifted and people understand, yes, I need to learn, and they feel it in their jobs, right? So if you're a marketer, you feel it. You know that there's digital marketing, predictive marketing, which is completely changing the game, how you think about consumers. And of course, COVID has made it even more accelerated so people understand that you constantly need to learn. Once you do that, then it's about providing support. Now, providing support as an organization might mean that you provide them platforms where they can go and learn. For example, Unilever has a few platforms where employees can go and learn anything. And it doesn't need to be related to the job, because when you're trying to change mindset, you have to hook them with what is most exciting to them. So if learning, photography is exciting, learn that, So I have my colleagues who were sharing with me examples of companies giving a certain amount of money, and you decide what you want to learn, because what they want to land is that the importance of learning. If your employees understand importance of learning, for sure they will learn something for the job as well, because it's their job, right? So it could mean doing that. It could also, so what we've also done is we've picked out future skills for each job. So for marketing, what are the future skills? For sales, what are the future skills? For HR, what are the future skills? And then, so we've also had this journey. So we kind of gave all this support, all this LinkedIn learning subscription, to everyone, and all of that huge amount of learning at fingertips. Then we also learned one more thing. One more thing is that people sometimes need guidance as to what to learn, because it's like a paradox of choice. So if you have a lot of choices, you freeze, you don't take action. But if you have two choices, it's much easier for your brain to get activated, and you actually end up picking one of the options. So we realized that. So now as I said, we have like 5 top skills for marketing, HR, and everything. So if you send a mail to employee, and if you're a marketer at a certain level, we exactly tell you that start by A, B, and C. So it's much easier. They don't have to spend 15-20 minutes figuring out what they need to learn for their role. They know exactly where to start. So these are some of the examples which we've done with success. These are our learnings.
What about things like kind of externships and sending some of your employees to work at another organization, at least temporarily? Is that something that you at Unilever have considered as well, or what is your take on that?
So we do that. And I think we are one of the front runners in how much we do that. So whether it's secondments to, I think a couple of years we were doing a lot of secondments to tech companies to learn from them, and their talent would come here and learn the way Unilever works. That's what they needed. And we would go there and learn how they do agile development, how they do lean like a startup methodology. So we definitely do a lot of that. And you're looking at somebody who did that. So I took 3 months to do a startup, and I worked with an incubator and did all of those things. So we believe in 70-20-10, and 70% of learning is on the job. So we definitely do a lot of that. Yeah. And I think our global reach also puts us in a position to do it more easily. We do it across clusters, we do it across the globe, across companies.
And what was the impact that you felt, let's say, from someone that you saw before they left for a secondment, and then kind of what were the changes after they came back?
So, sometimes in large organizations, what can happen, Parit, is that you can tend to get siloed, because Unilever is a world in itself. So you forget that there is a world outside there might be different things, different ways of doing the same thing. And because we're successful, we get comfortable. We get comfortable saying, okay, this has worked for us the last 10 years and we'll continue doing that. I think the biggest shift I've seen is that people come with a renewed sense of excitement and purpose, and to understand how to implement it. For example, if the person has gone to an e-commerce firm and seen that how new product development can happen in 6 weeks rather than 6 months, they come renewed with that sense of purpose and enthusiasm, saying, yes, why can't we do it in Unilever? So for an example, we have now, we now have a separate way of inducting digital talent. So there is an Unilever induction way, but we realized after we did some of these secondments and all of those things, that digital talent thinks very differently. They don't think like a manufacturing talent. So then because of that, we created like a different setup to do digital onboarding, which is much more fast, much more spunky, much more, in a different way. So that's one of the tangible goods, right? So we learn from others and we come and do those experiments in Unilever, and then we become stronger.
I see. So I mean, we've talked about how to recruit people. Then we talked about how to kind of develop them further while at the organization. I want to move to the kind of the final stage, which is retaining them, right? So kind of, I'm sure that's heavily related and heavily linked to our topic today, which is well-being, because the more happy your employees are while working at a certain organization, the less likely they are to leave. How do you measure this very abstract concept of well-being? So if I were to ask you, like, how happy do you think employees at Unilever are? How satisfied are they with their jobs? Like, how do you go about measuring the happiness of 8,000 people?
Actually, Parit, it's simpler than you think, right? And I'll tell you why. When you are happy, you don't measure happiness. You measure indicators of happiness. So that's one. What is the indicator of happiness? Let's say in a company. Indicator of happiness is you would stay with the company, you would be proud of the company, and you would be a brand ambassador for the company. And a very, very important indicator of happiness is if you're happy in a company, is that you would go the extra mile. So you are stretching yourself to deliver. You have a mindset of, okay, this is my work, this is my team, and I'll do whatever it takes to achieve this goal. So it's easy to measure those indicators. So the way to measure engagement and whether people are really working towards the business goal, because happiness is not we don't measure happiness as an organization because we want people to be happy. Of course, we want people to be happy, but we also measure happiness because it converts into your top line and your bottom line, because happy people are better, more innovative team members, right? So you measure indicators of happiness. And if I look at a personal level, so Unilever believes in personal well-being. Unilever worked on well-being much before it became like a necessity. So we've been working on mental health, mental well-being, physical well-being much before. And the reason why Unilever does that, one is it's the right thing to do. The second thing is this huge ROI, not just for Unilever, but any company who focuses on that. Because your well-being and your happiness of your employee has a direct impact on your bottom line, your top line, and all of those important metrics. If I am not feeling well today, if I have a headache, do you think I'm going to go to a team and come up with my best ideas? Do you think I'm going to be pleasant to my workers? And that spreads. I am not pleasant. They go to 3 other people. They are not pleasant, and it just becomes like a whole culture of unhappiness, right? And then people don't want to work there, or people, you're sucking their souls off their bodies just to have them in office and working. So I think it's common sense now to take care of employees' well-being. The way to measure in Unilever, we focus on 4 levers. We look at physical well-being, we look at mental well-being, we look at emotional well-being, and then we look at purposeful well-being, which is saying that, do I feel my work is meaningful? So we measure these 4 things. And there are, of course, formal ways to measure it. So you do surveys. We do every 2 weeks. So since COVID has started, we are doing rolling surveys every 2 weeks to test how people are feeling. About how optimistic they are feeling, how positive they are feeling. So in that ways, you can measure it. You can also measure it in informal ways by team doing well-being check-ins, understanding how energized they feel, what are the challenges they have, and so on and so forth. Does that answer? Yeah.
Were there any kind of well-being initiatives that you launched recently that you felt had a very big impact on staff happiness?
So multiple such, and I'm thinking of which example to quote, because again, well-being is very personal. So the way Australia is treating well-being and what they're doing for their employees versus what Thailand is doing and versus what Philippines is doing might differ. But one of the things which I've seen most cases work really well is giving flexibility And when I say flexibility, Unilever, of course, provides flexibility. But when I say flexibility, it's about having these meeting-free time. So saying that, okay, after Friday 12 noon, no meetings, no team meetings will be set. So that is the time you take off, deep time, you recharge, you recover, so that you get into your weekend a little bit more happier. Happier is a wrong word. It's not like you're unhappy before that, but you get it. You hit the weekend running, right? So you already take that time off. Now, what do we advise to do in this time? We advise to learn. We recharge, spend time with your team, agenda-less meetings, if at all, catch up for coffee, be with your family, be with your kids, or whatever else you want to paint, dance, whatever else you want to recover, do that. So, of course, this has happened in different versions. So one of the countries did after 12, no meeting times. The other country actually gave one day off, like a holiday. Like literally a one day off, take the afternoon off, take the whole day off. So this has happened in 2 other teams, I know. Very welcome. Employees love it. And I think more than that, the time off, it shows that your company cares and it shows that your company is empathetic. What else? So one of the things which I've seen is a lot of focus on learning. And there's a lot of science, Parit, which says that if you're feeling low, if you're anxious, if you're feeling a little bit depressive, the best antidote is to learn something. So to do something creative, to learn, it's scientifically proven to get your spirits up. So a lot of initiatives around that has happened, which has worked well.
I like how when I asked about initiatives, you didn't mention anything to do with compensation, anything to do with benefits, right? With cash benefits. Is that a universal truth in the sense that kind of non-cash benefits, kind of giving kind of certain, for example, certain flexibility, as you mentioned, in a way signals a greater intention and a greater care for employees than kind of financial incentives and benefits?
Absolutely, 110%. Because, and I'll tell you why, because I've given it a lot of thought. When you give somebody cash, saying, okay, here's the money and spend the way you want to do, you want to do that. And I'm not saying we should not do that. But compare it to my manager, which happened with me, which is saying my manager, within few days of this whole pandemic happening, our team leaders and our managers, she spoke to me, said, Rashmi, I want you to get a wireless keyboard. I want you to get the chair and because set up my home office and to elevate the laptop, right? I still remember that and it makes me feel so cared for, which line item on my compensation saying well-being cash, if I might call it that, will never make me feel like that, right? So people remember how you make them feel. And when you put structural policies and processes around something which makes it easy to take care of their own self and for their families, it means a huge lot more to them than giving them cash. Cash is not the biggest motivator after a certain level. So a lot of things can be done without cash, which can make people feel really cared for.
You touched a little bit earlier on mental health, right?
Yes.
Is that something that's more of a problem nowadays than before? And what can companies do to tackle this issue in a structural manner?
I think now we're hearing more about it. I believe it's always been an issue, but more and more, younger generation is more open to sharing about it. So we are hearing more and more about it. People are becoming aware of this. And of course, COVID has done a service to this in terms of it's becoming more okay to talk about it. The one message which I always talk about for leaders is it's okay to not be okay. How can leaders make a safe space where people feel okay to say that they are not okay? Because so there is spectrum, right? You might not be feeling great one day. That doesn't mean you have a clinical mental health issue. So there is a spectrum. But the problem happens is that when people are not talking about those things, it becomes chronic to a point where you have to get medical help. And, I've heard of incidences of suicide. I've heard of incidences of people shooting each other because they were under depression. And these are really, really serious matters. And this happens after a lot of those mental well-being issues go ignored. So absolutely, I think the government and the organizations have a huge responsibility to work towards this. And the biggest issue in this part of the region, Asia and Southeast Asia, which I see, is stigma. People don't feel comfortable to talk about it. Everybody's going through it or knows somebody who's gone through it, but it's not being openly talked about because somewhere it makes people feel weaker, and a colleague gave me that example. She broke her leg one day, fell down the stairs. She had no problems calling everybody in the team, manager, saying that, hey, I broke my leg, I won't be able to come to work for like 2-3 days. The same thing, if she has the mental disorder or mental anxiety or something else which she's feeling, do you think she'll be as comfortable calling everybody in the team, hey guys, I'm feeling a bit of anxiety attack or a panic attack today and I won't be able to come to work? So that's what we need to do. That's what leaders need to create that safe space for.
So what can they do to reduce that stigma? Right?
Talk about it themselves. Talk about mental well-being. In a meeting, start talking about how they are feeling. Ask people about their well-being. Check in. Make it okay to share, whether anonymously or explicitly. Take it step by step. If you have a team culture where people don't talk about feelings, you can't just go straight to talking about your panic attacks. But you can go to a meeting where you're saying, how are you feeling today? Choose one word. Label your emotion. Happy, joy, sad, frustrated, helpless, anger. So take baby step towards it. And you have to be the first one to start sharing. I've just seen it many number of times to know that it works. You have to be the first one to share your feelings. And then you go from there. Make it okay for people to talk about it.
Another related issue to well-being is work-life balance. How do you go about, and I'm asking this both from kind of an individual perspective as well as from a company perspective, but how do you go about making sure that you do genuinely have a good work-life balance? Because, at least personally, I know how important it is for me, but I can never really achieve it. and one of the key challenges I find is kind of saying no to certain things, right? And then you fall down the slippery slope of having your work eating up your personal space and time. So any techniques you can share, both from an individual perspective or from a company perspective, to make sure that line between work and personal life is as clear as possible?
So I'll share it from a personal, individual perspective because I truly believe, Parit, that well-being is a very personal thing. What is well-being for me versus what is well-being for somebody else? Like, I work with a lot of young team members, and for them, well-being is about being able to meet their friends on weekends, right? And of course, COVID impacted them because they couldn't meet them, and that really made them feel very isolated. For me, that's not what well-being. For me, well-being is about having the time to sit with a cup of coffee, read a great book, and not having a day of meetings, So for well-being, it's a very personal thing. So I would talk it from an individual perspective. I truly believe in work-life integration. Balance, the word balance connotes that one will be at the cost of the other. And that's a mindset which we all grew up, right? If you work more, you don't have enough time for fun. Or if you have too much fun, that means you're not being productive enough, or you're not hustling enough, or the competitor is going to get ahead. So I think the whole word balance is a myth, and I feel it's about work-life integration. And how do you do work-life integration? So two things which I completely believe in is routines. So having designed a routine which works for you, whether it's about, some people like working early morning, some people like working working late nights. So finding out what routine works for you best, which keeps you energized, that's one. And the second is the prioritization and simplification of your life. So as you said, sometimes you need to say no. And it's, for example, it's very hard. I say more no's than yeses in a day, especially with well-being becoming such a hot topic and people reaching out to me and everything. And, you want to help everyone. You want to do everything. But I know that that's going to compromise my well-being. So being able to say no, being able to simplify your life, that helps. And the third thing, which I think everybody can do, is simple strategies to relax and center yourself when you feel overwhelmed. So, for example, there are breathing techniques. Now there are some times when you're at work where there is loads of things coming at you and you can't do anything. What do? You just do simple, quick release techniques. There is a technique called Navy SEAL breathing, which is actually you inhale for 4 seconds, you hold your breath for 4 seconds, exhale for 4 seconds, and then you hold your breath for 4 seconds. So it's like a box breathing. And Navy SEALs, which are the most toughest, more resilient and, guys on the planet, maybe supposed to be, they use this technique when they are in the middle of war zone, overwhelmed and all of that. So there are a lot of breathing techniques, mindful techniques, which anybody can do at work, go to the toilet or go to a place where you don't, anybody can take 30 seconds out of their day. So there are these strategies, know which works for you, keep them at the back of your hand, use them when you feel overwhelmed. And there are these long-term strategies, like, do you have hobbies? Do you have passions? How have you devised your life to be, I dance, I do Lindy Hop, but I don't need to do it every day. For me, doing it 4 times a month is enough. For somebody else, doing it every day is what makes them, keep them energized. So it's to figure out what's your routine, how much work-life integration works for you, and to each his own. So I really feel it's more personal than, a template.
Another issue also related to well-being is workplace safety for women. Right? I think this is often an issue that's not talked about enough, which is kind of preventing sexual harassment, making sure that every gender is treated equally at the workplace. Have you encountered these issues beforehand, and what can companies do to tackle this?
So this issue has been talked about a lot, and I've been, being a woman, I have a ringside view of what happens. There are so many things which the companies can do. I'm going to share a few examples which Unilever does. So first is the whole diversity initiative, right? And when you talk about safety, you mean like physical safety, or do you mean like equal opportunities kind of thing? I think
it's both, I guess. I think physical safety is probably the bare minimum. But then being treated equally, I think is also is kind of the gold standard.
I think in Southeast Asia, I've seen physical safety to be pretty well taken care of. So I was in Vietnam earlier, extremely women-empowered society. Thailand is an extremely safe society for women. So I think physical safety, of course, at the bare minimum. And I know in some companies, they have rules about, how late you can work in office. And when you're commuting, you have to have other colleagues with you and so on and so forth. And I think when it comes to physical safety, now most companies are at a point where they don't differentiate male and female. I think there's safety for all, right? Physical safety is the bare minimum for any employee, regardless of the gender. I do see differences in other things, right? Opportunities. And I'm talking about the industry, because Unilever has done a lot of work in that in terms of, what we do for women leadership development. A lot of focus is done especially for women. So we have separate programs for leadership development. We have, we celebrate the diversity initiatives and a lot of those things. But I think overall industry, there is a huge gap In fact, just today, I was reading like a Twitter thread about manels, right? So manels are panel discussions where there are no women representatives. And in the COVID, there have been an amazing number of webinars. I'm sure you would have invited or you would have seen, like, because people are just like, they're doing virtual seminars. And this company, it's called UN Gender, and they did an entire research of how many webinars happened where there was no women in the panel. And they came up with some interesting insights, right? So why is it important? It's important because it shows what our society thinks in terms of who has the influence, who has the power, who has the agency. So one of the things companies can do is have women representation in policies. So wherever you have policies and committees and decision making happening, have women's perspective. Have teams which have equal number of women, equal representation of women. That automatically will get the women's perspective into whatever you're doing. And it makes business sense, Parit. Our consumers are, if you look at Unilever, our purchases are done by women. The women of the household go and, purchase it. So it makes business sense for companies to have women representation in their teams.
I want to touch a little bit now that we're coming towards on COVID, right? Now, I think we all know kind of the short-term impact the pandemic has on the kind of the working conditions and the well-being at the workplace, kind of with remote working and the mental health issues that throws up. But if you kind of look a little bit ahead to when the coronavirus is gone, God knows when that would be. Do you see any potential permanent or lasting effects on employee well-being, and how can companies prepare for those potential permanent changes?
Absolutely, Parit. So in fact, our internal team did some research, and external companies are also doing now social listening, right? So they listen to what people are talking about on Twitter, on Weibo, and a lot of these social channels. And they came up with like some 10 or 15 trends which are going to remain after COVID. So COVID is a black swan event. So it's completely shifted how our world is going to be after that, right? So there were a lot of trends, trends like hygiene, for example, becomes really important, and all of those things. And I think there were three things which are very relevant to what we are talking about. And it clearly said that safe spaces will become more valued. So safety, when it comes to physical safety, so offices becoming safe places to meet rather than going to a pub or a bar or a restaurant where you don't know the safety standards. So offices becomes that very safe place to meet. And safety extends to employers. So safe employers, safe managers, they become a lot more important. In fact, surprisingly, actually not so surprisingly, so in our surveys, the Unilever approval rating has shot through the roof. So we were already at 95%, 96%, it's now 100%, because people have come to realize the value of safe and stable workplaces. So whether you're a manager, you're an organization, or you're a team leader, to indicate and explicitly communicate safety is going to be important. The second trend is, again, well-being. Well-being has become a lot more important. People are valuing employers who provide well-being benefits. People are valuing managers who take care of their team's well-being. And the third thing is lifelong learning. So people have understood that things can happen which we will not be prepared for. So they have actually firsthand lived through that, learned, adapted, and realized, hey, it's not so bad, right? So those three things, I think, are very relevant post-COVID era.
Safety, well-being, and learning, right? I think that pretty much is all under your radar. So
the team is working towards it. It's a huge initiative.
So to wrap up this episode, I leave you with this final question, right? In an ideal world for you, what are the attributes of the best workplace in your personal opinion? The best place to work in your personal opinion?
In my opinion, any place which respects people's uniqueness and is a place where people can be who they are. So people can be their authentic selves. Now, whether it's about their ideas, whether it's about what they wear, whether it's about their style of working, if a place can give that freedom to help people be authentic, I think that's the best workplace for me.
Okay, I think that's a good way to end this episode. Thank you very much for joining us today. I think it's a very enlightening and very energetic discussion, and I'm sure our viewers and our audience has learned a lot from our conversation today. Thank you very much for joining us.
Loved having this conversation.
And thank you everyone for listening in as well. If you want to hear more of these conversations on kind of the future of work, please do tune in to our podcast, In the Name of Work, every Wednesday via Salmon Podcast. Thank you very much for listening.
Salmon Podcast มันสดอร่อย
In the Name of Work Podcast, getting your work to really work with Parit Watrasit.
In collaboration with Rise.
Hi everyone, welcome back to In the Name of Work Podcast. This is Parit Watrasit, your host. And in this podcast, I will be taking you through a conversation with 8 guest speakers in 8 very different but all very exciting areas of work, where I'll be sharing techniques on how to work efficiently, how to work effectively, and how to work with a lot of fun, or as we say, how to get your work to really work for you. In this episode, we're accompanied by our guest speaker, Dr. Jacob Greenspan. Dr. Jacob is an expert in UX UI. He's worked as a strategic UX consultant for over 300 companies across the world. Welcome, Dr. Jacob.
Thank you very much. I'm really happy and delighted to be on board with you here today. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you for joining us. Where are you recording this podcast from?
Well, actually, Corona days, I'm at my home office in my working study room in Israel, in a little city near Tel Aviv, about 20-30 kilometers from Tel Aviv, and that's where I am.
Okay, so I think the first question I want to start off with asking you to explain a little bit about what is UX UI. So for people who are not familiar with product design, people who are not familiar with the world of kind of user experience and user interface, and what is the difference between the two?
Oh, that's great. That's a great question to start with. So, UI, let's talk about terminology. Let's start with terminology. UI refers to user interface or user interaction. Both are acceptable. Today, we are mainly using user interaction, and not user interface, but both are being used. And UX is user experience. Now it's written with X instead of E, but that's life. That's a user experience. What the experience of the users. Generally speaking, we'll get into the difference between UI and UX, as you ask in a few seconds time from now. But generally speaking, we're talking about the fit. It's a fit between the product that we are building and the users and their abilities and their wishes and what they love and what do they want to do and so forth. And of course, the environment. So if, for example, you take any mobile app, it should fit to what you should do, can do, need to do, want to do, and so forth. So this is UI UX in general. It's all about the fit, okay? Later on, we'll get deeper dive, I guess, into fit into our brain abilities, our processing information system here. But in general, it's this fit. And for many, many years, UI was referred to more the logical part of the design, and UX was referred more for the visual side of the design. Lately, when I say lately, it's about 7-10 years, maybe less, maybe slightly more, slightly less. There's a little shift there. Okay, so some people will talk about the UX, and some people will talk about as the logical part, and the UI more about the the visual side. And when I say logical, I mean how should it behave, what should it do, what is the interaction, which emotions should be evoked, and so forth. So to make a long story short, whenever tip number one from this podcast, whenever you want to start using UI UX, it's a very good practice to ask, what do you mean by UI or by UX? It's a very good practice because in some countries, and I've been traveling a lot, UI is what we call UX here in Israel and vice versa. So it's not the same all over the globe, but the profession is always the same. It's all about creating applications, products that people would like to use, would love to use.
Yep. So I think the two concepts intertwine, right? Now, kind of to make the distinction a little bit clearer, are you able to think of an example of a product that you would say has a very good UX, but not such a good UI, or the other way around? I think that maybe can visualize what we mean in terms of difference between the two.
That's a good point. I always try to avoid negative or bad examples, so I give just a general example, if it's okay. I always respect other people's work. There are some things which doesn't look great or doesn't make you feel great, but they are highly functional and they are great, okay? Let's take the other way around. Let's talk about cars, okay? Cars look great. People want to buy them. People want to use them. And in so many cases, unfortunately, there are car accidents, okay? So usability-wise, when I say usability, I mean our ability to use it. Cars are kind of good, but in so many cases, unfortunately, they might hurt you and even kill you, right? If you're using it the wrong way. So this is UX-wise, there's some improvements needed over there. The way they look, the way they behave, it's generally just great. And I'm not referring to any specific car. By the way, you can immediately see the safety systems getting into cars today. They're simply trying to eliminate this hazardous area, that is to make it much safer, and this will cover it all, okay? And there are many other examples. Anyone who's listening to this podcast can think about an application that looked really great in the Play Store, in the Apple Store. He or she downloaded them, and then when they started to use it, they didn't figure out how to use it. That's a great example of the poorly designed UX with a great UI, okay? And I hope it's okay. I always avoid to give any negative example, always positive. That's my motto in life.
That's great, Jacob. I think I love your example with cars, right? Because I think the question I want to ask is, what do consumers put a greater value in between UX and UI? Because if I think of a car with the best UX, I think of a car that's very easy to use. I think we're moving towards like self-driving cars even, right? But if you think about a great UI, you might think of all these sports cars which sell for a very high price. So what do consumers really care about in your experience between UX and UI?
Oh, that's a great question. As always, I'll try to complicate things slightly a little bit. So let me know later on if I did it too much. There's a great researcher in Israel. His name is Noam Troktinsky, okay? And he made a very interesting experiment many years ago. He created 4 types of ATM systems, right, for money withdrawal. You can think about it as a matrix of 2 by 2, right? You can look at it in Google Scholar, you'll find the article, fascinating one. One of them looked great and behaved great, okay? So it had a great UI and a great UX. The other one looked great, but behaved in a poor way. That is, it was kind of hard to use it. So we may say that it had a great UI and kind of a poor UX or kind of poor usability, okay? UX and usability are not exactly the same, but for the sake of this discussion, I think it's good enough. Okay, the third one was very good UI, looked really great, and vice versa. And, so any combination between, I lost tracking. So there were 2 by 2. One of them looked great, behaved great. One of them looked great, behaved very poor. One of them looked really poor, behaved poor. And one of them looked really poor and behaved great. Now he gave these ATM systems to subjects in the university. And then he asked them to evaluate how easy was it for them to use it. Not how beautiful they were, how easy was it to use it. And he, unsurprisingly, found out that the one that looked poor, behaved poor, was rated as the lower one, right? And the one that looked great and behaved great, rated as the best one. But here comes the interesting part. The one that looked really good but behaved in a poor way, okay, was rated higher than the one that looked poor but behaved in a good way, okay, in a better way. So I'm not saying, by no means, please don't cut it in the editing. I'm not saying that you should invest only in the way that it should look. But I'm trying to say that our perception is highly influenced by these 2 factors. Okay, and you simply must make sure it will look great and will behave the right way for the users. Okay, and I'm not saying that now. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying that it should. The most important thing is that it should look great. It's a must for these two conditions to take part in order to create a great and successful application.
So, I guess my next question would be, can you become an expert in one area without kind of basic knowledge in another, or do these two things kind of go together such that if someone wants to go into UX UI, they kind of need to beef up their skills in both?
That's a fascinating question, in my opinion. Thank you for asking it. I've been around for 20-something years in this industry. I've established the biggest company in Israel with a partner for UX design. It was called UI, by the way. That days there was no expression UX, by the way, back in 2010 or 2009. And I found myself running a company with 57 employees about 10 years later, so I sold it. But let's put it aside. And when we started, there was a very clear differentiation between those who designed the logic of the application of the UX. Today we call it UX. Okay, how should it behave? What should be the logic? What would be the mental model? What should be the concept of the system? How can I navigate from one place to another place? What are the warning messages that I'm going to present, and so forth and so forth? And the graphic department, we called it graphic designers. Okay. Later on, I think there's sort kind of consolidation for a certain degree. Today, you can find many people who make both UI and UX together. So they're highly skilled in creating visual design, and they're highly skilled in creating logical design, what I call logical. By the way, the industry doesn't necessarily call it logical. They would call it, this experience design, okay? Having said that, there are still many people who specializes only on the visual aspects, and there are many people who specialize only on the UX aspect. Like me, for example, if you ask me to draw one line, it will be probably very poorly designed, okay? I'm not the guy for that. And it depends on the systems. The more complex the systems are, typically you will find more specifically oriented or experts in a specific field. I think it's common to any field, not only for UI, UX design, right? And so to make a long story short, people can get into this, in my humble opinion, fascinating area, and from getting from many directions. They can get it being great visual designers and then learn a little bit more or a lot more about the UX. And they can be UX designers and stop there, or sometimes they go into so there's a mixture. I'm familiar with hundreds of UX experts all over the globe, and really hundreds, and the variety is so big, which is great, of course.
Well, personally for you, how did you get into this world of UX UI? What kind of the initial spark that made you decide to enter this field?
Not many people knows that, but I love technology. I'm a sort of deep inside, I'm an engineer. I'm not a UX guy. Okay, so I actually started to learn electrical engineering back in God knows when it was, and I quit it after 1 year, so I'm not qualified to be an electrical engineer. But I was always fascinated by the meeting point between human and technology. Okay, and this is what we call the interface, right? What is user interface? It's the interface for the user by the machine. By the way, if machine could talk, they would say these are machine interface. That is, human beings are being interfacing with them, of course, but machines can't talk, fortunately or unfortunately. It's by the eye of the beholder. But having said that, so I was fascinated about this interaction or this meeting point. And as I think about things more globally, I found this area to be fascinating. And I asked myself, what should I do in order to get into this field? And then I realized that there's one aspect we haven't spoke right till now, Parit, but the thing is the brain abilities to process information. If you like, I can elaborate on that later on. But having said that, it's all about the brain abilities to process information. For example, you are now watching me or hearing me, right? And your brain is so busy. You're listening to me right now. You're looking at the clock, at the watch. Is this guy talking too much, Jacob? Or isn't he talking too much? Are we on time or aren't we on time? Is the sound quality okay? In my case, I can hear the air condition. I don't wear earphones right now, but my brain can ignore it and so forth. And whenever we use an application, there are so many brain activities happening out there. So what I learned was cognitive psychology. So I went to learn cognitive psychology, which is psychology. And then I made my PhD there. And I hope that I do understand a little bit about the way that our brains process information. So that's my take on UX. How can we handle this huge amount of information?
You mentioned a lot about designing UX for technology or for applications, right? Is there like a golden rule to what makes a good kind of experience on an application? I mean, we often hear things like you minimize the number of clicks for the end user. What are these kind of typical golden rules that you normally stick to when designing that process?
That's a $1 million question, man. I wish it was that easy, Parit, to understand, to answer this question. Unfortunately, there's no one rule, or in my humble opinion, there's no rule. For example, okay? First of all, let's start with the question, okay? Sorry, let's pedal back. Let's start with the question. There's no good or bad user interface. This phone here, right? Is it a good interface? Does it possess a good interface or a bad interface? So the whole question is, for whom? Is it for a good interface for someone at my age, which might be perfectly okay? If someone who's younger than me and wants some more vivid application, okay, or vivid interface, or if it's for older people who has some motor challenges and the icons are too small. So as you can easily see immediately that the product itself, the usability of the product is one of the outcome of the usage of the application, right? So for one person, that's the best thing is the invention of the sliced bread. And for other person, this interface is terrible. They simply can't use it, okay? If I take a mobile app and get out to Israeli sun, I've been in Bangkok many times. It's kind of humid and hot, but I think that in Israel, we have slightly more light whenever you go out there in the street. And some fonts which are, for example, gray over white, can't be read. So is it a good or a bad interface? Well, it has to do with the countries, the illumination, with the time of the day, and so forth. So this is one. Second, second question, as I said before, whenever I give some classes here in local university here in Israel, and my first question is always the question that you ask. I ask my students, what is a good interface and what is a bad interface? And they give me great answers. And then I tell them, typically it says all about the fit. It's all about the fit, okay? And for example, measuring clicks. This is one thing that many people do whenever they design UX. They say, let's minimize the amount of interaction, right? If I get into a building and the doors open slides quietly and automatically, there's an interface between me and the doors. I didn't have to do anything, but simply by walking, I was interfacing with the building and it opened its door, right? So that's one. But going back, so it's a great interface. But thinking about counting clicks, for example, okay? Sometimes you can save 2 clicks in your funnel, but people won't understand the application, okay? So for example, understanding the application is 10 times more important for me as a designer. That's Jacob's perspective. I guess other UX experts might tell you different story, okay? But you have asked for my opinion. So Parit, if for example, I'm now trying to design something for me, rule number 1 is that to make sure that people will understand, okay? And if they don't understand, I don't mind adding few steps or clicks to make sure that they understand. I mean, don't make them exhausted. Don't bore them, of course. But make sure that they understand it's even much more important than the number of clicks. So there are no rules of thumb, so I can share with my audience, unfortunately, other than, very general ones. Sorry.
Yeah, so I think one thing you mentioned as well is that like a good UX UI is not necessarily the same for everyone. Right? So each different user will have different needs. So for example, if I ask my grandfather, he probably prefers a phone with very large text. If you ask me, I probably prefer a much smaller text, right? So I guess the key to that is for companies to really understand the needs of their user segments, right? What techniques can you share for companies who want to kind of better understand their users? Is it simply a matter of going out there and asking them to try out the application, try out the product? What are the different techniques or methods that we can use to really understand what our users think about our product?
That's perfect. So first of all, there's a huge body of techniques and literature dealing with what we call user research and usability testing. So first of all, we call it user research. If you're making a product, I'm not sure how many out of our audience are product managers, but any product managers, any marketer in the market knows that it's all about product market fit, right? Create the right product for the right market. Having said that, you can think about it as product user fit, okay? You should fit the product to the user itself, or himself, or herself, of course. So having said that, you have to make sure that you, A, know exactly who the users are, and B, to make sure that the product you have just designed is all fits into their needs, what they want to do and so forth, okay? So having said that, this is the general overview of it. Now, there are many techniques, okay? For example, ethnographic research. Ethnographic research is a case that you get out there, get involved with the users, see how the lives looks like and so forth, okay? You'll be amazed if you simply go home and observe someone doing something that you were sure that you fully know and understand the task. You will be absolutely amazed about how many things you're going to find out. Now, there are many techniques for observation. For example, there are links analysis, and I won't get into it right now. There are many sub-techniques there. It's such an evolved and developed domain of expertise that in many countries, there are two completely different and distinguished tasks. One is UX designer and one is UX researcher. And when I say researcher, I'm not meaning research in the university, which I really like, don't misunderstand me. I'm taking research in real life, not that the university are not in real life, of course, but out there, okay? So for example, let's assume I want to make a better cup. If it's okay, is it okay, Parit, that I give example, not from apps? Is it okay from time to time? Okay? Yes, okay. Yes. Okay, so let's have a look at this glass, okay? Let's assume that I want to create a glass for someone who's using Zoom, okay, while meeting, okay? I'm just improvising right now. I didn't think about it before, so maybe I hope it will be okay, okay? So, for example, one question that I would ask myself, how often do I raise my glass while making a Zoom conversation, a typical one? And for example, how many times have I looked at the glass before raising the glass back, okay? So for example, if I find out that you people, which are now using some glasses of water for Zoom meetings, tend not to look at the glass, and then I'll find out by observation, by interviews, by many techniques, that they tend to take the glass and simply split it, because they haven't looked at the glass, then probably a glass for Zoom meeting should have a very wide base, okay? So it won't flip over while making this conversation, right? So all of a sudden, this is completely imaginary. Please don't start designing glasses for Zoom meetings. It's just an imaginary example, even a little grotesque one, but it's good enough for us, okay? By simply making a very simple observation of users using glasses in their daily life, I will be better understand and know how to design the best glass for Zoom meeting. And it goes on. For example, I will observe that while drinking, you see my mouth through the glass. Now it biased everything. So maybe it should be transparent because my mouth might look really scary when I'm drinking, so forth and so forth. Things that we haven't thought about before and we can't think about before we get out there, interview our users and so forth. Okay? The second part is what we call usability testing. Usability testing, is it okay, Parit, that I'll elaborate on that? Because this is number one.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So usability testing is all about getting out there and see your users actually using the product that you are using. Okay? And when I say see, I mean in a very distinguished way. You typically provide them a task to do with the product that you have made. Let's assume I made a product which is for, I don't know, a restaurant reservation, okay? And then I see how do they use the application, where do they understand, where don't they understand, what are the challenges, what we call it friction points, at points where the user has some friction with the application, then it's harder for them to use the applications, okay? And we typically do it by using think aloud. That's a very nice technique. You go out there and you ask your users to say out loud whatever goes through their minds. And typically they feel really weird about that because most people don't say, okay, let me just have a cup of glass of water, or use my mouse. Okay, so let me just take my hand and move it to the right and to the left. We don't do that, right? But when you ask them to do so, it reflects the way they think. And then you simply understand, oh my goodness, how can't they understand that? Well, the fault is not within your users. The fault is always within your design. And so you can improve it, okay? So you start by user research and then you go to usability testing. There are techniques to do it. There are some ethics points. You must make sure that you have their consent and so forth, and don't pressurize them and treat them in a good, honest way and so forth. But that's the technique, the details themselves. So yes, unfortunately, I've met so many startups all over the globe which simply don't run any decent usability testing or user research, or actually vice versa. And then they design a perfect product for no one.
My next question is actually related to that point, which is that I don't know in your experiences consulting with clients, whether there is a different challenge between getting a startup or getting the management team to design a new product versus redesigning an existing product. Because in the latter case, there might be a sense of pride that product managers might have in their existing product. And therefore, the way they conduct these kind of researches and these surveys and focus group and these testing might not be completely free of bias. Have you experienced that in the past?
Yes. Actually, I've experienced that in the past. I'm experiencing right now, and I'm probably surely going to experience this in the future. By the way, what you are mentioning right now, it's not unique to startups. It doesn't matter if you're a 100 years company. I haven't worked with any, but let's assume, and your product manager or your designer are simply think that what they are doing right now is the best, okay? And there are many, many biases out there. You said bias, Parit, but there are many, many biases. For example, curse of knowledge. Curse of knowledge is a bias, it's a cognitive bias, by the way, which is all about being unable to think from the eyes of the user, okay? So if you have a knowledge, for example, and you want to think through the eyes of someone who doesn't possess this knowledge, then it's almost impossible for you. It's not for you in person, of course, for us as human beings. Okay, this is exactly why we make usability testing and ask them to say out loud whatever they think. And then you say, how can't they understand it? Well, they don't understand it because they don't have this bird eye view of anything. Now, let me connect the dots. If we are talking about some person who is using or some product manager who wants to improve his or her product, okay, in many, many cases, they will fall in love with their own product. Having said that, it might be very hard for us to move them from their positions. And the technique is very simple. Show them, present them how users actually use it, okay? This is one. The bad news and the good news are the same. The good news is that you can convince people, in so many cases. And the bad news is that it's not unique for any existing product. It can be the same for any new product, okay? Let me give you an example. I want everyone who listens to us, if it's okay to ask our listeners, to think about what should be the brand new car. Let's get back to cars, okay? Or motorcycle, okay? What should be the brand new, completely different motorcycle? And if I ask someone to close their eyes, you to close your eyes for a second and think about it, you'll get up with a design and not with a requirement list, like product should start with, right? So you won't say it should have an engine which has no air pollution, and you won't say probably it should be bigger wheel or smaller wheel. You will immediately imagine sort kind of a motorcycle, right? I think it works. I see by your smile it happened to you as well. It happens to us any time that we do anything. Now, having said that, if you are even designing a new product and you even don't have the prototype for this product, in most cases you have some imagination or some idea about the way it's going to look like. Unfortunately, by the way, but that's life. Everyone, me, you, anyone. So having said that, this bias of well, it should look A and not a B, based on my user research, based on my observations, based on whatever it is, on the literature I read, it will bias you as well. We are human beings. Designers are human beings, as for now. So that's the bias. Yes, this is one. And of course, there are the political aspects here. If you're talking about an early stage startup in which the entrepreneurs are the product managers, the marketers, the CEO and the CFO, then changing things are much easier. If you're talking about a product which is part of a huge or bigger suite of products in the company, there are many, many constraints out there, and you have to take them into account. But this is life, of course.
Can you share with us one of your case studies or one of your actual kind of projects that you did where you went into like a company that has used or designed their product in a certain way for a very long time, and then kind of after your recommendation, they decided to switch? Kind of how difficult was it to persuade them to change that way, and what was the impact that came after it?
Yes, actually, I can give you an example. Of course, I can only share examples which are out there with no NDA and so forth. I helped to create a point of sale cashier stations, and I took it in a completely different way than typical cashiers, because I looked where the hands are and what should be the height of the hand, okay, and when should I place the screen itself. And now what should be the design? Because keep in mind, for example, if you are using a touch screen, your hand is always hiding what's behind, right? So if you're walking all day long, clicking buttons, then where should I locate the things should be completely different. And the end result is typically in a completely different place than their traditional mouse and screen design, okay? In this case, it was really easy for me to convince them because, I mean, it was true, and they immediately saw the value of it. But, I think it has much to do with culture, for a very great extent, of course. For culture, interpersonal skills, and so forth. And in Israel, for example, where I live, it's kind of very common to disagree with anyone else. I mean, that's part of our culture. So it's perfectly okay to say to someone, doesn't matter if he or she are superior to you or equivalent to you or below you, I do agree with you or I don't agree with you, and I want to suggest this and that. So I guess the conversation itself, it's easier in the business environment I work with. And around the globe, it depends on the country. Sometimes you can do it, sometimes you can't do it, but it's all about being polite, of course, and do so. Unfortunately, I won't be able to share any negative examples here, as these are my clients. There aren't many, to be honest. I think that if you get into a good discussion, if it's okay, I would like to take your question and switch it or use it in a slightly different way. How can you overcome such conflicts or such? If someone is in love with what she or he is doing as in the product or design, how can you overcome? And you think in different ways, the UX expert, what should you do? And I think one of the main things is sharing the reasoning behind it. I think that when people hear the reasoning behind, in so many cases, it helps them to get off the places. This is one. And the second thing is show them how users actually use the applications. So it's not from my personal experience, but it's very well common, it's well documented. If you have a problem with convincing someone about improvement needed to be done in his or her product, and it's a good idea to ask them to join you to usability testing, as I explained before. And then they will see with their eyes the challenges that users are facing with. So typically it's okay. Okay? So this is the second technique. So either you can, or you can both, share of course, the reasoning behind, and of course, you can ask them to see how do they actually use their product and overcome any objections there.
I think another important bias that we need to try and overcome is confirmation bias, right? So, for example, if two people have different conflicting hypotheses about what good product is, and then they hear the same user saying the exact same thing to both of them, they will interpret it in very different ways, right? So how do you get your team to kind of overcome this confirmation, self-fulfilling bias?
That's a great question. So first of all, for our listeners, confirmation bias, as you said correctly, Parit, it's all about the way that we were seeking for information which will validate or will support our predispositions about anything, right? So, for example, if I see a usability testing, let's get straight into business, and I see someone who's hesitating by using the application if to press button A or button B. Should I put it in the basket or buy now? Okay? So let's assume I'm the UX guy, and I think it's better for us to make sure that they will buy something right now. It's more of a business thing, but the happy path is what we call the way that I want my users to go is A and not B, okay? And the other stakeholder in the company thinks it should be B, okay? So we observe a person using it, and the person might say, or the user might say, think aloud, remember? Okay, I want to buy this one, but maybe I would like to buy another one. I'm not sure. I hope that I won't lose it. Okay, when I put it into the basket. A very innocent sentence. Now, if I'm in favor of going directly to sell now, then I will get attached to the other part which says, I might lose it, as the user said, hypothetically. But if I'm all biased to buy more, I will be completely hearing only the first part of the sentence, which is, well, maybe I would like to buy some more things, right? Some more stuff, okay? The usability testing gives you a great opportunity to overcome such bias. Few tips. One, work in teams, not by yourself. If you work in team, there are more chances that if you have any bias, and typically we do have some biases, the other person in the room or the other observer or the other researcher will help you find out about that. That's one. Even to be aware of it, it's a good start, even, okay? And he or she, and it happened to me in person so many times when my colleague told me, but have you heard what they said here and that? And I said, right you are, I missed that because it's a confirmation bias. That's only human. This is one. Second, you can set up or define what is good in advance. Okay? Whenever we're talking about usability, there are three aspects. There are effectiveness, there's efficiency, and there's satisfaction. Okay? You can read more about the ISO standard. There's an ISO standard for usability, but this ISO standard states that there's a effectiveness, efficiency, and satisfaction. Now, effectiveness is my ability to make the whole process or the whole usage of the application correctly till the end and accomplish it. Let's assume you want to buy something online. So effectiveness-wise, it's a good interface if I could manage to get into the site, search for something, add it to my basket, pay for it, and get it to my home. Okay, deliver to my home. Efficiency is how efficient I am. How many mistakes have I done? How many critical times have I opened the help? Hopefully there's no help anymore, and so forth and so forth, okay? How much time did it take me? How many mistakes and so forth? And satisfaction is, of course, satisfaction. You can talk about emotions down the road if you like. I think it's a fascinating thing. Okay, so having said that, if you design your research the right way, you will immediately define yourself what are the success factors or measurements, sorry. So you may say, okay, if someone will be able to buy this product within 23 clicks or 37 seconds or minutes with not more than 3 mistakes, all of a sudden this bias will slightly be eliminated because you can compare it to something objective such as human behavior. I hope it helps in a way, but you're absolutely right. It's really, really challenging.
So let's say theoretically, we now have our team of UX UI researchers who are free of bias, and we go out to our users and we do this testing. The next challenge becomes, how do you get the user to speak the truth? Right? Because I think we talked earlier, or at least you talked earlier about cultural differences between different countries. I think in Thailand, one of the very nuanced culture that we have is that people tend to be quite overly considerate when they're asked to test a certain product. They don't really want to say negative things about that product to that team. So are there any techniques about how to get the users or the people who come and try the product to actually say the truth about how they feel about it?
First of all, I've been to Thailand twice to work with startups, and I really love this cultural thing. It's so easy to work. People are polite, and the discussion is great, in my opinion, and that's great for me. But yes, absolutely. People don't want to say negative things about things that you have designed. Not only in Thailand, by the way, even in Israel, we tend to be much more direct. People don't feel at ease to say to you, the designer, this is a really bad and terrible design, and I will never use it again. Okay, so first of all, let's tackle this from few angles. First of all, there's a huge difference between attitudes and behavior. And anyone who's making UX must remember that. Okay, there are attitudes toward the product and there is a certain behavior with the product, okay? And if you can try, please, I can't beg more for anyone who's running UX research, always start by measuring the behavior and not the attitudes. Because attitudes and behavior are connected, but not in a very strong way. For example, if I ask someone, let's assume it's a rainy day, I'm unfortunately at the flat tire and I can't open the wheel hand joints, okay? And I will ask you to stop and help me. Most people will say, yes, of course I will stop and help you. What would happen in real life? Who knows? Probably slightly different, right? So think about that. It's not that behavior or attitudes anticipate behavior. This is number one. So first, try to avoid asking someone a question at the beginning, of course, such as, would you buy this product? Or do you like this product? Is this product, does this product looks like as a product that you're going to use and so forth? Because first of all, you put them in a very, very uncomfortable place. And second, you're actually asking them to make opinion about something which is probably not connected too much to behavior. So start with tip number one, start with behavior. Tip number two, if anyone will read any basic guidance book or article regarding user research, okay, you will find out that instructing the users is highly important. For example, I'm not talking about the legal aspects that must take into account, of course, but that's for each and every country and each and every person. I'm talking about the moral thing, don't pressurize them and so forth. That's, of course, do read about it if you want to run usability testing. But in addition to that, it's about cultural thing and emotional thing, and say, always emphasize, we are not testing you. In case you won't be able to do something, would find it hard to do something, then keep in mind, it means that our product must be improved. From my experience, from thousands of researchers all over the globe, I'm not a researcher by definition, but I do it a lot, and this helps a lot. Because the minute the participant in your application testing, and keep in mind, they are not the subject, we are not testing the users, we are testing the application. It's really important for us to emphasize this point. So the minute the person knows that he or she are not being tested, what is being tested is the application and not them. First, it will be much easier to say out loud whatever they think. And B, of course, I will increase a bit the bias of, hey, I don't want to insult you. But the minute you tell them that, hey, the more things that you're going to share with me, the more I will be able to improve my product, it typically helps a lot. This is one. And B, behavior doesn't lie. The minute you see someone, not I'm saying that anyone lies, of course, but the behavior is not really biased, okay? That's a more correct terminology here, okay? So whenever you are using the application and you actually see the places when people find it hard to be used, you don't even need them to tell you that this place around your application or product needs a further more development, okay? But yes, Parit, there's no way you can avoid it. People don't like to insult other people. Doesn't matter which culture we're talking about. People don't find it. The only tip that one more tip is if you're going to test your product within different cultures, it's always a good idea to take someone from the local culture to better explain to you. Okay, it's a very good idea. For example, smile. Smile might meaning something here in Israel, might be slightly different in other countries. So smiling, even though it's generally a good sign, sometimes smiles is being nervous in some cultures and so forth. So keep that in mind. And I'm not saying there's one culture is better than other culture, just difference, of course. So you have to take this into account and make sure that you understand even body language, okay? In Israel, we tend to move our hands all the time. You see me, right? I'm moving it all the time. That's the way. In some countries, it's perceived as, oh, this person is so tensions right now. No, I'm not tensioned. That's the way that Israeli people speak, okay? But in Thailand, people don't move their hands that much when they speak, which is perfectly okay in both cases. Just make sure that you understand even the body language. Yes.
If I extrapolate that point a little further, does that also mean that it can be quite challenging for a certain company to expand its product overseas? because what kind of customers in another country might want or what they're used to or what they feel makes a good experience is very different. And do you have any kind of good kind of best practice examples that you've seen of a certain company who have expanded their product overseas and then adjusted certain things in their product to make it more suited to that market?
Absolutely. So first of all, keep in mind, we are all human beings, almost the same. I guess me and any or you and anyone we share 99.90% of the genes with any other person in this universe, right? So we're essentially kind of the same. The difference between human beings are much smaller than we think about. Okay, this is number one. B, having said that, there are market preferences and so forth. I heard that some drinks are more sweet in some countries compared to other countries. I only heard about it. I'm not sure if it's true or not. I have no clue. But yes, certain adjustments must be made. For example, there are some countries in which emojis are not very widely spread or used. And there are some countries in which there are much more emojis should or are being typically used. Okay, I think that in Thailand, emojis I haven't. It's just my impression that emojis in Thailand are much more being used than, for example, in Israel. But I haven't checked it. Is it right? By the way, I'm not sure.
Yes.
Just
Thai people love their emojis, yes.
Just as an example. So let's assume I want to design an instant messaging system, right? Doesn't matter. It can be WhatsApp, it can be Line, it can be anything else, right? So for one country, I might be more focused on text. And for other countries, I might be more focused on images. So I might open the emoji keyboard for the Thai market before I open the text one and vice versa. For example, I'm just making some imaginary design. I'm not asking WhatsApp or Line to design anything new, right? But for example, you can use it. But keep in mind that usability or UX design, we spoke a lot about research, but UX design, a good one, might be very flexible in certain cases, okay? I'm not referring to the case that you say the user will decide, because users typically don't decide. They typically start with their presets, so they got out of the box, out of the factory, and they will typically stay there in many cases. But I'm saying, flexible in the way that you can introduce it to different markets. So if, for example, for one market you will use 100 images, and for the other market you'll use 1,000, that's something, it's probably just a question of magnitude. If you would like to create marketplace for images, completely different part of the product. So it might be that you design this part for a specific market. And it happened to me a lot, okay? But having said that, just to conclude, one thing, keep in mind that in most cases, most people are kind of the same, fortunately. And it's a good optimistic way of looking at our lives in our universe. We are almost the same. And B, of course, you can make UX solutions for the differences, such as hierarchy design or multi-level layers design, to be more precise, in which some layers are being exposed more or less. And of course, sometimes you have to design specific modules for specific markets, of course.
โปรโมชั่นพิเศษสำหรับคุณผู้ฟัง In the Name of Work Podcast ถ้าสนใจคอนเทนต์จากสปีกเกอร์ระดับโลกแบบนี้อีกสามารถใช้โค้ด Salmon SALMON เพื่อเป็นส่วนลด 10% เข้าชมงาน Corporate Innovation Summit หรือ CIS ปี 2020 Event Virtual Experiential Conference ที่จะจัดขึ้นในวันที่ 15-17 กันยายนนี้เปิดขายบัตรแล้ววันนี้ทางเว็บไซต์ cis.writeexcel.com ย้ำนะครับ cis.riseaccel.com แล้วเจอกันครับ
So we talk about user preferences being shaped to an extent by where they come from. Are user preferences also shaped by history? So for example, if they're very used to a certain, let's say like a food delivery service being done in a certain way, it makes it very difficult for a new player to come in and say, we're going to revamp that kind of user experience, right? Or similarly, if I think of like my experiences at the airport, like we're so used to kind of the standard kind of check-in process of step 1, step 2, step 3, such that if I were to land at an airport and find a very different set of or sequence of activities, then I will feel a bit kind of automatically a bit uncomfortable.
You're absolutely right. Take an airport for an example. Okay, perfect. Let's talk about an airport. Let's assume that I want to get a completely different UX experience, user experience. It's actually customer experience. It's what we call CX, customer experience, but that's okay in an airport. So if, for example, I possess my phone, and let's assume that someone can recognize my phone using NFC or whatever it is, which every phone, I think, possesses these days. Okay, and let's assume that I want to get into the room, okay? Then into the airport, then theoretically I could walk with my phone. Some device will recognize me, knows that I'm at the airport, will immediately, and so forth. So I can simply go through just walking and get to the airplane, right? Theoretically. I'm not sure that security-wise it would be doable, but something like that, right? But yes, absolutely. But when you say about experience, there are two aspects there, in my opinion, of course, UX-wise, only UX-wise. First of all, it's habits, the way that you think about things. And this is what you call mental model. Mental models in this field of UX, let's put it from a different way. Whenever you're using a product, you always think about it, you have some perception about the product, okay? And this is what we call mental model. It's always made of 4 components. What it contains, or how is it built, why is it built the same it built, or what it contains, why it contains what it contains, how it works, and why it works the way it works, right? And we have a mental model about everything in life, okay? In Zoom, there's an application at my end, there's an application at your end, and there's the internet, and the internet sends you my video, and it sends me your video and voice so we can talk. This is a mental model, okay? A smartphone, we still call them smartphones, right? It's so weird. It used to be these phones, right? Remember this one? Yes. Have you seen such device in the passing year? No, I have one just as a reminder, okay? And this is a smartphone. This is a piece of glass of whatever, right? So this is a smartphone, okay? And if this is a smartphone, why is it a smartphone? Let's go to the mental model. It's a phone which is smart. There's a computer there. It's built out of screen and a phone inside. And since we have a screen and connection to the internet, how it works, then we can use some apps and download apps and use apps and so forth. So we have a mental model for smartphone. Now, this is so weird. I mean, this is in the phone. This is a little computer with some communication abilities, right? It is so weird. It has nothing to do with phones, okay? But hey, getting back for business, it means that we create some concept of something. Now, we all have concepts of something. Think about the car. Let's go back to our car example. I think it's a good idea to use the same example along from time to time. Okay, how a car is being built, there's a power station at the front called the engine, there's a driver, and there are passengers behind the driver or beside the driver, right? And it has 4 wheels. Now, it should immediately resemble to a carriage and a horse, right? There's a power source in the front, there's a driver in between, and of course, there are passengers at the back. Now, why cars are being built that way? It's being built that way because horse and carriages used to be built that way. We even measure the power of the engine in horsepower. It's so weird. I mean, horses, 2020, almost 2021, and we're talking about horsepower. By the way, a horse has more than 1 horsepower. It's so funny, by the way, I checked it out. 1 horse possesses more than 1 horsepower, much more actually. I think it's 7 or 10, I'm not sure about that, something around that, if I'm not all mistaken. But it's built the way it's built because we are based on, now this is in the global way. So whenever you design a product, UX-wise, you have to ask yourself, what would be the mental model of the user by using it, okay? And if you think about it, you simply must make sure that the mental model that will be created within the users will be easy to understand, simple, and in so many cases, it is based on other products. For example, I can give you a challenge if you'd like. Give me a name of an application within your smartphone which doesn't have the equivalent in real physical life.
Does it have an equivalent in real physical life?
Yes. Email, it's an electronic mail. Oh, we had the letter, we had the address too, and there was the letter inside. And if you want to attach something, there's a clipper. the same way it looks in emails. Voice recorder that you are recording must, the voice recorder that used to be. Even the buttons looks the same. The record, play, pause. Okay. Can you give me an example? It will be very hard for you. You might find something, but it will be very hard for you.
What would you say is the analog version of Facebook?
Facebook, you have a wall.
Newspaper.
Yes, a wall, and you stick notes there, and there are posts, post it. You can all go to this wall and read it and write down some comments over the wall. Oh, it's completely physical wall. I can keep on with that for hours. Trust me, it's very hard to find. This is because human beings need to create mental models and put it on the other side. Whenever you're a designer, you want to create a great mental model. I'm not saying that it's a must to be based on something existing, but in so many cases, it's very easy for human beings to be based on something which is already existing. Any word processing, doesn't matter if it's Microsoft, Google, whatever, okay? It's a piece of paper, right? And you write something. And if you wanted to move text, it's a blank text. You can't read anything. You have to cut it. And the icon is scissors, right? And you put it in the clipboard. And then you glue it. You paste it somewhere else. It's a completely one piece of paper, right? And you could theoretically go back to the ancient Egyptian. If one of the mummies would wake up and you would have to tell this mummy, okay, Mummy, these dead people, right? Hopefully back in life one day, and explain to them how to use any word processing application today. They will immediately understand because it's a piece of paper. And instead of ink and feather, you're using the keyboard. That's the only difference. Okay? So having said that, as for your question, you want to make things as clear as possible and you want to create mental models. Now, mental models means that you are relying on your past history in many, many cases. Okay? So if, for example, save, okay, means that what's written in the dialog box will be done right now, this is completely subconsciously using pre-existing knowledge within the users. And one tip I can provide any of our audience, be very careful and think 100 times before you break any convention. Because the minute you break any convention, that's the place that your application is going to work very, very bad. Okay, if, for example, the OK would be the cancel and the cancel would be OK. If, for example, the X on the upper right side, instead of being on the upper right side, will be on the lower side of the screen, and so forth, life will be hard. Let's take this example for a second. Let's assume there's a screen here. Just this is the back of the mind, okay? And let's assume there's a screen here, and the X of closing the window won't be placed here. I want to place it near my thumb, right here. So this is the close, right? So one of the most, it's here. If I place the X here, probably nobody will notice that it's there. Even though UX-wise, it might be better. Convention-wise, disaster. Okay, so always think about that. Yes.
So convention wins in that case then?
Yes, I'm not saying that you should be using only convention. I'm not saying not being creative. I'm just saying that always be minded as a UX designer to make sure that at least you understand the conflicts between what is common within users and what you are actually doing right now. And you can be very much creative. Yes.
Coming back to your concept of your mental model and sample of a smartphone, I think that kind of illustrates the importance of anchoring your product on something else. I guess I throw this question to you. How would the adoption rate of smartphones have been different had it not been presented initially as a smarter version of a phone, but rather a smaller version of a computer? Do you think that has any implications from a business angle at all?
Let's talk about an old phone, okay? I'll just disconnect this. Yes. It has a cable, of course. I'll leave the cable so in case people will see that, okay? So that was the original phone, right? The keyboard, and you could click it and you can get on the fold. And that was the shape of the headset. And it looked to be like a banana shape. So you can, I'm not talking to anyone right now. It's disconnected, okay? This way, right? By the way, till today in Israel, I'm not sure about Thailand. In Israel, if you want to say you see friends far away in a noisy street and you want to tell this person, call me, you see, call me? It's like the dial. you say, okay, I know I'm not. Is this gestures still being used in Thailand? I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I think that's a global sign.
Okay, keep in mind, just for once again, be very minded about hand gestures in UX design and UI design. Hand gestures in one country might be great, in another country may be insulting like hell. Be very careful about hand gestures in your design. Don't use hand gestures, okay? It's really, in Israel, for example, if a class teacher wants you to say something, he will tell you, yes, Jacob, now you. In so many countries, it's very insulting to do this, now you, okay? But having said that, so this one, let's talk about the smartphone, okay? Let's go back to the smartphone. It started by such kind of phones. And we're still doing this, and if you look at your phone, I don't know if you have an iPhone, an Android, or any other operating system, you'll find that the phone itself, within the smartphone, the icons for call is green headset. It's so weird. If you think about it, this should be call me later, this should be call me, right? Because phones looks like a flat piece of glass today, so this is call me, right? But nobody does call me. People think I'm crazy, but this is the call me, right? But it's still left. So we started with phone, and then they added some SMS abilities, and then there was the MMS. I'm not sure that all of our young audience knows that, but there was an SMS, short messaging system, and then there was an MMS, multimedia messages system, okay, that you could send pictures, and then you could send videos, and then there came the first smartphones and so forth. So since it evolved on a continuous way from old phones, nobody actually took the time and say, okay, let's design something completely different. By the way, properly, very rightfully, because if you would do something completely different, there's always a chance that people won't understand that. Okay, so to make a long story short, I'm not saying that you must rely on other concepts. I'm just saying two things. One, never do your best not to get into conflict with other UX examples to usage of products as much as you can, of course. And B, of course, being creative is always a good idea. And having said that, and B, yes, you can rely on other products, of course, making sure that the IP is not voided and so forth. I mean, that you're okay with that. But in many, many cases, you can go slightly farther or nearer the original concept, okay? They use that, so it's up to you, Uber or any other transportation application. It's as if you're talking about a virtual, and I shouldn't be adding. When I say virtual, I mean, okay, I want you to think about it as the now think about it virtually wise. Okay, so you could order pizza over the phone, you should say over the phone, and you can order it by your smartphone, but it's essentially the same. Even the conversation is the same. Hello, what's your name? Jacob. Sometimes they will ask me, sometimes they won't. What would you like to order? Go to any pizza ordering system in the universe. It will start with the product itself, not with your address. And in some cases, they will ask you at the beginning, hey, let's make sure that the delivery area, you're within the delivery area. The same way that the guy over the phone will tell you, hey, pizza, Jacob's Pizza. I'm not sure there's any Jacob Pizza in the universe, but that's a Greenspan's Pizza. Yes, but before we start, I don't want to waste your time. What is the delivery? Where do you live? So I want to make sure that our delivery system goes there. And I will tell them I live here and there. And they say, okay, so they keep on. Same goes to any, and so forth and so forth. So you can easily see that it's not a physical resemblance when I'm talking about mental model. I'm talking about the logical resemblance, okay? No one designs engines that should be looking like horses, but essentially they are the same, okay?
Yeah. I think a common theme that is covered by other topics we talked about today, whether it's to do with biases of people conducting the research, whether it's biases that users have from their experiences of using a certain product in a certain way. I mean, all of that is to do with kind of human psychology, right? How important is this field in terms of being able to understand how people make decisions, how people feel, how people behave? How important is that as a discipline for a UX UI expert to have?
That's a great point. First of all, when you say psychology, let's define psychology, okay? most people think about psychology about the way that people feel and emotions and something like this, right? I guess that's what you meant originally. But keep in mind that psychology for me as a UX expert, as a PhD in cognitive psychology, is, for example, the way that you think. For example, or your processing system. For example, we have very limited ability to retrieve information from our memory. Okay, you remember so many things, but when I ask you to, hey, say out loud, what is your phone number? Most people will find that it is, right? And when I'll tell you, okay, great, remember that you had a phone 10 years ago? What was that number 10 years ago? And I would say, and then I will be able to retrieve it, okay? Or for example, there are many, many abilities and limitations right now. We think, for example, that we see the screen, fully vivid colors, but we see only 60 degrees of colors, and practically we have about 10 degrees of attention focusing abilities, and about 2.5, depending on how tired you are, and even less of ability to really process information. This is exactly the reason why anyone who watched me right now don't have a clue about the way that my eyeglasses looks like, right? Parit, how does my eyeglasses look like? Can you describe them? You don't have a clue, I guess. I assume. Nobody has, but there, not only you and no one. Why is that? Because we are focusing our attention in, hopefully, listening to me and not looking at my face, right? So this would happen all the time, the same way that I know that you have an earphones and I don't have a clue if they are wireless or not. Only now I can try and find out if they're wireless or not. I have no clue because my brain wasn't busy processing this information. Now, what I'm trying to say is this is psychology for me, not only for me. This is what we call cognitive psychology. So having said that, it's all about psychology. So it's always about the fit. So if we're talking about the fit between the product and the user, it's users' abilities, and one aspect is, of course, the way they can process information, and the other one are emotions. Now, keep in mind, emotions are being evoked anytime, any minute that you are going to do something. Right now, every listener in this room, or everyone who listens to us, anyone walking on the street out there, anyone has immediately emotion response to anything we are doing. Okay, so you open an app and you feel, wow, that's an emotional response. Okay, and then you find it hard to use it, and you say, there's an emotional response. Let me give you an example. Okay, if there's an application which UX-wise isn't designed the good way. Okay, if you are a young person like you are, you will probably say, this application is really, really bad in design. I don't like it. Emotions, right? I don't like it. I feel that it's wasting my time. That's emotion. I don't trust it. It's an emotion immediately. Let's take the same application, as we said before, to a much older person. Okay? Typically, not necessarily, but typically, older people, much older people, tend to say, I'm not capable of using this application. I'm too old for that. That's another emotion, okay? That's another emotion, which means I'm a little bit slow, I'm not tech savvy, or my tech savviness is challenged, and so forth and so forth. This is a completely different set of emotions. Now, we are talking about the exact same product. Keep in mind, just two different persons, and we're talking about the same product, which we know that the usability of this product is a poor one. But when you give the two different people, they will have different emotions, so different types of people. So A, emotions are there, and B, emotions are highly personalized, but are highly common to many people, okay? So when you have a great application, for example, if you get a new message in Line or in WhatsApp, I always give only good examples out there. Sorry, I'm a good person. I'm trying to be as optimistic as possible. You feel, what surprise, right? This is, you open and you see the first two lines with 3 dots, and you must, and then curiosity arises immediately, and you must read it. Perfect, great design, okay? That's a great emotional design, right? And having said that, you immediately create an emotion while seeing that. And of course, sometimes if I will send you a message, Parit, you will get one emotional response, and if someone, closer friend of you, will send you a message, you'll probably get more excited, but that's perfectly okay. But you'll get some emotions. So you must understand that psychology-wise, other than, I'm putting aside for a second, there's ability to process information. We can talk about it later on if you'd like, but talking about emotions are always there and they will be almost evoked, either you like it or not, as a designer, of course. And it's a good idea to not to control emotion, it sounds really bad, to try to design which emotions do you want to evoke in a good, honest way, of course. Don't trick your users, never ever. Don't lie to your users, never ever. But it's perfectly okay to design a system that will make people feel at ease or happy or funny, or whatever you decide in a good, honest way. So yes, when you design UX, you, to a very great extent, have to design the emotional state of the user. If that's what you meant by psychology, by the way. I hope that I got you the right answer.
Yep. I guess pushing on that a little further, right? How is it the responsibility of the product manager and UX UI team to try to invoke certain emotions as well? So let me give you an example, right? When we go into like a hotel, sometimes you're confronted by like a sign in the bathroom saying things like, the majority of guests in this room only use one towel across the entire duration of their stay. I mean, that straight away invokes an emotion of guilt, right? If you were to use the towel kind of more than only once and then using a different towel the next day. Now, is that in the scope of a good UX UI team as well, to be able to invoke certain emotions at different touch points to kind of nudge users towards a certain a choice or a certain decision?
I love your example, Parit. Let's talk about this example, okay? The sign at the hotel room is no different from any application that you'll buy. It's not different from a 3D design system or a very small app. It's just the same. This is a machine, fortunately or unfortunately a piece of paper, but it's a machine that you have to interact with. Now, other people who use this hotel used only one, immediately will evoke a sense of guilt. I've been to, before the COVID virus, I was flying about 130 something days. I was outside home flying somewhere to help startups or companies. That's what I was doing for my living before the COVID. Now I'm doing something else for my living. Just the same, actually, just remotely. But having said that, I've been traveling. I think that I stayed at least 10, 20 hotels each year, okay? And some signs are phrased in a different way. We really want to keep our environment good and clean. If you use the same towel, something like this, okay, we won't be needed to wash additional towels so we can save the planet. Same message, completely different emotion set, right? One, I feel proud about myself. Oh, I'm such a good person. I haven't used the towel right now. I used the one from yesterday, so I saved the planet. And the other one, if you just use the other one, you're a mean guy, right? So for this extent, if you're a product designer, a UX designer, in this case, it's a CX designer, customer experience, yes, you want to create as positive emotions possible, right? So to be effective, probably. To be nice to the users, probably it's the positive messaging. Effectiveness, I haven't heard about the research which compares these two, but I guess both would be effective. So it's always good to go with the good experience. Keep in mind that when you look at research, you can easily find that negative or bad experience is being remembered for much longer time than positive experiences. So if you're creating a product and you provide it as one part of the product, you create negative experience, aka negative emotions will evoke there, people will remember that for much longer period of time than positive emotions. Okay, so this is another thing that UX experts knows and they use it. It's not only creating positive emotions, it's almost as important, even more important, to avoid creating negative emotions. Because you see, it's not that the positive emotions are here and negative emotions are here and there's a line between them. I think, in my humble opinion, there's a positive emotion and there's a negative emotions. And you can, at the same exact product, possess high positive emotions within high negative emotions, just the same, okay? And the towels example you gave is a perfect one. I want a clean, dry towel in the morning. Now, I can use the one from yesterday night, and it's not already dried, it's semi-dried. So I have a negative emotion of, not using a really clean, shiny, great smelling towel, but I have the same time I have positive emotions of saving the planet. And I do save the planet. I'm not cynical by that. Of course, laundry is making some pollutions, right? So if you can do it, that's just awesome. So you can easily see that both of them are there. And yes, absolutely. It's one of the most important tasks, actually, of UX designer. Keep in mind, always in a good, honest way, never trick your users, never give them any false information, never lie to them, always in a good, honest way. But creating good emotions is always great.
Is that an ethical line that each kind of UX UI team need to consider when they think about designing or nudging a certain choice or a certain experience?
That can be turned into a full podcast. Yes, absolutely. There's a line. By the way, for every one of us, right? Even any human being walking on this earth has their own, their ethics lines, right? Will I steal from a supermarket? No, I will never. Other people, do they steal from supermarkets? Yes, from time to time they do. Okay, people do. So, and so forth and so forth. I can share with you my own ethical line, but I'm not saying that it's the right one or the only one. But yes, surely everyone has ethical lines. I never trick my user. I never lie to my users. I never do anything which manipulates them. I always try, my number one concern is to make sure that the value or what I get out of the product that I design will be equivalent or in match with the emotions that this design has. So if, for example, I'm making something that will make people better communicate with each other, it's a hypothetical example, doesn't matter. So if I design a system that will help them better invest their money, so if the emotion of, hey, I'm saving money will be there the right way, it's perfectly okay. If I'll give them a feeling that, hey, you're saving money, and actually the product tries to invest more in an inefficient, bad way, good for the designer, bad for them, that's completely immoral, in my opinion. I will never, ever do so. Okay, so you see, it's kind of easy, but it has to do with each and human beings. Yes.
One example I can think of is those kind of lengthy terms and conditions, right? Where when you start using a certain application or product, they ask you to kind of tick the box saying you agree to all the various articles and conditions. I think a very few of us actually end up reading that, right? Is there a way to make that experience a little bit better, but also a little bit more to the real situation where we all know that people don't really read those terms and conditions in detail?
Actually, I can see, if it's okay, I would like to split your question into two parts, Parit. First of all, I think that the terms and conditions, it's not what we call dark UX. There's an expression, dark UX, which means that you design something in a fishy way that will make people, or dark patterns, there are many names for that, okay? So this is dark UX, like a darknet, but, so I don't think, in my humble opinion, terms and condition is dark UX, because it's all there, it's written, and people should be able to understand it, okay? Nobody tricks you. It's there. As for the user experience, it's an awful experience, because most people, I assume, don't read it and say, oh, in section J1, it's written that, okay? So most people don't, but is it a good experience? Probably it's not. Is it a dark pattern? I don't think it's a dark pattern. I think it's good and honest. Dark pattern is, for example, that you checkbox something and all of a sudden you find out yourself flooded with a junk email because you said in a really tricky sentence, I'm willing that you will share my knowledge with everyone, something like this, This is dark pattern, in my opinion. It's not just in Robio. But having said that, this is the one part that you asked, okay? This is the dark pattern. As for the other part, I think that being clear and easy to understand, it's always a good goal for the customers as well as for the product managers. And I hope that answers your question, but I don't find it something problematic. By the way, terms and conditions, I think it's just a legal constraint that you have to follow. I would be highly surprised if most people or most product managers on the planet would like to keep on with their terms and conditions, but there are some legal restrictions out there, so people try to use it. Yes.
One other aspect that we didn't really talk about regarding UX UI, I don't know if it's actually any important at all, is color. I mean, at least with the team that I'm working with at the moment at the company, we always debate about which color evokes which emotion, which color should be used for certain functions.
Okay.
Do you have a viewpoint on this? Is that a correct answer? Because if you go on Google and search what each color actually means, right, or what type of emotion each color evokes, you get a million different set of combination of answers.
Absolutely. Colors is fascinating. I'm not, as I said before, I'm not a UX designer, so it's kind of hard for me. But colors are great and very dangerous at the same time. So let's talk about colors. Okay, first of all, keep in mind that the absolute meaning of color doesn't exist. Red in many cultures means dangerous, and green means all is great. Okay, and in some cultures it doesn't work that way. In some cultures, red is perfectly great color. Okay, you can think about flags being all red in some countries, and it doesn't mean that it's red. I'm not familiar with I can't. I try to imagine the Thailand flag. It doesn't there, but yes, but it means something different, okay? For example, the Israeli flag is white and blue, and it's shaped with two stripes, which represents a very traditional sort kind of clothing, dated for about 2,000 years ago. So that's the flag. But back to colors. So blue and white are the colors which represents something in Judaism and in Israeli culture, okay? Red, for example, might be dangerous, something it might be not, but forget this emotion for a second. Let's talk, what does it mean, red? Does it mean that is in most countries, green is okay and red is problematic, and orange is a hazard in between? And what about blue? Is blue a good thing or a bad thing? Is yellow? And so forth and so forth, okay? This is one. Keep in mind that some colors might mean something different, so that's as much concerned to the meaning. Let's talk about emotions. Colors in some countries, white, for example, in some colors, cultures means something more dangerous or something which is morbid, and in some cultures is, it's the best thing on earth, okay? And so forth and so forth. 3, keep in mind that colors can be used for UX design. I'm saying UX and not UI. UX in a very easy way. For example, color connects areas on the screen that can't be connected any other way. So if, for example, there's an area on the screen that you want to connect to a different area on the screen, for example, the same button of buy, if you paint them in a distinguished way, even though they are not located at the same place physically, it will be kind of easy for you to better understand that they are connected. So colors are great, but use them in a wise way. Always redundant. By the way, this is class number 1. Never use color as a sole, as the only indicator. Always, it should be redundant. For example, you can perfectly say, okay, in green, cancel in red. You can do that. But always make sure that there's a V and X inside the shapes, or you write okay and cancel and so forth. Never ever use colors just as themselves, always redundant. And keep in mind, it might come as a surprise to you, that around 9% of men, only men population, suffer from color blindness. And about 0.5% of women, okay? That's something completely genetical, by the way, as much as I'm aware of. But it means that 9%, around 9 people out of 100 men won't be able to make a clear differentiation between green and red. Color blindness doesn't mean black and white in most cases. I mean, people who completely don't see colors, they are promille of the population. They are really rare, okay? But red-green is very, very problematic. So be very, very careful with red and green, always. I'm not saying that you can't use red and green. You can, but it always must be redundant, okay? Don't make 2 graphs with 2 lines. One is red, one in green, at the same line. Because 9% of your population won't be able to know which one is the one.
Okay, if we take a step back from kind of the details of the design, the research, and look at the kind of the overall industry or the overall field of UX UI, what do you think will be the key trends going forward over the next, let's say, 3 to 5 years in the field of UX UI? What are the new things that are coming in that people in this field need to think about, need to prepare for?
First, I wish I knew. Otherwise, if I could tell you for sure, I'd be a rich person, I guess. So I'm just not top of my head, but just my assumptions, of course, right? So the first thing, I guess, this specialization as well as migration process will keep on. Many more people will become UI UX, so they will provide solutions for wide range of customers' needs or companies' needs. And for more complex systems, I guess the differentiation will be there even more, okay? And keep in mind that one thing that happened is a huge awareness for UI UX, the importance of it, the usage of it. When I started my career back in the 90s, I had to, in Israel, to go to some conferences, open a little booth and say, hey, UI, there wasn't UX the days, but design. And typically people looked at me as if they would see an alien and say, but I don't get it. The developer, the one who writes the code, design the screen. So what are you doing here? Okay. So it happened a lot. And today that's completely different ballgame, right? Today, everybody understands it's about UI UX. You can see that in many startups, there's a UX function immediately right from the beginning because people understand that would want to influence the product success. Not the only parameter, but one of the most important parameters, or among the most important parameters. So this is one. Second, I strongly believe that AI, machine learning, will make huge difference in user interface. Because I guess, it's my assumption, up till to now, all of us are using the same user interface all the time. For example, Parit, you are right now using the exact same Zoom as I do. I haven't seen your screen, but if there was a camera pointed to your screen, I would be completely familiar to me. Furthermore, even if the text is in Thai, I'm not sure if it's English or Thai. I don't know if there's a Thai version for, there's no Hebrew, I think, for Hebrew is the language that you speak in Israel. I would probably recognize your screen, probably, okay? Having said that, I strongly believe that AI, machine learning, will enable us, the UX designers, much better tools to personalize. And when I say personalize, I'm saying better know who's using the application or the product and better fit it to his or her needs. It's been done today. If you're shopping at Amazon or any other platform, eBay, Asos, doesn't matter where you are, okay? In most cases, if you logged in, they won't suggest you products that are not the best fit for you. So it's also kind of personalization, right? However, having said that, I think that the personalization of the interface itself might take place as well. I don't see it happening right now, but it might happen. That's one. Second thing that I think that might be happening is due to the COVID virus. People fly much less, people interact much more using some remote technologies. And I strongly believe that the person-to-person via a device will be much elaborated in this industry. For example, today, let's talk about telemedicine. Everybody's talking about telemedicine, okay? For many years, right? But nowadays, it's much more important. If I'm in a COVID virus and I don't want to get out of my home, especially not to someplace which might be having other sick people, then telemedicine will make a huge change. Let's talk about education, okay? Look I'm not sure about Thailand, I would be happy to hear, but in Israel, for example, kids didn't go to school for so many months, okay? So they stayed home, but school kept on using Zoom or any other remote, okay? Which is amazing, okay? So all of a sudden there was a huge shift. Now, what would happen to the way that we teach kids? Right now, I think that teachers still trying to use the same platforms as the old, they're standing in a class and there's a board behind them. I guess things will be changing and the interfaces or the user interface will have lots and lots of changes going on.
What about kind of new forms of user interactions, right? So we see new technologies like virtual reality, things like augmented reality being used in a lot of fields. So I think one of the effects that we saw with the coronavirus is the decline in tourism, right? I mean, it's completely out of the picture. So what I don't know if you guys have this in Israel as well, but what we have in Thailand are kind of tourist attractions, creating kind of virtual experiences and virtual tours of the temples or of the ruins that they are normally that they're looking after, right? Does that also change a lot in terms of the landscape for UX UI designers and the fields of interest that they can go into?
In a way, because let me tell you something, Parit. First of all, even listen to the terminology, virtual reality or augmented reality. We are talking about the reality and we're trying to imitate it virtually. We're not creating something new. We are trying to get you into the Sea of Galilee in Israel or into a very beautiful place in Bangkok. And I want a very interesting place in Bangkok. And you want to get there, okay? And you want to see the local market, okay? Just to be honest, I loved going in the market, many markets in Bangkok. That's one of my favorite things when I ever get there and have a few hours break from work. I always go to the market. So beautiful, okay? So if you go there, so can you imitate the smells and the tastes? No, you can't. As for now, can you imitate the vision? Yes, you can, but it's an imitation of the vision. So as much concerned to virtual reality and augmented reality, these areas are with us for at least 3 or 4 decades, not years, decades, okay? Having said that, are these really new environments? Theoretically, they are, but they are not new for 2 reasons. One, we always try to imitate the physical world in this specific environment because you want to make me feel as much as possible as if I'm walking inside the marketplace in Bangkok, right? Since I can't fly to Bangkok right now. So this is one, from Israel at least. This is one. And second is the interaction of itself. Yes, it's been with us for 20 or 30 or 40 years. So to make a long story short, yes, it will make an influence. Yes, people will consume much more experiences using VR glasses probably. Haven't looked at the numbers if VR glasses or helmets or hoods are being sold more in the coronavirus. Interesting thing to check out. I'm not sure about that, but we have to check it out. But in my humble opinion, it will make a change. Right now, I don't see that happening, but that's my only best guess. It might be as wrong as anyone, as much as be right, okay? Just the same.
Yep. Another thing that the coronavirus has accelerated, especially in developing countries, is the adoption rate of technology. Right? We see people previously that were not kind of literate or were not familiar with technological products and services, turning more towards kind of online products and services, right? So people becoming more familiar, more open to online banking, online education, as you mentioned, telemedicine. What challenge does that pose for UX UI in terms of designing experiences or creating experiences for people who may not be so literate or previously literate with technology?
That's a great point. Yes. First of all, I think that we've been around these challenges for many, many years, right? Whenever there's a product, there's always the early adopters. There are many books about that, but there's always the first adapters or the pioneers in adopting any new technology, okay? So that would kind of easy with them because they are highly motivated. They really want the excitement of something new. They really want to get the latest technology and they love technology. So that's really easy. But then you come to B2C consumer products, such as phones, such as whatever it is. And all of a sudden you have to challenge with someone who finds it kind of difficult to use certain applications and so forth. So how do you do that? Yes. So the good news is that the techniques are already there. So if you design it carefully, and if you design it in an empathetic way from the eyes of the user, and you try to get into the user's head, and you try to understand what do they understand and what don't they understand, so forth. For me as a designer, it doesn't really matter if they know a lot or knows a little about the technology or product. Whatever is important for me is that I'll be aware of the amount of knowledge and so forth. Same goes for emotions. If they are afraid of technology, and then it's important for me to know that, so I design something which might be slightly less advanced, however, much more easy to be accepted. Okay, so the second thing. So having said about that, I think that puts us great challenges, as you absolutely rightfully said. However, the techniques and the tools are there. There are many challenges. You just have to design it the right way. And there are many products which are for anyone, anywhere. For example, when you take a bus or a train and you buy a ticket from a vending machine, it's for everyone. You have to design it the simplest way as possible, which is great. And we know how to do that. UX experts know how to do that. That's the challenge. But yes, this is one. As much as concerned to human interaction, that makes a huge difference. As me as a UX designer, working, some of my clients, I haven't met them ever, physically. I mean, just through Zoom or Hangout or whatever application it is. Okay, or Microsoft Teams, whatever. Yes, so it's kind of a challenge. I think that, but that's as for the design process, not as much concerned to the end result of for the customers.
So I think we're coming towards the latter stages of our episode today. I think the final question I wanted to ask you, Jacob, is what advice do you have for kind of product managers or even fresh graduates who want to get into the field of UX UI today? What pieces of advice do you want to give to them? Kind of what tips and tricks you want to share? Or what type of skill set should they be trying to develop to be able to succeed in this field?
Okay, perfect. Great question. So first of all, understand that what is right today won't be right tomorrow. It's ongoing. When I started my career, there weren't even smartphone, I think. The smartphone weren't for sure. I'm not sure there was mobile phone. It was the early days of mobile phones, right? With these little antennas that you have to pull out if you want someone to listen to you. Okay, it was back their days, right? Today I'm dealing with something completely different and probably within 5 years. So it's ongoing learning process. If you are not willing to keep on learning every second of your life, don't, in my humble opinion, don't even try getting to these areas. You'll find yourself doing something completely different within 5 years time from now, unlike many other industries. And it's not good or bad, it's just different. This is one. B, keep in mind that intuition is great, but it's not a substitute to knowledge. Learn a lot. You can learn by yourself. You can go to online courses. You can go to schools. You can have a PhD like I do. You can make an MA. You can be a BA. You can read articles or don't have any official degree, but keep in mind that you must learn. Why is that? Because typically people say intuitively wise, this should be the solution, and try to avoid intuition as much as possible. Try to base your UX designs or UI designs. By the way, same goes to UI designs. There are ways and there are methods to make the right visual design, right? And learn it. Learn. Do learn it. Third is be curious. If you are not a curious person, you ask for the characteristics. I find it very boring. You must be to do UI UX because you keep on doing the same things. Curiosity and flexibility. Okay, it's always be curious. And it really doesn't matter if you work in a consultancy agency or an agency that you have switched between projects every 3 months or half a year or 2 weeks, or if you're working in the same industry for 10 years or the same place in a big corporate. In both cases, technology will change and human doesn't change. And you have to gap between the technology and human beings. And I think that if you love this area of humans using machines, join me and many other great UX designers out there.
Thank you very much, Jacob, for shedding light on this field today. I think I want to end with the quote that you mentioned, that what got you into this field initially was being interested in the interaction between human and technology. So thank you for sharing with us today in terms of what a good product design means, what actually is UX UI, how that relates to other fields, and what are the upcoming trends that might change the landscape of this field going ahead. For everyone out there, it's been a pleasure hosting you guys this episode. Please stay tuned for In the Name of Work podcast every Wednesday. We'll be announcing later on what type of work we'll be going into for the next episode. Thank you very much, Jacob. Thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you. Hope to meet you in person soon in Thailand. Okay?
Yes.
See you.
Likewise.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Salmon Podcast มันสดอร่อย
In the Name of Work podcast, getting your work to really work with Parit Watrasin.
In collaboration with Rise.
Welcome back, everyone, to our podcast, In the Name of Work. This is Parit Watrasin, your host. As usual in this podcast, we're going to be talking to business experts across the world on different areas that will shape the future of all our work, as well as getting their personal tips on how to work more efficiently, more effectively, and how to make it more fun. Or as we like to say in this podcast, how to get your work to really work for you. I think it's hard to deny that technology has changed the way we do things and has given rise to many different new business models. 10 years ago, who would have thought that one of the biggest taxi companies in the world would own no cars? Who would have thought that one of the biggest accommodation providers in the world would own no building? We're, of course, talking about Uber and Airbnb. Across a similar vein, in the media industry, who would have thought that one of the biggest media platforms in the world would actually write no original content? And here we're, of course, talking about Facebook and other social media channels. I think the last example I mentioned is probably a testament to how much social media has disrupted traditional media. However, today we're going to be talking to someone who has actually been able to lead a digital transformation at one of the more traditional media companies from within. Apart from her experiences as Chief Digital Officer at The Guardian in the United Kingdom, Ms. Tanya Cordrey has also had plenty of experiences in building other digital products and services. Hi, Tanya. Welcome to our podcast.
Thank you so much. It's fantastic to be here.
Thank you for joining us. I think firstly, just wanted to get your perspective on what's happening in the media industry. Now, I understand that you joined The Guardian back in 2008. Is that correct?
Yes, quite a while ago now.
Can you share with us a little bit about what the media was like back then? Kind of where were people getting their content? What was the landscape?
Certainly. I mean, it's amazing how much things have changed since then. But looking back to when I first started as the Guardian's Chief Digital Officer, the world was very different. And the Guardian at that point was very UK-centric and very print-centric. Of course, the majority of revenue came from the print revenues. And The Guardian had actually done quite a lot in digital, but it was still seen as a relatively small part of the business. And it was unclear how important it was going to be for the years ahead. By the time I left, which was about 4 or 5 years ago now, when I left The Guardian, it had become very global, outward facing. It was very digital centric. And we had got to the point where there were real foundations of commercial success rooted in digital. It also including the very first beginning of its membership revenue streams, which obviously is critical for its success today. So there was a lot of change in a relatively short period of time.
Sorry, I think just quickly on that point, Tanya, you mentioned that The Guardian was doing some digital, although not a lot, back in 2008. Can you elaborate a little bit on what they were doing?
So there was a digital team, but I think in many ways, digital was seen in support of the newspaper. So, for example, I remember there was a discussion in the early days while I was there about if you broke a story. And at those very early days, if The Guardian had a big story, which it often did, it would want initially to save it for the paper the very next day, which is an anathema to today's digital world, because as soon as you have a story, you publish it online. But the idea of having a big breaking story online in those early days was quite unusual. The only reason you would do that is if you thought the competition would print or publish something online before you. By the time I left, that attitude had completely disappeared, and you printed your news obviously in the paper, but as soon as you had a story, it went live online. And I think a really great example of that while I was at The Guardian was when The Guardian broke the Edward Snowden story. I was very fortunate to be there during that time. And The Guardian did something that was almost unheard of during that period, because it actually released the story on a Sunday afternoon, and it didn't even release it. The first thing it released was on Twitter. And it was quite incredible because it showed at that point how difficult many news organizations found digital, because The Guardian released this story on Twitter. It went crazy, and the traditional media companies around the world struggled to keep up. So even people like CNN, who would do their news kind of broadcast on the Guardian story, revealing that Edward Snowden was the whistleblower, they were constantly out of date because digital was moving far too quickly. Even Google News at that point struggled to keep up with how quickly the story was progressing. So very radical change just in that sort of 5-year period.
So when you joined The Guardian, did you feel that the leaders of the organization knew that this was something that was coming? Or do you think they all of these changes were a little bit unexpected, and then when it happened, you guys were able to kind of ride on that wave?
I think I was very fortunate. The sort of editor-in-chief, Alan Rusbridger, and the CEO, Andrew Miller, I think were completely aligned that this was going to be really important. And I think my appointment and giving the title Chief Digital Officer was testimony to their belief in that. I think where there was probably some more reticence or there were still people to be persuaded was actually probably in the middle of the organization. I don't think anybody was denying that digital would be important, but I think people were, how would I describe it? They didn't want to think of the prospect of print being less important than it was today. So if I think about my role at the time as a chief digital officer, there were two functions of it. There was the managing of the digital team, which was product, technology, engineering, data, growth, user experience, etc. And they were very much the sort of functional elements of the role. But in the early days of being a chief digital officer, your role was also to be the champion of digital across the organization. My role was there to also persuade other departments, whether sales or marketing or editorial, and get them to truly embrace all the exciting digital opportunities. I remember at the time having an interesting conversation with one of my peers on our exec team, and they described my role as pushing the organization to be bolder than it would have been naturally. And he described it at the time that he would see that without having a chief digital officer, you would have a discussion and you might agree to a path, but you might only go from, say, A to H. That's the sort of spectrum. And he viewed having the chief digital officer to be somebody who's painting the picture of the land of XYZ, if that makes sense. So even though you wouldn't necessarily get the organization to the land of XYZ, you would definitely push them further than they would have naturally got if you hadn't been at the table.
How did your competitors deal with all this? Did they also kind of have a similar point in time, perhaps kind of before or after, where they realized digital is going to be important? They get someone in to do a similar role to what you did with The Guardian, or kind of what do you think happened in those boardrooms while you were discussing these things with The Guardian leadership?
Well, I think it's really interesting, and I think you see it. I'm on the board of Clark's Shoes, and I think you see a lot of this in retail as well. So I think at the time when I was at The Guardian, we were definitely one of the few media companies leading the pack, and we were being very bold and innovative in our thinking. I mean, I would say that, but I think The Guardian's growth during that time was testimony to the fact that we were doing digital really well. And I think at the beginning of my tenure at The Guardian, I suspect Mark Thompson, who's been obviously the now departed CEO of the New York Times, I suspect at the very beginning days, Mark Thompson in his boardroom didn't even necessarily think of The Guardian as competition. We were a British newspaper. In fact, The Guardian, I think at that time was, forgive me if I've got the number slightly wrong, but it was something like the 7th largest newspaper in the UK. So it wasn't even like in the top 3. So I suspect the folks at the New York Times weren't really thinking of The Guardian as competition. But by the time I left, in terms of digital, The Guardian had overtaken the New York Times globally in its monthly number of users. I think it's probably overtaken it, The Guardian again nowadays. I don't know what the figures are. But so I think people were surprised by the growth and the sort of exponential growth that you saw at The Guardian. However, when I think of other industries, when you look at it today, it's really hard building sustainable competitive advantage, because I think a lot of what we did that was successful very quickly got copied by other media companies. We built a really best-in-class digital team. Other newspapers built a best-in-class digital team. And we pioneered really sort of new ways of working. But those sort of things, they might give you operational advantage, but they don't give you long-lasting, sustainable competitive advantage, because others can do that as well. And I think when I look at, for example, if I look at the Financial Times today, I think they're in many ways really leading the pack by pushing the new frontiers of subscription and really innovative ways of working.
I like how you mentioned about kind of the shifting nature of competition and how who you see as a competitor changes. So who would you say The Guardian saw as its competitors back in 2008? And who do you think are your main competitors now? Has that changed yet?
Yeah, no, it definitely has changed. So I think at The Guardian when I started, if we go back all that period of time, I think if you'd asked people who the competition was, they would have said the Times of London or the Daily Telegraph, etc. But actually today, I think the answer you would get is very different. Now, they might say something like the New York Times, but I'm actually a big believer that your competition isn't necessarily another media company. We as individuals only have so much disposable time. So your news outlet is also vying for attention, whether it be social media, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, etc. It's also vying for, I don't know, whether you're going to go for a nice walk on a sunny day as it is in London today, etc. So I think you have to be quite broad in who the competition is, just as your great examples of the beginning of this session. Taxi firms would never have necessarily thought that their competition was going to come from a car that from an organization that didn't own a single car, and same with hotel chains with Airbnb. So I think you have to be very cognizant that the competition is often not that obvious, and it can really come from left field.
How much do you think kind of the decision by The Guardian to lead the way in terms of digital transformation was down to the rise of social media? Or do you think it regardless of whether social media came in, this was the way to go anyway?
We actually had really started on digital transformation before social media. It's hard to imagine a time, but in the early days, social media was really in its infancy. And one of the reasons, you're right, one of the reasons that The Guardian had great growth during that period of time is that we utterly embraced social media. We believed wholeheartedly at the time that we didn't, or rather we shouldn't spend our efforts on trying to always get our users to come to us, but we needed to be where our users were going to be. And that meant we had to be on different platforms, such as social media. And we really embraced social media. So a good example, many people won't remember this, but in the early days of Facebook, I can't remember exactly what they called it, but they did some experiments with some publishers, and they took a handful of publishers and they were looking at how you would share content from publications. And the UK and the Guardian was the only publication they picked outside of the US. But what they did with their social sharing is that they basically shared every time you read something, all your friends and connections would see what you read. But actually there was a huge backlash, funny enough, at the time, that people didn't necessarily want the information they're reading to be shared without some sort of explicit consent. So Facebook rolled it back very, very quickly. But even though that experiment was sort of deemed to be a failure at the time from Facebook's point of view. Just by participating in it, we learned so much about the workings of social media that it really set us up for success for the next 1, 2, 3 years.
So you mentioned earlier about kind of the benefits of digital for a media company, right? For example, the ability to break that big story without having to wait for the next day for the papers to be printed. What kind of other big ideas did you kind of think up of and kind of suggested or recommended or executed even at the beginning of your Guardian career?
Well, I would actually say that anything we did was very much a team effort. I'm not sure I could lay credit to any one thing completely down to me. So I think there was very much the push on social media. That was a very big thing we did during that time. Another big thing we did was, it sounds like a very small thing, but we changed the Guardian's URL, the domain name, from guardian.co.uk to theguardian.com. At the time, even though this sounds like a very small URL change, it was an enormously scary, huge engineering project. And at that time, nobody changed their domain names because they were petrified that they would lose all the lovely Google juice. And at that point, Google was a significant proportion, probably the largest driver of traffic to the Guardian website. And when you change your domain name, there's a good chance you might lose a good chunk of it, if not all of it. But it made the right sense for us to do strategically. We were trying to grow revenues outside the United Kingdom. US advertisers, for example, were not interested on advertising on a .co.uk site. But we really pushed ahead with doing that. And even though we were told privately by one very large search engine, they believed it to be the largest domain move ever undertaken, we still had the courage and belief to do it. And once that had bedded down, we saw huge growth in our user numbers because it made our brand feel so much more relevant. As a quick aside, I think one of the things I found really exciting during that time was that after we made the domain change, we saw over the next period of time, when big stories broke, we would see people turning to The Guardian to find out what had happened with those stories. Now, you would expect that for UK readers to turn to a UK news site, but actually, for example, when there were big stories like Charlie Hebdo happened in France, we would see a huge spike in French traffic as French readers still wanted to see the global perspective of The Guardian. The same when there were other big stories, for example, in Asia, when we had the big tsunami in Japan, etc. We had huge numbers of Japanese users. And I think that's real testimony to the global outlook we had done. The other thing I think it's worth saying is that probably one of the it was seen as a small experiment at the time, but became huge, was that we started experimenting with this idea that people would give money to The Guardian, which today is very much the sort of foundation of their revenue strategy, this idea of membership. And I remember there was a wonderful member of my team, a chap called Piers Jones, and he was really keen to do an experiment where you just ask people to send us money. And the reason he wanted to do this, we had a very unusual problem at The Guardian, was that every once in a while, in fact, it would happen sort of every 2 weeks or so, the editor would receive an envelope full of cash where somebody had basically said, I love The Guardian so much, I want to give you money and I don't know how. Please have £10 or £5 or what have you. In fact, once I was there, I remember Alan, the editor at the time, he sent a note out to all the staff and said that a very devoted Guardian reader had died. And in their will, they had left money to basically buy everybody at The Guardian a drink one night in the bar. So there was huge goodwill, and the team, led by Piers, was really keen, and he just did this very quick experiment where you politely said to people, hey, we don't charge a subscription, but it would be, we'd politely like to ask if you would like to donate to our journalism, etc. And that small experiment was a huge success and proved to be the first acorn of the kind of oak that is the subscription membership strategy of The Guardian today.
We'll come to the business model in a second and the challenges of kind of monetizing content. But I think the 2 points you mentioned there, I think illustrate quite well how consumer behavior or reader behavior has changed, right? So for example, shifting from reading your local or your national media outlet to reading a more global one. And then secondly, actually being willing to pay for or even donate and give away to a media outlet that they love. Have you seen any other kind of shifts in consumer behavior over the kind of past 10 or 15 years in terms of kind of the type of content they like, kind of the way they get to content, or any kind of expectations that they have that's shifted from media outlets? Yep.
Yeah, I think there have been lots and lots of changes. So some that I would mention, for example, if you were to go back, say, 15 years ago or so, probably people had one place that they would go. It'd be their default, I'm going to go and read the news at the BBC. And they really tended to get their news from one source. That is so far from what happens today. Most people today, they might have a favorite news source, but they supplement it with many, many others. So there are many points of view, many voices, and even though some news organizations still remain to be the favorite, they no longer have a monopoly of people's time. And I also think it means that the users are far more demanding because they're far more likely nowadays to challenge what a journalist says because they're reading lots of other things from lots of other outlets as well. And I personally think that is a really good and healthy dynamic. So you have that. I think people come and find their content in all different places nowadays. So again, it's not about going to your favorite news site. You'll find it on social media. You'll get it through voice with things like Alexa. There's talk now of potentially we'll see the rise of gaming. It might be that at some point you're getting your news through games and Discord, etc. So it constantly sort of evolves. It's one of the really interesting things about news and media. Funnily enough, I like to think of the world in terms of S-curves. We live through many, many S-curves. So we had the sort of internet S-curve, mobile S-curve. And often at the very beginning of the S-curve, people tend to try and produce fairly simple products. And almost always, news is one of those very first sort of products at the beginning of an S-curve, which makes it a fascinating industry because you're often one of the first who's grappling with these new dynamics of user behavior.
Now, you mentioned that in a way, kind of the rise of social media and the rise of digital has kind of democratized the media industry.
Yeah.
So it kind of reduced that monopolization. Now, of course, that also means on the flip side for The Guardian is that you're getting competition from kind of normal people who just kind of write articles, write content on social media that gets shared. So kind of with that kind of context in mind, how are you able to charge money for content when so much good free content is available in the world?
Yeah. I think it's fair to say it's really tough. And as somebody who's, while I was at The Guardian and since leaving, I'm often asked to talk about the media industry. And inevitably, everybody always comes to the business model because, my goodness me, it is really tough, the business model. So I think the media industry generally has done an amazing job with subscriptions. I mean, look at the New York Times. They have done a fantastic job with subscriptions. I was on the board for several years of a Scandinavian media company called Schibsted, which at the time also had sort of was a classified powerhouse across the world as well. And Schibsted did really well at pushing subscriptions as well across Scandinavia, in Norway and Sweden, etc. And I think what you see with subscriptions, in many ways, they may be slow to begin with, but when there is, put bluntly, as a user, when it gets really hard to find places to get your news for free, eventually somebody will go, okay, I'm going to have to subscribe. And at that point, there's a much more of a willingness to subscribe to a product. And I think generally we're all a lot more relaxed nowadays of subscribing because we're used to subscribing to Netflix, we're used to subscribing to Amazon Prime. You see subscription services. Right now, I can't move for social media with people doing subscription services for flower deliveries, for example, or I saw one the other day for athletic wear. VCs are loving subscription services because the average revenue per user and lifetime value is very significant. But funnily enough, I think I don't think subscriptions are going to go away. But I think a couple of things will also happen. You have The Guardian, who's pioneered membership. And we're also seeing that at places like the Washington Post, who've also pushed this idea of subscription, but morphing it into membership. Because journalism is something where actually, it's not necessarily the story, but it's the journalism, the understanding the world. It has a much deeper resonance with people that if you can tap into that, they're much more willing to pay for it. Saying this, this also might be very controversial, but I also think we'll see a resurgence of advertising revenue. Right now, nobody in the newspaper world really wants to go near advertising or really talks about it, even though it still generates significant revenue. And it's been particularly tough during COVID because revenues from advertising have plummeted over the last few months. But as a consumer, and it's always dangerous talking about yourself, I mean, I don't really like adverts. I find them intrusive. And right now, it seems that many advertisers feel they have to make the ads even more intrusive, which means I get more irritated. But with artificial intelligence, machine learning, I really hope we're going to see a period of much more intelligent advertising that's much more relevant and in context with my needs. I might find advertising irritating, but you know what? I want to go on holiday and I would like to know about what are the great places and options that I have. Or I might want to do a meal delivery service. Now, there are lots of those, and I'd like maybe somebody advertised so I can know which one's going to be best suited to my needs. So I think advertising has got a bit of a bad rap, partly because advertisers themselves, I think, have been rather slow to really adopt technology to meet people's needs. But I think we're going to see quite a few changes over the next few years, and we'll see a resurgence of advertising revenue because media companies, I hope, will be the first ones to really help push a new type of advertisements going forward.
So I think one example of a smart advertising idea you mentioned is the use of AI to make sure that what is advertised fits with the reader's kind of needs and wants.
Yeah.
Another type of smart advertising that I've seen quite a lot are kind of sponsored content where you're not really sure if it's an advert or it's original content. Now, my question on this is, where do you draw the ethical line, right? I think this is something which is a question posed to a lot of journalists and a lot of kind of media companies. But where do you draw the ethical line to prevent kind of, let's say, like someone with a vested interest? It could be a business. It could even be like a politician to come in with like a certain amount of money and say, write good content about me, write good content about us.
Yeah. So sponsored content is always a really tricky one. And the reason I say it's tricky because there is that line to make sure you don't cross it. Now, I think where you have traditional publishers like The Guardian, and I'm sure they're exactly the same today, and I know even newer publishers like BuzzFeed are categorical that the editorial team and the sort of commercial team producing the content, never the twain shall meet. So theoretically, you should have a company that's able to have sponsored content, and the editorial team could be quite happily finding out the biggest, most terrible story about that company at the same time, and no influence should be exerted. Speaking very, very personally, I struggle with sponsored content because I think it seems like an obvious way to generate revenue for media organizations, but I think it goes back to the point that advertising isn't quite working. So if you had much more relevant advertising, then I think you would do away with the sort of sponsored content as we know it today. Because, again, using myself as an example, which is a bad thing to do, as if whenever I'm helping organizations build digital products, I tell them never to think of yourself as the user. But whenever I'm seeing something and I see some sponsored content, personally, I never read it. I kind of dismiss it straight out of hand. So I think it could be in sort of 5 years plus time, I think sponsored content will look, I hope sponsored content will look very, very different than it does today.
Now, you mentioned the use of AI for advertisers to make their advertising more smart and more personalized, right? Do you think along similar lines for the media company itself to personalize kind of news and articles for that specific user? And did you try a lot of this while you were at The Guardian?
Yeah, we played around with some of that at The Guardian. I mean, it was early days in it, but I think the idea that everybody wants to read all the same stories clearly makes no sense. And most large news organizations are pumping out hundreds and hundreds of articles a day, which frankly, no normal human being could even come close to reading it all. So I think you definitely have to be smarter around putting the right content in front of the right people. Now, with media organizations, there is definitely an element of curation that people value. They want to know what you think is the biggest story of the day. They don't want to have to go hunting for that. But when you look at the long tail of content, I think you have to really be smart, and AI, machine learning offer huge opportunities to allow people to find those real relevant nuggets of things that are of interest to them that otherwise they might not find. Saying that, one of the things I notice from many media companies is that they're all very excited about machine learning and want to do personalization through machine learning. However, for some reason, I don't understand why sometimes they don't just ask the user. Nobody knows the preferences better than the user themselves. And right now, I'd say many media companies are being rather shy of complementing the use of sort of machine learning with actually giving the user more chance themselves to push content up or push content down. I don't know why media companies have been somewhat resistant in doing that, but I would really like to. I predicted this probably a couple of years ago and it hasn't come to pass, but I will predict it again. I think in the next 2-3 years, we'll see media companies really giving more power to their users. And it won't just be the content. It might even be the way of the page look and feel, how you get something on your mobile device, because it might be that I'm sitting in the evening and I want an experience that is centered around long reads. I want at the end of the day to read some analytical articles, understand the world around me, maybe have a sort of bit of serendipity and find some completely obscure topic, but it'll be interesting to read about. Whereas at the beginning of the day, I might want just lots and lots of headlines, and I want it to look different because I'm going through many items of news very, very quickly. And again, news organizations don't tend to allow for that change of context. And I just say, well, actually allow the users to do it. At The Guardian, and again, this is a sort of rather old example, but I think it's a very relevant example. We did some changes to the Guardian app, and we allowed users to change, to toggle from a different look and feel. And much to our amazement, around 25% of the user base did want to change the look and feel. So I think many organizations would say, this sounds like a great idea, but in reality, only a tiny percentage of people will use it. I actually think if this becomes a default, you will see significant numbers of users wanting to change not only the priority and the types of content, but also the way it looks and how it's presented to them.
I think on that point, we see the rise of certain, or the formation of certain new kind of media startups that have tried a little bit experimenting with that. So getting users to kind of choose what type of news they want to see, what format of news or what format of content they want to see. Do you feel that kind of new organizations that have no kind of previous pride in being kind of valued for their expertise in curating content and having their own content are better adapt and less resistant towards doing this? Is there an element of, because you've been a news agency for so long and you're very proud of your rich history of being looked up to as the experts for telling people what is the thing they should read, what is the news that they should be hearing about. Therefore, there's higher resistance in doing that.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. I think the biggest enemy to news organizations is themselves. They tie themselves in knots over sort of the inner workings of their organization, and newer startups can be completely free from that sort of baggage. So a sort of small example, but if you look at a traditional news organization and you look at how they categorize the content, whether it be news, opinion, economics, sport, that is also the same as the organizational structure within the organization. So I'm not sure which one is leading which. I actually have a horrible feeling that it's the organizational structure that is leading to the sort of UI of news sites rather than being led from user needs. So I definitely think younger organizations have a huge opportunity to get rid of that baggage. But as you quite rightly say, there's an issue of trying to build credibility, because in this age of so much information, lots of talk about fake news, disinformation, you have to really build your credibility, and that takes time. So unfortunately, there aren't shortcuts. However, it shouldn't take 200 years to do it.
I'm going to ask you a very broad question, but what do you think makes a good content?
What do I think makes good content? It all depends on the context. So, and the user. So there isn't a sort of generic rule of thumb, because for me, good content might be short, sharp information, which I can digest in a sort of bite, because dare I say, I'm addicted to social media and I like everything in bite size. But for somebody else, they might love a 2,000 word article on the plight of polar bears, for example, and they want to read something that's relaxing, lean back, etc. I think the real element is good content understands the job it's trying to do for the user, and you tailor it for that. And I would also add that good content is about the beginning of a conversation. It shouldn't be broadcast. Just sort of you broadcast to something and it stops. A good piece of content should start a conversation, should lead to more exploration, etc. So it's the sort of beginning of a journey, not the sort of the beginning, middle, and end.
Is the competition for kind of getting the most talented journalists and content writers still as strong in this kind of digital-driven world? Or is it because there's so much content going around, everyone can kind of write their own content on their social media, the competition is slightly less strong and it's more kind of competition how to create a better experience for the readers, how to curate the best content that fits their wants?
Yeah. So I'm not an expert I can't really talk to the recruiting of top journalists. So I can only give you a supposition. And if there's anybody who is an editor recruiting and I'm talking rubbish, then hopefully they'll contact you and say, I violently disagree with that. My personal take on this would be there's always going to be competition for really fantastic writers. But in any profession, there's probably only a small percentage of them. There is an enormous number of other people who write either in news organizations or write on blogs, they write posts on Medium or set up their own emails on Substack, etc. So there are many people who can write. So the hard news is, I think, if you want to break into this industry, or you're a journalist who wants to really hit the pinnacle of your career, there's a lot of competition. I suspect there are more writers than there are roles to do that. But the good news is that because there is so much competition, the cream should rise to the top, because it is very clear to all of us that when you're reading something that's written by somebody who is a master of their craft, then it is a joy to read, and you want more of it. So I think there'll always be competition for those great writers.
So we've discussed a lot about kind of the upsides of technology and how that can help kind of make more personalized content. What about the downsides? I think you mentioned briefly just now kind of fake news and disinformation. Kind of how do you see this issue of fake news in terms of what's the solution in your opinion to this issue? Because I don't think people will accept that the solution is to start censoring, right? Because it's a very kind of slippery slope of how you kind of decide each case.
It's a tricky one, because obviously everybody's grappling with that at the moment. I think the good news is that sunlight often exposes the things that are lies or wrong, etc. So that's one of the wonderful things about technology and the internet, is that if I suddenly say something that's patently false, let me find something that hopefully is completely uncontroversial. Let's say I wrote a whole piece about how polar bears are really black. It wouldn't take long before there would be many people on the internet telling me that I am wrong. So that sort of sunlight of the internet is really, really wonderful. However, it's not always so clear when something is right and something is wrong. And we live in a world today where people can be quite polarized in their views. And we know there's this issue of sort of living in filter bubbles where you can tend to read things that you want that reinforce your worldview, and other people do the same. And there's not much meeting in the middle. This is very much a personal opinion, but I think there's a really important role here for traditional news organizations, whether they're like the Financial Times or the New York Times, etc., to be able to navigate in many ways what is the truth. Now, the problem I see with that, and again, this is very much a personal opinion, is that I think a lot of those organizations have really got carried away over the last few years with publishing opinion pieces. Because in the world of Facebook, hard news doesn't really get the huge numbers of traffic, but a controversial opinion does. And I think one of the downsides we've seen with the traditional media companies over the last few years, as they've pursued their social media strategy, in order to get those clicks, they've become very reliant on opinion. And as a result, I think opinion and sort of news reporting have become somewhat blurred. So I would really hope that those traditional media companies, if I was in one today, I'd very much be urging them to uncouple those two things, because I think in the eyes of the user, they're really wanting something that is devoid of opinion, or at least some part of it that's devoid of opinion, to help them understand the world they live in today and not reinforce the sort of filter bubble that they think that newspaper may be inhabiting.
I think that blurred line between fact and opinion is very important. And I think it raises a question about how much a media agency can take sides on certain issues as well. Do you have a perspective on this at all?
I'm probably my former media colleagues would howl at me with this, because they'd probably just. But I don't quite get why newspapers feel that they need to have an opinion on everything. I mean, they tend to have opinion pieces on their own opinion very, very regularly. And the truth is, I think it's something you need to save for those really important moments, and then that opinion has some weight. I think if you give your opinion left, right, and center, your opinion tends not to have so much weight. And for example, I remember having this conversation with a senior journalist at The Guardian while I was there, who I think thought I was somewhat mad. But there's a tradition in the UK that when you have a general election, each news organization will pronounce who it wants to win the election a few days before the final election date. I really struggle with that personally, because I think the role of a newspaper is not to tell its readers, by the way, we think this party's better than this party. Their role is to provide them with all the information, treat them as if they're adults and say, you decide, but we furnished you with the facts that we think are most pertinent to help you make the decision that you feel is the best. Anyway, as I said, I had this conversation with a senior journalist when I was at The Guardian, because I was saying it would be amazing if The Guardian was the first newspaper in the UK to basically say, we're not going to tell you who we think we should vote for, but we're going to give you the information so you make the right decision in your head. But as I say, I think they thought I was rather mad. They weren't going to have
that. I'm guessing, I think, and this may be kind of right up your street as well, as someone who oversees the digital side of things. We often see a lot of times when news are presented online on social media, kind of the attempt to potentially over sensationalize certain news, or kind of write very provocative headlines to kind of bring in those clicks and hit those kind of KPIs. Was this something that you kind of took a stance about in the past, or how was your perspective on this?
Yeah, I heard a lot of. Interestingly, I mean, I'm very much talking about the media that I'm exposed to, which is obviously a very different part of the world. So I think when you look at the sort of traditional or larger news organizations, you don't really get too much of that. Funnily enough, that in the early days of social media and in the early days of really driving data within newsrooms, there was a feeling from journalists, a fear that in order to get those bigger clicks, more sensational headlines would result. But actually, again, during my time at The Guardian, we saw that the biggest stories often weren't the ones with the most big, important headlines. So I think, and again, this is a very old data point, but towards the end of my time at The Guardian, some of the biggest stories we ever had were things like a photo essay on the decline of Detroit, some really beautiful pictures of buildings of disrepair. Or, for example, there was a story on from an article from a palliative nurse who basically had helped many people in the final hours of their lives. And we'd written a story where she was talking about the most common regrets of the dying. That story was huge because it was evergreen, and it was always forever turning up on social media as other people would share it. And that was, I think, if that wasn't the biggest article, it was probably the second biggest article at the time. So I think it's those sort of quality bits of journalism at the end of the day shine through.
I think we're going to switch gears a little bit from just talking about the media industry to talking about kind of digital transformation as a whole, right? I think your story at The Guardian provides a very good inspiration to a lot of corporates out there who want to make their businesses kind of more digital oriented. What advice do you have in terms of the key success factors for undertaking a successful digital transformation from within?
Yeah, so not only have I led digital transformation in places like Clark's, places like The Guardian, I'm also on the board of somewhere like Clark's, who's undergoing digital transformation. And I also head up Europe for a consultancy called AKF Partners, which is a small group of ex-Silicon Valley CTOs, CEOs, who work with companies on how do you scale and grow and transform. So I've been very fortunate that I've seen transformation across many different types of organizations. It probably sounds rather simplistic, but I think with transformation, there are three key big foundation blocks that you need to do. The first one is you need to have a compelling vision and strategy. You need to know where you're going and how you're going to get there. And the thing about the strategy is you often see organizations say they have a strategy, but in reality, they're either focusing too much on the process and they're making outcomes, they're making process rather than outcomes their North Star. Or, for example, you see organizations that get very wrapped up around optimization. Optimization is also not a strategy. I come across organizations that are in a constant cycle of optimization that really offers little more than diminishing returns. So organizations need to be wary of this and instead focus on having a really fantastic strategy which outlines the steps required to meet their big overall vision. The best strategies are ones that are about being different. It's about choosing a path that's hard to copy, and it's really about delivering value in your market. So the first block is all about strategy. The second block is about once you have the right strategy, you need to have the right people. It sounds obvious, but I really believe the success I've had in my career is down to the amazing people I've worked with through the years. So I think any organization that wants to transform needs to understand the skills you need to get there, and then you have to identify the right people. And if you don't have them, you need to hire them. And it's not just about having the right functional skills, but it's really about having the right mindset. And the third block, which I think is really critical, is about the ways of working. So you've got the right strategy, you've got the right people. The ways of working is about setting them up for success. And that's a whole host of different things. That's about being data-centered. It's about being customer-centered and talking to your customers a lot. It's about experimenting a lot, building that habit, about building pace and agility. It's about having a great operating model where you have a clear cadence and clarity on decision making, and a real sort of mindset around continuous learning, etc. So all these things together, there's a lot to do, but in reality, if you can kind of hit all those boxes, then you're well on your way for transformation.
Do you think there are any industries or sectors in particular that have been quite slow at undertaking this kind of digital transformation?
Yeah. The funny thing is that when I left The Guardian, I thought that surely there can't be anything that's as tough as trying to build the business model for news. And then I joined the board of clerks, and you go, oh my goodness me, high street retail. And the truth is, retail is behind the media industry, funnily enough, is ahead of the curve of many other industries. So I think we've had retail has been slow, but has caught up quite quickly. And I think particularly when I think about Europe, rather than necessarily looking towards Silicon Valley for where's the initiative on e-commerce, actually, if you look towards Asia, there's lots of really exciting things there happening on retail and e-commerce. I think now we're seeing some of the slow organizations have probably been some of the traditional banks, financial services. Insurance is another interesting area. There's lots of opportunity there with AI, machine learning, etc., which is actually forcing digital transformation. I saw a funny thing the other day, and it was going around social media, and it was a little picture of a survey, and the survey said, who's done more to drive digital transformation in your organization? A, the CEO, B, the CFO, C, COVID-19. And the clear winner was COVID-19. And I think there are lots of data points now emerging that are showing that companies have probably achieved more in the last 3-4 months than they probably would have achieved in the last kind of 2-3 years, just because they've been forced to work in very different ways and to be much more innovative and bolder on their business model to survive.
If we go back to your kind of 3 building blocks
Yes.
for successful transformation, right? You mentioned having a clear strategy, so knowing what to do, having the right people, and then kind of having the right ways of working. And then when you look at kind of these industries that have been quite slow at undertaking digital transformation, which of the 3 building blocks do you feel are missing for most of the companies that are unable to do it?
I think the biggest building blocks that are missing are often around the strategy, because I've seen a lot of companies get really caught up with things like saying they want to be number 1 or number 2 in the market, and that isn't a strategy. That's saying where you want to get to, but it's not telling you how you're going to get there. So I think there's a piece about the strategy is really important. And I think another missing piece often is around having a bigger vision, because there is a scarcity of talent at the moment, and you really need to appeal to people's heads and their hearts. People want to work for mission-driven organizations. They want to feel something, they want to feel part of something bigger than themselves. So lots of companies can do that. You don't have to be a media company. You don't have to be a charity. You can be any sort of company, but you need to spend time articulating that big, bold vision that really inspires your team. So I think the strategy piece is missing and the vision piece is often missing. And the second bit is the people. And that is a simple matter of supply and demand. I think it's been very easy for the likes of Google and Facebook and Apple and Amazon to recruit. They pay incredibly well, you learn a lot, and they're amazing companies. And it's pretty hard if you are a smaller company, not a sexy startup, because they often attract lots of great talent. But if you're a company undergoing digital transformation, it's really hard to attract fantastic talent. So I think in that situation, a lot of these more traditional companies are realizing they're having to grow their own talent. They need to provide the training, the learning to help shift the mindset, to give them the skills, but also to give them the sort of the understanding that the mindset needs to change as well, which means you're looking at pace and agility and moving fast. And if things don't work, be relaxed about it, etc. And have all those sort of data-centric pieces. So it's possible, but that thing has really, I think, slowed a lot of people down. Just the sheer lack of talented people to go around for everyone.
I think in the past, most people would probably agree that technology has created opportunities for new businesses, right? It allowed kind of a couple of teenagers in a dorm room to come up with a new business model and succeed. Do you feel that kind of looking further ahead, there will be a point where technology actually reduces competition because of things like the network effect? The example you mentioned is companies like Google, with such a kind of a strong reputation, can attract the best talent. It makes it even more difficult for someone to start anew. Or, for example, if let's say like a news or a media company is able to gain such a high number of users, it's likely to attract kind of the kind of a new customer coming in would be attracted to that as well. So there's that kind of network effect happening, which could potentially dampen competition, right?
Yeah, I think this is a really good point. I remember reading a stat that I'm going to sort of make up the stat. So don't quote me on this because this is. But there was something really incredible that Google has more artificial intelligence PhDs working for it than there are in the rest of the world, or something crazy like that. So there are these large companies hoovering up talent. I think we're at a really interesting point because over the last couple of decades, we've seen many companies rise and many companies fall. I lived through dot-com boom. So I myself worked for a company that was the darling of Wall Street for a while and then had a spectacular bust. Many people who use Google probably forget that there were search engines before that, the likes of Netscape, etc. But the trouble is that when we look back on that, we expect that the big tech giants we have today, it's only a matter of time before they'll be disrupted. But actually, I think you raise a really interesting point that maybe it's not going to quite work like that. I heard a fascinating podcast. I can't remember where who did it. I think it might have been an Andreessen Horowitz podcast, but I might be incorrect there. But it was talking about the car companies, and actually the car companies have stayed. If you ignore Tesla, we have had the same car manufacturing companies for decades and decades and decades, and they haven't changed, and they have remained market leaders. And there's a question now, are Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, the new car companies who are actually going to be in situ for many, many decades because they have the resources, they have the reach, and as you quite rightly said, they have talent. And I, as somebody who loves technology and loves the industry, I like the idea of this fast churn, but something in my pit of my stomach says these large companies are going to be around for many, many, many years to come.
You mentioned that one way for corporates to get around the issue of not being able to recruit top digital talent is to kind of develop from within, right? What advice do you have in terms of initiatives or methods of training up kind of traditionally analog trained kind of talent or workforce to become more kind of digital savvy and digital oriented?
So I think organizations probably need to look at their learning and development budget. And if they're in that situation, they need to probably invest a lot more than they have done traditionally. So as I mentioned previously, you can teach skills, but it's really hard to change somebody's mindset. So the first thing I would say is if you're an executive in an organization, you need to identify people in your organization who have the right mindset, who are going to be comfortable with change, comfortable with uncertainty, who are already showing a passion for continuous learning. If you've got somebody who's the diametrically opposite to that, then I'm going to say that it might be kind of hard to change, and you have to be wary about necessarily investing in people who aren't really interested in going on the journey. But let's say you have a group of people who are all completely of the right mindset, then I think you just need to think about what are the skills you want to build up, and then make sure you've got the right training in place. And training should be short, sharp. I'm a big believer in, we do this at a lot of AKF actually. We like doing training. We do CTO boot camps, we do engineering kind of boot camps, we do product strategy courses, we do finance for tech people, etc. And the aim isn't to sort of draw people in to be on a training schedule that goes on for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and months. What we want to do, and I believe this is a great way of learning, is give people the knowledge of what good looks like, and then give them the skills that they can carry on their lifelong learning. Because actually, the best people I've ever worked with are the folks who are always hungry for more knowledge. And even though you send them on a training course, once they've got their new skills, they're just hungry for more, and they're constantly seeking out what are the new things in this market that they want to discover. And that's great because the world does not stay still.
We talked about kind of the digital skills from the perspective of the employees and the workforce and what they need to do in order to kind of be better equipped to be part of that digital transformation. Now, on the other side of the equation are, I wouldn't say digital skills of workers, but more digital literacy of the general population. It could be kind of the retirees. I think with COVID forcing more things online, more services online, kind of need to become more adept at being able to use technology well and protecting themselves from dangers like online fraud or kind of cyberbullying. What advice do you have to those people who are not necessarily looking for jobs, but just need to kind of train up their digital literacy skills?
Well, I would hope that there are plenty of places to go to help with gaining those skills. Funnily enough, I had an appointment at the optician the other day, and there was somebody who came in, and they were really struggling because the only way you could get an appointment now with COVID was to book to come into the optician in advance, and the only way you could book was to do online. And this pensioner basically couldn't do that because she didn't have a computer, she didn't have a smartphone, she had an iPad, but she really used it to look at photographs, etc., maybe do the odd puzzle. So it's really important. I think it's important for all of us to be aware of that when we're building new services, because there's always going to be some proportion of the population who are not going to be as digitally savvy. And I've done a lot of work with the UK government digital service. You know, they're brilliant at thinking through this about how can you build services that are available to everybody, including those who don't have digital. Even though you're building a digital service, it's like, what is the offline version? So I think that's really, really critical. And I would love to see lots of organizations helping to support that. For example, one of the things I did when I was at The Guardian, it was really rewarding. The Guardian has a volunteering week, and once a year, there would be a week where all staff would be able to have up to 5 days to go and volunteer for a charity. And I remember I went to a charity called Age UK, which is for older people, a charity for older people. And myself and my Guardian colleagues, we ran a sort of technology open house. So people could come and they did with their phones or their iPads, and they just wanted help to know, how do you switch it on? How do I send a photograph? How do I send an email? And that was just such a rewarding few days, because the joy that you brought by just helping somebody be able to send an email to their grandchildren was just really wonderful. So I think it'd be great if more of us took time out to do that sort of stuff.
Now, on that note, just out of curiosity, when The Guardian became more digital-centric, how does the demographic of the readership look different once it made that switch?
So my data points are slightly out of date, but I suspect they haven't changed very much. But there was a very different user base for digital as it was for print, and even in digital it changed. So not surprisingly, in print you would have a lot of readers who would be sort of over 40 who are buying newspapers. In fact, sort of over 45, if not 50. Funnily enough, we had a Kindle version. Kindle readers skewed even more old, and they tended to be in their 60s. So you can have a digital product, but it didn't necessarily bring you younger audiences. But then obviously when you have things like the website, you'd have people who were definitely a lot younger. When you had the phone and mobile, that would be skewing even younger, etc. There's a really interesting. I worked many years ago. I used to work at BBC News, sort of doing the strategy team. And one of the things we often did work on was this idea that people under 25 weren't interested in news. I think today that content's been blown out of the water. They may not necessarily go to news websites, and they may not be downloading news apps, but they are getting so much news from places like social media, now from voice, etc. So we now have a range of digital products that actually reach the whole spectrum of the population, and that's kind of wonderful.
And lastly, on digital transformation, we talk about kind of how to transform corporates, right? Now, one organization I think that is in need of digital transformation is the government, regardless of which country you're in. Do you have a perspective on how kind of the building blocks for transforming the government or government services digitally are different from the building blocks for private corporations?
So there are a couple of things that are different that I think we've already touched on. One, you have to reach 100% of people. So even if you are building digital products, you have to think of that small percentage who do not have access to that product. So for example, let's say you're building an application for your passport. Well, unfortunately, there are going to be some people who are never going to apply online. So you need to provide a route. So I think that's very different. I think the second piece is that this is both different, but I'd like to think that it doesn't necessarily have to be a truth that doesn't change, is that government is relatively slow moving. Well, let's be honest, it moves at a glacial speed. And I think that's one of the really hard things when you attract great digital people working in government. But I don't think it should be like that. So I think there's somehow or another government has to become more open to moving at a more pacey side. But that's hard because the crushing weight of government, the bureaucracy, the administration, you're asking people to work in very, very different ways. So that is a Herculean task. We've talked about digital transformation, and most people leading digital transformation have to deal with pockets of resistance of different stakeholders in their organization. When you're working in a digital group within government, the weight of the rest of the bureaucracy is just so overwhelming, and I think that's really difficult. But one thing I would say, we talked about the power of vision, the idea of working for a purpose-driven organization. You know what? What is more purpose-driven than going to work for the government to build services for the betterment of society? I mean, that's a wonderful mission. So the great thing about government is that it should have no problem hiring and attracting fantastic people. It just has to create the conditions that allow them to do magic.
Tanya, we're coming towards the end of the podcast, so I'm going to kind of end it with a final question back on the media industry. This question has two parts. The first part is, what is your prediction for the year when we will kind of see the last newspaper that is printed? And then number two is, what do you think will the future of the media industry look like?
Oh, so let's take the first one. I'm not sure. I think you will always have newspapers in some shape or form, but it'll look pretty different. I think you'll be able to sort of download and print a newspaper in your home at some point if you want to. So I think the idea of newspapers being ubiquitous in every corner shop in all parts of every nation, I think that will disappear because the economics of distribution just do not make sense. But I think for a long time yet we're going to see newspapers in some shape or form. As I say, it might be that technology means you print them out at home or what have you, and you're not printing out all of it. For example, I never read the sports section, so I don't want to waste paper and ink on the sports section. But yeah, so they'll be around for a while. In terms of the media industry as a whole, well, I think we are due a new wave of startups, and with the rise of things like AI and machine learning, I'd really like to see some interesting new startups begin to tackle some of the media giants. We are beginning to see some of them, but I'm not sure anybody's got a huge amount of traction yet. You're getting some interesting ones in, say, for example, the field of sport. But I would like to see a sort of kind of a new wave of disruption over the next 2-3 years, which turns everything on its head. I think that would be pretty exciting.
Oh, Tanya, it's been great talking to you today. Thank you very much for joining us. I hope we talked a lot about kind of how digital has transformed the media industry and what kind of a good piece of digital content looks like. Well, I'm hoping today this conversation is one of those and it finds its way to the right people. Thank you very much for joining us and sharing us your perspective today.
Thank you so much. It was my pleasure.
Thank you very much. And for anyone listening in, if you want to tune into more of these kind of conversations with business leaders around the world, please do tune in every Wednesday to our podcast In the Name of Work through Salmon Podcast. Thank you very much.